Hello, everybody, and welcome to the ClassicWhoZone Classic Who Zone, the greatest show in the galaxy. Classic Who Zone watch along. Hope to find you all well. Just to say that this will be the last Classic Who stream for a while. I'm going to be doing other stuff on the ClassicWhoZone, so this will be the last classic stream for a while. We're taking a bit of a break, so yeah, there'll be no more Classic Who streams for a while. So this will be the last one. So we're gonna get on our guests, and we'll get the show on the road. But as I said, this will be the last one for a while. I'll be doing different stuff on Saturday instead. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. Right, just sending out the emails. I just right, yeah. Right, so I think I've sent everybody their emails. So we're just waiting until everybody comes on so we could bring the whole panel on together and get going. So let's see who's in the chat while we're waiting. Let's see. The computer is playing up already and we haven't even started. Right. So we got Charlotte, Stewart, Disaster, Area, Sadako. Lee is in the chat as well. We got Problem Bing. We've got Tim. We've got Andrew in the chat as well. Welcome, everybody. Someone asking if Saturdays will be Who related. I don't know. All I just know is I want this to be the last week for now. I'm just not prepared to do them anymore while there's so much shit going on and it's affecting everything that I'm doing. So I'm gonna just going to concentrate on myself for a while and the channel, and have less panels, because I just don't feel right now that I feel that some people are taking the piss, to be quite honest with you. So I've just had enough. So I'm gonna cancel the classic for a while till I feel up to doing it again. It's as simple as that. So that's where I'm going with that one. I might be cancelling the ClassicWhoZone talks as well, because people don't seem to be bothered anymore either. So that's another one that I'm thinking of getting rid of as well. So I'm thinking of just jazzing up the channel a bit and doing something different. So that's me plans. Right, let's see. We waiting on Super John. I've sent him an email, so I'll actually text him and tell him. Hold on, he's on Twitter. Pretty sure he was coming on. Right, well, everybody get your copies ready. I found it on the internet, so I'll be watching it on the internet. I don't have the DVD, but I did find it. I better get my earphones actually. Right. Let me see. Right. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. I've put the earphones in, so where's Super John? Tim is in the chat. Bobby is in the chat as well. Friley, 1974, is in the chat. I wonder where Super Doctor is. He probably doesn't like this story either. There's no way. I haven't seen him on Twitter tonight. So I don't know what the story is there. Yeah, it just seems like lately I've just noticed that not many people want to come on anymore. So there's no point of doing something that's not working. And right now, nobody wants to come on because they're pissed off about Doctor Who. So why would they want to come on and discuss it? So. But I don't know what to do about real Super Doctor. Hold on, I'll just tag him in a tweet. Alright, we'll send it again, just in case. Right, sent again anyway. I've sent them an old tweet, so we'll see if we'll give him another 5 minutes, see if anything comes of it. If not, we'll bring on the panel and we'll start. So yeah, Lee apparently has messaged them as well. So I don't know. See, this is kind of another reason as well that I'm kind of deciding to knock it on the head because of all the fallout, other stuff that's happened recently. You know, I think people don't want to take sides, but there are people that used to turn up in this stream that haven't turned up, and they're turning up on other people's streams, so they are taking sides. Like, so this is another reason as well. I just want to stay away from the drama, so I'm gonna concentrate on my channel because at the end of the day, I've done me bit in this fandom. To be quite honest with you, I've done a lot, and I think it's time that I concentrate on the channel, and myself and Cheryl have been talking about it anyway. There's going to be more focus on the Irish Geek anyway because right now Doctor Who is not in the best state. People don't want to talk about it anymore. I keep getting comments in my comments on my videos as well. People are just like, well, why are you talking about this stuff? Like, nobody cares anymore. So I mean, if that's the state the fandom is in, well then I can't really do anything about it. I mean, we've had a good run on the TARDIS. If I'm honest, all the other Doctor Who related channels haven't fared so well. The bigger ones out there, we've done well, but I think it's running. I think it's running out of steam now. To be quite honest with you, I think fans have just had enough. I think Series 12 was enough for most fans, and then the festive special was another nail in the coffin to most fans. So yeah, we're just coming to a point where nobody wants to talk about it anymore. So yeah, that's where I am. I'm just a bit fed up, to be quite honest with you. Right, it doesn't look like Super John is going to be joining us tonight. So we might as well bring on our panel so we can start. So our first guest we have on is Alpha Omega. Welcome.
I know. You ready for some clowning around?
Yeah, I forgot this story has loads of clowns in it. Something Cheryl can't actually watch. So yeah, it's lucky. It's lucky that she's not watching this one because she would be literally screaming. We've also got Charlotte joining us tonight.
Hello.
Hiya, Charlotte. Nice to have you here. Great stream last night, by the way. You, Daniel, and Blue. Fantastic.
Yeah, we were looking forward to it. It went quite well. So
well done. Well, you deserve it. It was great. It was great. I was there for the first hour before I obviously went live myself. But yeah, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. And we also got Lee joining us.
Hello.
How are you?
All right. Just a bit
good.
Shocked, but you must do what you need to do.
Well, I did kind of say to you I was a bit pissed off, so like I'm just done. I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore. It's not fun for me anymore. It actually isn't. It's not fun for me anymore. All of this other nonsense as well. It's just not fun. I'm not having fun anymore. So if I'm not having fun anymore, there's no point in doing it. And I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun. So like it's like if I could move away from the channel completely, I would, but I can't. So like right now I'd rather focus on the other channel. I don't really want to be talking Doctor Who anymore. I'm done. These people don't care. Why should I care? So that's where I am with it now.
Do care. I mean, you've got people here that are here regardless. That's your key audience.
Yeah, I know, but at the end of the day, I even have some of them saying to me, we're talking about the same stuff over and over, and we are the TARDIS talks. We keep talking about the same stuff over and over, and it's just not.
Well, Chibnall, this is what he brings to the table.
That's what he wanted.
Nothing.
Well, that's what he wanted. So he's got.
I mean, it's such a dry. It's a barren desert.
Yeah, it's just a vacuum, like you've said before, isn't it?
It really is. And that's how you kill a fandom. You stay tight-lipped. You don't feed anything. I mean, at least with Moffat, he was always quite tongue-in-cheek and lied through his teeth and created all sorts of gossip and excitement and all of that. But this guy is like a bloody, I was going to say caretaker, more like a what do you call it? Yeah, exactly. A funeral caretaker. Yeah, it's awful. It's really awful. I don't blame you. It's really difficult because there's nothing. I mean, like, what's coming out? I mean,
well, when apathy sets in, that makes things.
That's it. Tough. It's really tough to beat that.
Yeah, that's why me and Daniel are doing the Beware stuff. I think a lot of that's why we're doing it, because it's something to talk about. It's new. It's something we're enjoying listening to.
Yeah. That's a shame. It's a shame. It is a shame.
Yeah, well, it was bound to happen. I've had a good run. As I said, other channels have struggled where we kind of haven't. We've been always able to maintain the audience and put out stuff that people seem to enjoy. But now lately, I've just seen that people are just fed up. So, I mean, if people are fed up with, us talking Doctor Who all the time, well, then we're in trouble, because this is what this channel is. It's a Doctor Who channel. That's why I think I'm going to focus a little bit more on the other channel now, because we can talk about other TV shows and other movies and stuff like that on that channel. I'm not saying that I'm giving up on this channel. I'm not. I'm just right now. I'm just not enjoying the classic watch-alongs right now for some weird reason. I'm not enjoying them. Maybe it could be due with the fact that we've picked 3 shit stories in a row, and that's probably why I'm not enjoying it. But I'm not enjoying it. I haven't enjoyed it the last 2 weeks. I mean, last week, I think I had a bit of fun reading out the trivia, but I was glad I wasn't able to watch that episode or that story. I just detest them. And if I don't like them, I don't enjoy it. So I'm not enjoying it right now. We've picked 3 crap stories in a row. I'm done with crap stories. I want to do it and have fun. Not having
they're out of
fun
the way
right
at
now.
least.
They're out of the way. We still have a few more to go. That's the problem.
Well, you don't have to do them.
Well,
I mean, you can have a.
That's the problem.
You can have a veto. You can have a veto vote.
No,
Say no.
I'm not going to start dictating. You know, I won't do that. But like, it's still.
Blame you. Blame you.
But it doesn't matter anyway. Let's do this anyway and get this done and over with. So, who wants to do the countdown? Because I really don't. Well,
I'll give the honours to either Charlotte or Alpha.
Yeah,
probably
sure.
Alpha. I was going to say, because I struggled to find this, so probably Alpha's best, because I've watched what I can of it, but I really struggled to find it online. So I think Alpha's a better shout for that.
Okay.
Right. Go for it then, Alpha.
Go for it then.
No, hold on. Wait for a minute. Charlotte, go into the private chat. I'm going to send you a link that you can watch it on. Okay? Straight away. Like, no messing around. Right, so just give us a second. Okay, this is where I get all me Doctor Who if I don't have it. Right, so keep it to ourselves because it's a relatively unknown. So there you go. You'll
I was
get
going
the
to
whole.
say, because I'm on my Kindle, I might not be able to access it. Could you send me that on Messenger? Like, DM me on Messenger that.
All right, I'll try. You know me, I'm a fucking disaster. But hold on, just give me a second.
Usually I'm okay. It's just this story. I watched what I could, but I struggle.
Right. Well, we'll get it to you. Don't worry. We'll get it to you.
Which made me laugh because I could find time fine last week.
No, all I just have to do is go on to Messenger and find you. What the hell are you doing? Get away. Not you. This stupid.
Get out of here.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Night, everybody.
Right, and that was it for the Classic Who Watch Along. We'll see you next week, folks.
Bye, Lee.
For something new. Only messing. Thank you. Cheryl just got me lovely Costa coffee. Nice one. I can't live without me coffee. Right,
You should be extra nice to you today because I have been absolutely melting your head all day.
Yes, you have been melting me head all day.
Stick
Yes, you
around and
have.
watch this, Cheryl.
Oh no,
Cheryl,
don't
Cheryl,
watch.
you can't do that, Cheryl. I wouldn't do that, Cheryl, even though she is wrecking me head. I would not put Anton on with clowns. I will take that one first. Thank you. Oh my God, you're a genius. Right, she's just had to put a huge smile on my face there now. So, like, maybe I'll cheer up.
Your man at the shop was like, it's been a rough couple hours, hasn't it?
Listen, we'll see how I feel after this. Right, Charles, I sent it to you on Messenger. Look, we'll see how we feel after this. And if I feel up to it, we'll continue next week. But right now, maybe I am being a bit harsh. But
That's all right. Look, we all have off days.
I've just had a bad day. That's all it is. I've had one of those days where just like, I've been in a bit of a rotten humour and Cheryl hasn't been in the best humour and she's not. The great March is not a great month for Cheryl, so.
No, and I've already decided that if these don't happen, I'm going to go live on Saturday nights on the Irish Geek with what is Cheryl on about? And it's just going to be 30 to 60 minutes of me ranting about anything that has annoyed me.
Yeah, how would you like to see that actually next month on the Irish Geek, Cheryl doing streams and just once weekly ranting about stuff that's annoyed us.
I thought
the week.
Hell yeah.
Watching Master Chef, how I'm annoyed. Just stupid stuff, lighthearted stuff, but just me on a tangent.
They said, yeah.
Weirdness. Yeah.
I thought you didn't want to have any more 4-hour streams.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
Well,
It won't be 4-hour stream with Cheryl though.
You can start with the Americans have now decided they want to cancel the Queen because she didn't stand up for Meghan Markle enough.
Yeah, well, listen, Cheryl has a lot to complain about. Trust me, man. I think it'd be a good idea, but that'll be next month. But I am doing Superman. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask. Anybody in the chat actually watch Superman and Lois and would be interested in coming on a panel? Let us know in the comment section later, or let us know even in the live chat now, and we'll write your name down. And we'll consider you for the panel. We'll see how many names we get. I'm not going to say if you give me your name, you're on the panel, because we could get a few people to want to come on. I've heard good things. I watched the first 15 minutes and then Cheryl decided she wanted to watch Gogglebox. So we watched Gogglebox, but the first 15 minutes in, I was actually quietly impressed. It wasn't bad at all. And it looks like the second episode as well has done very well. So CW looks like they're keeping all. And here, the fact that they sacked someone because they wanted to race swap someone's parents in it, and basically they were fired. That was brilliant. That's the stand that these companies should be taking. Listen, you don't race swap. You create new characters, as we've always said from day one, right? If you can't come in and actually do the original characters justice, and you have to do some gimmick like, as I said, race swap it or gender swap it, then you're not qualified to work on that character and you should be fired. So that's another reason why this show is getting support. But I will give it an honest analysis. If I think this is rubbish and people are only supporting it because they happen to sack a woke SJW writer, I will come out and I'll call it out as it is, right? This show... if this show is being praised and it's being wrongly praised, I will come out and I will criticize those who are praising it because they're being hypocrites, right? And we have a lot of hypocrites that run YouTube channels. We've seen them, right? Hypocrites, right? They say that they're not going to watch certain shows, but yet they're still reviewing them on their channel. Cancel Disney Plus, they're still reviewing shows and talking about Disney on their channels. Like, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. So I will give an honest opinion on this, and if this is good, I will praise it to the hilt. I will give it its due praise. But I'm not going to praise something because obviously they happened to fire someone. That's no reason to support the TV show. If it's not good writing, well then it must be criticised. You don't just support, but I see a lot of this happening in all fandoms lately. It's a thing that certain people are doing, and it's actually disgusting. You just need to be honest with your audience, and if the show is good, tell them it's good. But it shouldn't be good for the reasons that I mentioned, because they happened to fire someone who wanted to race swap a mother and father character in the show. That's no reason to like it. It has to be genuinely good for you to like it. And I'm seeing a lot of this fakery going on, like the fake outrage with Baby Yoda committing genocide and all of that other rubbish. You're seeing a lot of that, and I'm sick of it. Yeah. Right, let's get to this Doctor Who. Have you got it?
Yeah.
You got
I
it?
was just
And it's
finding
working.
it.
There's no, by the way, there's no ads. So the best thing about that is you won't have to worry about ads popping up.
Which is annoying for other sites. Let's not name them, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Right,
and,
Alpha.
Bobby
What?
Bobby D75 said Vent, and I think that's a great name for Cheryl's stream. Call it Vent. Cheryl's Vent.
Yeah. Of course, that would go down the wrong way with some other people. Well, let's do the countdown. So who's doing the countdown?
I guess
Alpha.
I am.
Right, Alpha, knock yourself out. Go for
Is
it.
the chat ready?
Oh, yeah. Is everybody in the chat ready? Press 1. Sorry, forgot. You're right. I wonder what happened Super John. He's always the first one here for the classic. I hope
It
he's
could be
okay.
his
Actually.
internet. He does sometimes have issues for that.
Yeah.
So
No, just hope he's okay.
Oh yeah.
Just hope he's okay. Because it is unusual for him to miss any it is. He's always here, no matter what the story is. He's always here. Right, I think everybody is ready, Alpha. So I'm going to mute myself because I'm actually watching this on the Chromebook. So when I want to come in and talk, I'll have to literally put the sub. I don't think they have subtitles actually. I'll have to just turn down the volume so you can't hear it. But go ahead, Alpha.
Okay, that's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play.
Pew. It's the most bouncy version.
It has to be the worst title sequence because that was the first time they used, what was it, CGI or something?
Yeah, it shows.
I mean, I could do better in Blender nowadays. You know.
So they think you should call your show Cheryl's Vent.
See, the way you just said it made it sound no.
Oh, that's what I mean, but that's the way people will perceive it. They say what I mean, even when you mention it, Cheryl's Vent. It doesn't sound right, man. Doesn't sound right. Well, anyway, we'll let Cheryl come up with the name, or if you guys have any suggestions, please do. She's in the chat there. But don't tell her what's in this episode because she has a fear of these people.
Fucking red-nosed demon hell freaks, face-eating monsters. Why are they hiding behind the white? Why?
Barack Obama before he was famous.
Oh yeah. Little
right, I'm gonna have to listen to the start of this to remember how bad it was. So I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna mute myself now for a few minutes, which will please some people in the chat. But don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. You know, the more likes you get, the more encouragement I get to do these. You know, the more I'll be willing to keep them going. So like that stream, share it as well if you don't mind. You know, and subscribe to the other channel as well because I tell you, we've got loads of stuff coming on that channel, loads. And more videos that I did today. You get more of them. I'll be doing a few articles, but I won't be reading them out fully. As you've seen the way I did them, I think that was better that way. It's at least it gets around any nonsense from these people. But I'll be continuing to do stuff like that as well.
Right, yeah, no, like just in general, mate. If you want to just have a bit of a paring down on this channel for a bit to concentrate on the other one.
I know. You know, I just having one of those days. I just think I don't know. It's just been one of those days where just everything that's gone can go wrong went wrong. I woke
What?
up in a kind of a mood for some weird reason. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you sound like I say this to Daniel that he has, and I've just sort of said to him, just have a week or couple of days just to yourself.
Yeah, I know, I know. I had 3 weeks off already, though. I thought that would have helped when we got that strike. But yeah, I just think this lockdown has us all a bit. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Teddy has a new video because I know some of you love Teddy so much. There's a new Teddy video up on his channel there. Cheryl's just had to remind him us there. And if I don't remind you, she'll hit me across the head with a frying pan. So don't forget to subscribe to Teddy Terrier Tales, and don't forget to watch and leave an L comment as well. Will you show Teddy some love? You don't need to, because he's already telling me how much he's love him on this channel and how much he's hate me. So like, you know, where is the little bastard anyway?
There's the spoons.
Yeah.
Where is the little chick?
So how'd that
Oh,
thing get
he's
inside the
dead.
TARDIS?
Isn't that
Junk
so many
mail.
times though we've asked that on this show?
Yeah.
Like, how did that go to TARDIS? It's
Junk
supposed to
mail.
be-
There you go.
No, what I did think of watching this, I think this is, do you know there's certain stories that will only suit that Doctor?
Mm.
I can't picture any other Doctor set from Sylvester in this story.
Yeah, I think it's, this for me is, the ultimate Seventh Doctor sort of story,
Yeah, I think it'd just be, the zaniness is just the right amount of levels for this Doctor. Any other Doctor, they just wouldn't know what to do, and it would.
Yeah.
I was trying to picture like any other one watching it, and I was just like, nah, I can't.
I think this could work with Tennant, actually.
Nah.
Yeah, I think it could work with Tennant. I mean, it's got that sort of
Possibly.
similar. I mean, I think
Yeah,
it's the
yeah,
most-
you're on drugs, Lee.
Sorry.
You're definitely on some sort of hallucinogenic, man. This wouldn't work with Tennant at all.
I don't think it would.
So you know what? Do you know who would work with? Jodie Whittaker. Stick her in script,
Oh, God.
scripts, crap writing, crap doctor. There you go. It all fits.
She's already a clown.
Yeah, here's Chibnall.
I was gonna say, I saw it and I was like, oh my, he literally is a mini one, isn't he?
I have to say that the performance of this guy as the
Yeah.
clown is fantastic. He's really good in this.
It gave me Tim Curry.
I mean, he had his head smashed in filming this.
Yeah, watching it, I was like, oh, in another universe, this would be something Tim Curry would play. Not just because of the whole it clown thing, just the way he's acted. It's very Tim Curry to me.
Mm. My favourite TARDIS prop.
Got some wear on it.
Yeah. That's why I didn't like Matt Smith's TARDIS for so much of it, because it was just too clean.
Oh, I adored Matt's first TARDIS.
Or the exterior of the interior.
The interior, I know some people hate it, but
No, I loved it. I thought it was great.
I just think his Doctor was all over the place.
Yeah,
so
scatty TARDIS.
Scatty. So having random bits on the console, I think worked for him.
Mm.
It's when they do with other Doctors, I agree, it doesn't quite work.
Yeah. Weirdos.
Oh yeah, Ace. She must be like, you're bringing me Doctor to another place I don't like.
Definitely some distinct outfits in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like Doctor Who. I've always said this. I mean, this sort of story made me think about at this point again. It can get away with camp like no other show. Like it just can do it, and you don't like. It's not as like I don't know what word, but it's like it can just get away with stuff that other shows you'd go, nah, that's too much.
Not sure about the flared trousers.
I mean, it must be bad if even Lee's saying he wouldn't wear it.
Nah. Yeah.
Mm.
I wonder what that stuff is.
Somebody said in the chat Troughton. No, I couldn't see Troughton in this. I know he had the whole thing of being the clown to sort of put people off, but his stories they never really leaned into that in the actual writing. In the sense, whereas this is full on, like Lee was saying, Sylvester Doctor. So I don't see Troughton being in this. Jamie would be hilarious. I'm not debating that in this. Jamie wouldn't have a clue what to do, and he just would be Jamie and say all the wrong things.
Oh. Mad Max.
Some of the hair, definitely.
So someone wants to know who chose this episode. I won't mention any names in particular, but it was Lee.
Yeah. The classic.
See, Lee likes those out there stories. You know, stories that I hate. I sometimes think he does it deliberately. Like, you know, he knows that fans hate it, so he just chooses them to rub us up all the wrong way. I love this. He doesn't really love it, I bet you. Bet you he
I
really
do,
hates
I
the story.
do.
Yeah. Come on.
It's one of my favourite Seventh
Even
Doctor
the most
stories.
least militant critic, because I was actually going back last night and googling all reviews of this, you know, for when the DVD was released and then when the extra features, and even the most less militant people that I've seen in the fan reviewing this just said that this is one of the worst stories
Andrew
ever.
Venable says, honestly, I quite like this story. There you go.
Yeah. It's not Doctor Who though.
But come on, there was worse in this end of the classic. There was worse stories than this.
Well, we had Battlefield after this. Then you had Ghostlight. The
Curse of Fenrir. Yeah.
I thought you didn't like Ghostlight though.
So I have to be honest. I don't think so. I think this the great show of the galaxy. What's the other one? Feckin' the Happiness Patrol.
Paradise Towers.
Paradise Towers. They're the worst. They're the worst.
I love this. I love the bus conductor. I think it's a great robot.
But yeah, right. I mean the Sylvester McCoy era. It's a pity because at that stage, like everybody was losing interest, even the casual fan, when they were shown on TV. His doctor just wasn't liked by people. The stories were look. I mean, look how bad that was. Like the car was about 20 miles away. He didn't need to shove her there. How'd she not see that? Stupid, man. And look at him with his big bleeding floppy ears on him with his helmet. Look, it's like the writers decided, come on, we do you know, like what Moffat did with Mysterio, that fucking stupid.
Oh
comic
yeah.
strip. Yeah, this is what this feels like to me. One of those when you delve into shit,
Yes.
it doesn't work for Doctor Who. It doesn't
Yeah.
work.
No, let the hate flow.
Absolutely dreadful. Man. Yeah, Matthew, it's dreadful. I know it is. I know.
Well, like I said,
Turning already is worse. All of you are saying, no, I'm not saying that this is worse. What I'm saying is that this is a bad story along with the other ones, but the ones after this are actually pretty good. I'm not saying that that this is worse than the rest of them, because there is worse. But what I'm telling you is this is still a bad story. It's still a bad story.
yeah, which degrees we're talking about now.
It might be, you know, different level of badness, obviously through the Sylvester McCoy era. But yeah, it was supposed to be Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I spelled Dr. Pepper wrong. You still have to remind me I spelled Dr. Pepper wrong on the Teddy video. Dr. Pepper. Right, I got it wrong. I know it was DR. Sorry, I got Dr. Pepper wrong and I spelled it Doctor.
I immediately called it out on
Right,
there.
right. Dr. Pepper. You see that? I getting pulled up about me spelling and all now. Anything else? I'm gonna watch me shit episode of Doctor Who and have a laugh. Oh look, it's that bad I can't even laugh.
Well, like I said last week, at least dependent on what you want to do, we're back to Hartnell and the easier run of stories to pick from.
Yeah. Lee, have you chosen, because you're supposed to choose at the end of tonight. So have you actually chosen your Hartnell episode story?
I'm doing Troughton.
Hold on. No. I have
I
the
think it
list
was
here.
Super John who did.
I was gonna say, you did write it down because you were like,
Oh
I'm gonna
no,
be
real
prepared.
Super Doctor is, but he's not here. So
Well, maybe the chat can decide that one if we want to have a decision by the end.
I just want to check something real quick.
Yeah, Rob, how can you get a quarry wrong though? Like, how could you get an unserviceable quarry? A quarry's a quarry. If it looks like rocks, it does its job.
It's a bit like Royston Vasey, isn't it, from League of Gentlemen? Yeah, you'll never leave.
Yeah, but it's, to be fair, it gave me Have you ever read any of the Lemony Snicket books, like series of Unfortunate Events?
I've only seen the film.
It gave me a bit of that vibe as well. Watching this, like because I'm sure there's a book set in a circus, and it gave me that vibe of like the old thing of circus sort of acts and being all a bit strange and a bit odd.
Yeah, it's got that quirky, creepy thing.
Matthew says the budget ran out with this one. Yeah, they didn't care. They didn't care when it.
They had to film some of the circus scenes in a marquee tent outside in the car park, didn't they? Because they had problems with filming.
Yeah, they didn't care at that stage. Money was the BBC weren't throwing money at it. The people that were there tried their best. I'm not saying they didn't care. Obviously, they did. They tried their best with what they had to
I
work
do love
with.
this robot.
J and T had a thing for robots, didn't they? Because you had Chameleon that didn't work.
Yeah, that was groundbreaking at the time.
Oh yeah, it was just way too like ahead of its time, sort of thing, wasn't it, Chameleon?
Well, I think it needed like several people just to work it.
Yeah. But apparently, which I've never understood, apparently K9 could be like a pain in the backside, and I'm like, how on earth could K9 be hard to do? It's like a little dog.
Boof. Just the ticket. Morgana.
Oh, fortune teller lady.
Love the accent.
She has proper freaky eyes as well. I don't know a better term for what it is. Yeah, Sudoku. I think McCoy has lots of little moments. It's just, I think this was his first series, wasn't it? This one, this story was set in. His second, right?
Second.
Yeah, because I've always thought McCoy was a good actor. They didn't know what to do a bit with him.
Well,
Even
you
when
should watch him on
casted.
Tiswas. That's funny.
I can
Well, we
see
have
him
a
doing
s-
that quite well.
We have a super chat. It's by Bale11. Bale11. Are you a Tottenham fan? Maybe you're a Tottenham fan. Gareth Bale plays for Tottenham. £5 super chat. Thank you. Says, I've got Jodie and Manip's autograph. Hashtag defund the BBC. Yeah, that's great. Maybe they'll be worth a few quid in a few
Yeah, keep
years.
hold of
time.
that. Be worth £2.50 in.
Yeah, you might.
2025.
You might. Yeah. Go to a bargain discount pawn shop. You might get a 50 pence for each one. You know. How much was it that the cop
priceless.
gave Manip in the that story that she did about her mental health, even though she didn't really
I
suffer.
can't remember. I
from
blotted
mental
it
health.
out.
What was it, a quid or something? Was it 50p or something like that? Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Fair play to you though. Getting both our autographs. So no, it's not, there's some celebrities out there. I wouldn't mind getting a hold of their autograph. But even if I was paid to take their autographs, I wouldn't. I mean, you should have basically asked them for a few quid when they were handing you those autographs, because all the pain and suffering you're going to go through now, having to look at those signatures. I'm only messing. Fair play. It's not my cup of tea, but yeah, hashtag defund the BBC. Yeah, I don't think it's going to make a difference though, because I don't think BBC honestly give a flying crap. That's the thing. They might be in a bit of spot of bother now, but BBC will always find a way. They're harassing all the old people, so it's grand. They're sending out their agents to harass all the old people for their TV license. So, BBC always find a way. That's what a corrupt broadcasting company does. They come up with bully tactics and they do different stuff. They'll get out of this situation. They're not. BBC are smart. That's why we hate them so much. They're a little too smart. Right, let's go back to this episode and see what's on. Look at what. Oh yeah.
God, that scream in my ears. Oh yeah.
It must have been embarrassing working on it then, even as an extra.
Yeah, that was probably one of the few jobs you were all right with, because you were just, I'm getting paid, and people probably won't remember I even did this.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Wow, cliffhanger.
Wow, we get one. Fantastic.
And this scream, which they liked as the cliffhanger.
Yeah, not the greatest cliffhanger in the world, to have to be honest. No,
The
no.
first episode is really slow, but I think it does pick up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you'd say Artin about, listen, this is getting -2s all over the board. You already know that. You're probably going to be the only one that gives this a positive review. So, like, nothing to be proud of.
No.
It's absolute
Matthew
rubbish.
Pounder says this is porn level production values.
Come here. I think even those companies have a better level of production than this did. To be quite honest, look, BBC. It's not the people who worked on its fault. Listen, no, I'm not gonna slate any of the people that worked on it, because obviously they wouldn't have worked on it if they didn't like it. But listening to Andrew Cartmel, though, sometimes BBC did hire people that actually hated working on Doctor Who. So that can happen.
Yeah, I still need to watch that interview with Eddie.
But the majority of them loved working on Doctor Who, and at the time, BBC weren't throwing the money, and it really does tell. This is shocking. Doctor Who. But let's get into the second one. Is everybody ready for the second episode? If you are, please press 1, and we'll get this show, which isn't the greatest show in the galaxy, going.
At least it's only 4 parts, mate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
And it's back to its 24 minutes.
Oh, you're a Swansea City and Wales fan, so yeah, obviously with the Gareth Bale thing, yeah. Well, he is one of our greatest players. Right, let's do this. Alpha Omega, go ahead and do your countdown, pal.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear tonight.
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear. Your avatar is there. I know when you're going to start playing up when your audio avatar goes away, but you're fine. So do the countdown.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play.
Pew.
Wow, wow, wow.
Diggity-dig.
It does sound like a cat being strangled.
Wow, wow, wow,
It really does
Yeah,
sound
it's
like, and
really
I've got a cat,
shrill, isn't it?
so I know what that sort of high pitched cat noise is.
Wow, 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 wow. Hit that like button, says Bale 11. I agree. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because we do Classic Who, we do New Who. We'll see after tonight if I feel like doing more Classic Who. How we do. Well, obviously, I might have to get you guys to choose the story, because still nothing from Super John. But in saying that, he is in Scotland, and where he is in Scotland, they always have a problem with their internet. So it's not the first time that we've had internet issues, but it is the first time that he's never even turned up. So there must be something really. I hope he's all right. That's what I'm more concerned about, because it's not like him not to at least drop me a message to say, listen, I couldn't make it or whatever. So I hope he's okay. So John, if you're out there, Just let us know that you're okay, you know.
I believe you gave me Tom Baker this time.
I did, and I gave Charlotte Pertwee,
Pertwee.
wasn't it? Pertwee, yeah. So hold on, Alpha, yeah. So I have the list here. So Real Super Doctor was Hartnell. Problem Being was Troughton. Charlotte was Pertwee. Alpha is Baker, and
Are we going to do a hat thing, were we? Then for the ones we couldn't, from my memory.
say that again.
Were we going to like put some stuff in a hat and pick out of it for the others?
Well, I got to choose Peter Davison, and then after that, we were going to put but we don't have to do that yet. So I have Peter. But Baker goes to Alpha. Charlotte has Pertwee. Lee does have actually Troughton, so he was right there. And Real Super Doctor did have Hartnell, but Real Super Doctor is not here. So we may get you guys in the chat to decide. Or I might just choose myself, actually. I think that'll be better.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
If I just choose myself. At least that way I'll know I have the story. If I
You
choose.
get one that you like.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing for you to do. Pick one you know you're going to really enjoy.
But in saying that, we'll give John, because John could get in touch with me during the week, or he could get in touch with me tonight. So we will. I'll let you know tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's the fairest way of doing it. That'll give him time to get back in touch with me to see what the story is, and then I'll ask him what story he has chose, and then I'll let you know tomorrow. And if I haven't heard from him tomorrow, then I'll choose the story myself. I think that's the best way to do it. And at least that way, then if I pick a story and it turns out not to be good, I can only blame myself.
well, you still find a way to blame Lee.
Yeah, I'll just blame Lee on everything. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you know, why not?
Yeah. Well, we have to blame someone, and you know, I suppose you're the one that we can point the finger at.
Oh, she looks so young, doesn't she, in this Sophie?
I like how she's trying to help him out until the creepy clown shows up and
Dr. Pooh. Hashtag blame Lee. Yeah, let's blame Lee for this story. Even Super John stayed away. It's that bad.
Gets better.
It does not.
It gets better.
Maybe to you because your taste is out there.
When this was broadcast, I was finally relieved because I'd hated pretty much most of his run. And
because you're, let's be honest, you're a bit of a queen, right? And this story kind of plays to your
right about you.
All right. Let's be honest. This is over. This episode's over. This story is over the top, yeah? You're over the top. You're flamboyant.
I am understated and demure.
Yes, yeah. Get away. Even the pictures and all you put up of yourself, you know, there's a bit of, you know, flamboyancy about the get away. You know what you're like.
I reject that completely. I am
There's the baby Bowie wannabe, what?
Modest.
Lee, how much hours of streams have we now got evidence against that?
you can say I resemble that remark.
I've just heard something concerning Serious toward then.
It's
Bonnie
happening.
Langford's gone. What's the problem? There you go. See,
Well, she was bad, but I mean,
but she's great in Big Finish. I'll give her that.
yeah, everybody has said that she's done great in Big Finish, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the 80s is just a bit of a, there's some good parts to it, but the late 80s is just a total write off, in my opinion. There's out of all of Sylvester McCoy's era, how many stories actually hold up? In fairness, there's a handful, so that's not. It's not great. It's not great. It's less than a handful, actually. It's just they just didn't care. BBC. They wanted to kill it dead. And it's unfair on Sylvester McCoy because I do like his manipulating Doctor a little bit.
Yeah, but that's I've never understood that with this whole thing of the BBC didn't want it anymore. Then why let it sort of limp and not just kill it? I've never understood that.
Actually, Cartmel made a very interesting point about Peter Davison's Doctor, and he believes that the rot started there. The reason why he believes that the rot started there was because you had Tom Baker that looked every bit alien. He had that, and with Peter Davison, it was like JNT kind of wanted someone that was a bit more down to earth, a more kind of human Doctor. And I think the fact that you went from Tom Baker, who was this, eccentric, in your face guy, to go to someone like Peter Davison, he believed that that's when the rot actually set in, was from the Peter Davison.
Well, I think it started really going downhill with Tom Baker's last season.
Yeah. Tom was alien looking. He was a mad looking creature. Then you look at Peter Davison, let's be honest, he looks very human. He looks the goody two shoes.
He's a pretty boy.
Cricket clothes. You should, I'm telling you, if you haven't seen this interview, you have to go and watch this Andrew Cartmel interview, because he also tells you a few things, the way Chris Chibnall does things, and he made some interesting comments about him. Actually, I will be doing a video on that interview because there was some really fascinating things said. Cartmel has said out straight he can't understand how Chris Chibnall became showrunner, basically. He's good at writing cop shows, but he's terrible at sci-fi, like what we've been saying. This interview is worth watching. He has a few little digs. Him and Chibnall obviously don't get on.
Well, because Chibnall's basically... Yeah, because if you think about it, Chibnall's done a poor version of what he was trying with Sylvester.
Yeah, but their relationship broke down Jordan Torchwood, because Andrew Cartmel was very interested in writing for Torchwood, and he got in contact with with RTD, and RTD was keen, but who was controlling the scripts?
Right.
Yeah. And so meetings were set up and meetings were put off. He explains all of this. All I'm just going to say about this is, listening to this interview with the 3 years that he was on Doctor Who. Now, he was asked, has he done that or watched? He's hardly watched that. And the way he looks at it is, when he worked on the show, that was his time on Doctor Who, and he hasn't really looked back or forward. He's seen a couple of episodes here and there. He watched a bit when RTD brought it back, and he thought it was brilliant how he brought it back and all of this. And but you can hear that Chibnall's not his favourite. It's the way Chibnall treated him. And apparently Chibnall doesn't treat people great. But we'll leave it at that, because
doesn't surprise me.
Alpha says nobody is watching. Nobody is watching what? Yeah, how many people actually? Yeah, normally we do a ratings thing. Can anybody see what the ratings were for this when it dropped?
Disaster put something before, but I don't know if it was to do with this episode. I did see him say something about figures.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's right. But you see, the thing about it is, he's still very interested. Still to this day, he said he'd go back and
Oh, I
write.
don't. Yeah, I know he's also said he's made noises. He'd happily do Big Finish.
Yeah, but they won't bring him in because he wants to write stories that are that are just stories. He doesn't know agenda. He just wants to write good stories. But right now, that's not what BBC want. They want their writers to have an agenda within their writing, and that's the wrong way to do it. But
Yeah,
listen, I don't want to go on to keep on about this because we are watching Greatest Show, and I brought it up, so it is my fault. But what I will say is if you haven't watched that interview, it's on Talk the Doctor. Check it out, Talk the Doctor TV. I've actually linked it in, I think, last night's stream. I think I put a few links, Lee's link, Eddie's link, I think Daniel's link as well, and a Radio Times poll for the Torchwood nonsense that they're all going on about and still harping on about. A few mouths on Twitter is not all the fandom anyway. But I'll leave it at that. Go and check out the interview. It's worth checking out because then you'll know what I'm talking about when I do my video next week. So that's it. Done now. Let's have a look where we are in this stupid story. Oh, we're 12 minutes. Oh, he's got the bowling pins in his hand. Jesus Christ, look. No, don't do it, Sylvester. No. Look at this fucking idiot. Like, they're in a quarry.
and he's got like a proper push, like old-fashioned bike as well.
Like, seriously, they've put a fucking tent in a quarry. Like, and they, here's a different planet. Well, there's President Obama. Didn't know he was in
I
this
also need to ask, oh, my camera really doesn't like me tonight. Do we know this guy who's the ringmaster, is that an American accent put on?
I don't know.
Because it's very American, isn't it?
Well, to be honest, they had a habit of bringing English people on to do American accents. It was one of their things, but I don't know. I think in the 80s they did start bringing in American actors.
Because it was Delta, wasn't it? I said, God, that's a bad American accent, and somebody corrected me saying, no, they're actually Americans.
Yeah, I can't remember if he's actually American or he's just doing an accent.
He's probably doing an accent, man.
Well, like I said,
if it's a bad American accent, then it's someone putting on an American accent.
Yeah, but like I was just saying, remember in Delta that the two older blokes, and I was like, God, those are bad American accents. Like that's what I was basically saying.
Yeah.
And
he was actually American.
They're actually American. They're quite well-known actors. I was like, oh, okay. I thought they were putting it on.
There's the clowns running after it.
All right, so Disaster just said this was Sylvester's highest-rated story. Episode 4 got 6.6 million.
Right. Well, they must have been on drugs at that stage.
Oh, come on.
There's nobody. Yeah, there must have been nothing on TV at the time.
Well, he said it was up against Corey.
All right. Well, that says something. All right. Well, maybe nobody had taste back in the 80s. Hence why you got me on the panel.
Oh, God love her with that hair. She must have.
Yeah.
Oh.
Punk rock girl.
I want to be honest. I thought she was like porcupine. That was my first feel. So, that's probably how she's like. But it's like, oh no, she's one of those. It's revealed later on.
So this episode had ratings of 5,030,000.
Yeah.
So 5.3.
Yeah.
So that's this episode.
Right. So by the time we got to the last episode, obviously word of mouth because 6.6 million watched the last episode. They must have all got together in community centres and, you know, lit up the old spliffs and
Part one got
dropped a
5
couple of
million.
tablets to watch the last part because
5 million for the first episode. Parts 3 got 4.8.
So that's the lowest rated, and then the last episode gets.
But it's still more than the Timeless Children.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because that was rubbish as well. Absolute rubbish.
Oh, this guy's about to
History is repeating itself, except this time, someone actually did say it's worse. I think it is.
You got to admit though, the Doctor doesn't look very good in this episode because how easily he is tricked, and he even comments on it. It's like, yeah, you were pretty much just led into a cage, and you just didn't really do a lot. So you find it down, Doctor.
Yeah, it's next season when he becomes all-knowing.
Yeah, it's actually that's the point. Like, if you try and put this version of Soy 7 against his later stuff, it is a bit of a difference, isn't it?
Part 4, the final part of this, got 6.6 million.
Whoa.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen the casting call for this person. Can we just have a really geeky looking boy?
I mean, he represents the fandom, doesn't he? Like,
yeah, it does feel a bit like meta, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all. He represents the Doctor Who fan, you know, the Stan.
Yeah. It's sort of.
This character's name's the Whiz Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gave me vibes of when Moffat now and again when he was showing them would blatantly have characters that's like, oh, that's supposed to be us, isn't it, Moffat?
Hmm.
Greatest rapper ever.
I've heard worse. I'll give you that. and the kid in this, I was just like, oh, I'm getting Veruca Salt flashbacks.
And that's that gate door, that's the thing that hit the head clown on the head that nearly knocked him out.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Could have killed him because it was weighed a ton.
This reminds me of watching Series 11.
Right, you got 2 more parts. Power through. And like I said, you can leave the 80s for quite a bit.
Let me entertain you.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very. I don't know if he was trying to be a bit Tim Curry like with the voice. It's like very like exaggerated and almost like he smoked too many a day.
Got a bit of a Bet Lynch. You know.
Oh, they're trying to cancel Eminem. That's going to go great, there is. You know what that means, don't you? He's got to come after every single one of them and cancel them because that's how good he is. Idiots. Going after Eminem. I heard as well, I'll be talking about all this on the Irish Geek, but I heard also they've pulled an episode of the IT crowd because apparently it's transphobic. Channel 4 used to be a great channel, but they've become just as bad as BBC.
Oh, God, worse, probably.
It's a shame because Channel 4 was always the alternative channel that people tuned into when BBC and ITV were messing up. We could all go to Channel 4. They did some great shows. But
it was always pushing the envelope. It was always, putting on stuff that was too edgy for everyone else.
Exactly. And now They just seem to be doing what everybody else is doing.
Yeah,
And it's sad.
conformity. Yeah.
Sudoku,
The
I
only reason
appreciate
why they're going
the-
after the IT crowd, though, is because your man George or Graham Linehan, because he was, I think he had something to do with it as well, the guy that created Father Ted.
Yeah, he wrote it.
And, you know, he recently apparently set up an account, a fake account, and was going into trans sites and actually doing despicable stuff. Listen, I don't care what side of the argument you're on. You don't set up fake accounts and start doing shit like that. You
Well, I
know?
don't know if that's true. I mean,
Well, that's what they're
let's not take that on
reporting.
face value.
Yeah, I know, I'm not taking it, but if he is doing something like that, it is disgraceful. But you don't cancel his work because he's acting like a twat right now. His work stands the test of time. It's funny. IT crowd is funny. Father Ted is funny. If it offends you, don't watch it. Simple as that. We got Baba Bombshell in the chat.
Hi, Babette.
Hello, Babette.
Nice to see ya. JNT was better art director and marketer than showrunner. He was
Yeah.
very focused on making all the costumes markable, uniforms for merchandising, scripts, stories, and acting were afterthoughts to JNT. Yeah, it's not all his fault though. I mean, look, you know, he gets a lot of stick. There was other people there that obviously didn't help the situation either. But yeah, right, he was better at marketing. You know, look at Tim Davie. He was better off in BBC Studios because when he was there, Doctor Who was at its height. Now he's inside the BBC and he's trying, well, he's saying he's trying to change the organisation, but I haven't seen anything from him that actually gives me any hope. I think he's a bit of a dud, to be honest with you. It'll be status quo. You can see that he's come out with a few statements as well. He has defended the BBC when they have been criticised and not representing certain groups. He said, actually, we have, and we're actually, in some cases, overrepresenting, which was nice to see, but he's still not doing enough, in my opinion, within the BBC. I know he's only there less than a year, but in my opinion, BBC are at a state now where he really needs to get his ass into gear and start firing people. I mean, Gary Lineker, I love him as the host of Match of the Day, but he's on Twitter acting like a twat. He's already been told to keep his political opinions to himself, and he still continues to do it. That's in the direct confrontation with what Tim Davie has emailed his staff. He's told them to keep their political opinions to themselves, basically. They're not to be talking that nonsense anymore. And there's still people doing it. So does he have real power? I don't know. I think he's a dud. People thought he was going to do something, and I don't think he will. I think it's going to be status quo for BBC. Already you've got the diversity manager coming out and saying, oh, we're not diverse enough, even though they've reached their targets. And in some cases, they've actually went over the representation, but they're still saying that they're short. They're not short. They're just trying to be super inclusive, and you know what? They're going about it the wrong way, and it's gonna damage the bit. Well, it already has, but it's gonna do lasting damage. BBC is never gonna recover from this ever, and other TV networks should take heed. UTV or ITV should stop that rubbish. Channel 4 should stop before it's too late. I mean, Channel 4 brought out shows like Misfits. What you call it? You had that other one. What was it? Feckin' that went over to America then. Shameless, right? They did shows like that. Shameless, Skins, all ahead of their time, right? All diverse, but great stories, great characters. And now look at it. It's gone the same way as everybody else. It's ridiculous. Is this feckin' second? It's over already, is it? Great. Nobody told me. Nobody told me.
You were sort of monologuing, mate.
Right. Well, we're on episode 3, so if everybody's ready, press 1 anyway. Let's get this done and over with. So yeah, just
Ready
press
to go.
1. So right, and all yous are good to go on the panel. Just let's see if everybody BBC can't go any lower. Oh, yes, they can.
Yeah, they'll find a
I
way.
want to bet.
They'll find a way. Trust me, Stuart. They'll find a way. Roy Alpha, go for it there. Give your countdown, mate.
All right, everybody. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the play button.
Yeah. Super title sequence. That is awful when you look at it now, though, isn't it? You think they'd jazz it up? Have they tried jazzing up for the Blu-rays or that, and have they tried to
They
fix it
must
or
do
that?
something,
No,
surely.
they should try jazz it up, shouldn't they? Someone should actually, because a lot of fans do these title sequences again. Some fans should, there probably is one out there, should check, see if there's an updated version of this title sequence. I say the fans would come up with some great ones now.
Yeah, YouTube's filled with alternative
Yeah.
versions. You know.
Even some have you guys seen the Colin Baker regeneration that somebody's done, like a proper regeneration?
Yes.
That's really good.
Something besides Sylvester in a wig? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah, they've legitimately managed
They've
to
got
make
Colin
it look
Baker
like...
on one of those exercise bikes or something, isn't it? And he falls off or something.
Carrot juice. So the reference to Ragnarok in this is supposed to be like the same in the Norse mythology, like Thor.
I would think so.
Ragnarok.
Here's the thing, that's now been referenced so many times, but I don't even know what it is proper. Like, just in pop culture at this point. I'm like, that's the bad time, right? In Norse mythology, where everything goes wrong. Oh, he is. I tell you what, the actor. I do think the actor for the Colonel, or whatever, is he Captain? Forget what his actual rank is.
Yeah.
The old guy in that outfit. I think, to be fair, he's a good actor in this, and you do fully hate the character because he's very slimy, and that's the whole point, isn't it? Really.
Show Cheryl this scene.
Oh, look at CP3O's brother.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You would have thought I would have gotten the whole werewolf thing at this point. But I was like, oh, I didn't literally get it until the cliffhanger. And I was like, God, that was obvious, Charlotte. Because I thought she was some sort of porcupine mutant.
Where porcupine?
Yeah, I was like, because of how spiky the hair is. And then after I was like, come on, you should have got that one.
The all-seeing eye.
Nice bit of copper.
Some great CGI there.
Oh yeah.
Feckin' clowns.
See, those sort of clowns I've never been freaked out by, but when those weirdos were doing the clown things, was it?
Yeah.
That did freak me out when I saw some of the vids of them like hanging out on people's porches. I was like, "Yep, that is creepy."
Yeah.
There's still some people doing that to this day.
I don't understand it. I really don't. But I did watch though. Oh, it was such a funny thing on YouTube. It was like a practical joke, but it was So, they must have gotten permission, the person who did it, because they used like an elevator, but they had and you might not like it because you might think it's cruel, but I don't think it was. They got like a dog, and they put like it wasn't a heavy thing on it, so it looked like a spider,
Oh yeah.
and then they had like a dummy, and like the spider webs, and people were walking down like this thing, and the dog, being a dog, just ran out. And people just ran like their backsides were on fire. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Great.
So we got a comment from Babbitt there. Stories like Greatest Show and Delta and the Bannerman were done on location with the cheapest of budgets, so JNT and his partner Michael could save the bulk of the location budgets to go on vacations. I doubt that. No, I doubt that's the case.
I don't think even they would have gotten away with that. They probably
There's no
was
way
some,
they would have got away with that.
yeah, there was probably some of, oh, if we can get away with this location, it would be a nice place to visit, like in the same thing, but they sort of do that. They've done that in modern new, haven't they?
Yeah, I just don't think the money was there. I don't know, so I can't really make a comment on that situation. All I do know is that JNT is not a very popular people with some fans, and I've read some of the stuff, but that's a new one on me. I've never heard that one, but I doubt he'd be able to get away with that, to be quite honest with you. But thanks for the point, because I've never heard of that before, so.
Yeah. No, that was great. Babette says the Two Dots was originally to be set in New Orleans because he wanted to go Mardi Gras.
Yeah, I heard that.
I can believe that.
I'm trying to picture that story though in New Orleans. So I can't picture it in New Orleans though. I mean, I don't think Spain was a massive part of it anyway, but like the food angle, could you do that with New Orleans?
Oh yeah.
Right, as I say, you guys are no better than me.
Some gumbo.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Stupid question, stupid thing for me to say.
There's a lot of coming out with stories about JNT, about his drinking and his partying the last day before flight and stuff. Look, again, we have to be very careful here though, because yeah, people might have said that, but we don't know if these people had an agenda against JNT, you know? So we don't really know what kind of happened behind the scenes. We're only hearing off people that are alive today. We don't know from JNT's side what actually went on. So, you know,
there seems to be, not from you guys, obviously you guys are reporting on what you have heard from other people, but there seems to be a lot of mud being slung. The guy is not here to defend himself. We don't know what went on during his run, but what we do know is it was a mess. But what were the reasons behind it? It can't be all down to him, you know. BBC weren't throwing money at this either. So the stories that we're hearing are from people that are alive. We're not hearing nothing from the JNT camp because obviously he's not around to defend himself. So, and maybe there was a lot of people out there that didn't like the man because from what I've heard, there's a lot of people that didn't like him. So they're obviously going to have a skewed opinion on this man. And some of them could be making up stories. You never know. So I'm not saying that none of this is true. I just thought we're just hearing from other people, you know, and I think that is a bit unfair in his reputation because, you know, the things that I have heard is he did care about the show. You know, yes, he might have made decisions that didn't necessarily work, but the guy cared about the show. I think he gets a lot of
I was
criticism.
going to say, but Bet's just commented. Just have a look at what she said in the chat.
Oh, Babbitt met him.
Yeah, I met him as well because he visited my school.
And what was he like as a person?
Yeah, it was really nice. Very enthusiastic. You know, we were lucky because my history teacher ran our Doctor Who club. Was quite big in the Doctor Who scene at the time, so he had all these connections. And one of them was JNT, and that's how we got to go backstage at Ghostlight during the dress rehearsal. And you know, he came to the school, as I said before. We had Michael Wisher come, and many you know, cast and crew and writers. Terence Dix came, and Nicholas Courtney. You know, sport rotten.
From what I saw, he definitely cared about the show. He had his way of doing things. Yeah. And towards the end, he wanted to get out, and they wouldn't let him, basically.
Well, I think it was more a case of if he left, there was no one left to take over to, you know.
Well,
he didn't trust the BBC to, you know, to deal with Doctor Who without him because they were saying, you know, if you go, that's the end of the show.
And
so
he
stayed on.
So he was basically kind of forced to stay in that way. And Babbitt says he wasn't a happy showrunner. Well, I mean, look, if you're being kind of told, well, listen, if you go, Doctor Who's going off the air, it's a bit like what I think Chris Chibnall's doing right now. I honestly believe maybe after Moffat BBC we're really seriously considering putting the show on a short hiatus.
No, I think the difference here is that I think the difference here is
Moffat convinced.
No, I think the
drunk and convinced Chibnall to take over.
The difference here is that the BBC thinks this is the best it's ever been. You know, unlike back then when they thought it was the worst thing ever. You know, I mean, it you know, they said it's the best it's ever been editorially, which is, you know, bollocks. But you know, it's a different. It's funny, it's failing, but the BBC are 100% backing it.
Of course they are.
Like last time, where, you know, they hated it when it was failing.
Well, Alpha Omega gave us a super chat as well, a $10 super chat. He says, "Are we all enjoying one of the best Doctor Who stories ever?" Of course. I'm loving it, Alpha. You're gonna put your super chat back up again. I'm loving it, man. This is the best thing that I've watched since The Timeless Children.
Since Time Lash.
Even that was tolerable.
I'd say we have also watched Delta, and that was an experience. I think Delta looks cheaper than this. Delta was blatantly obvious. They just gone to like a.
I know there's a few in the chat that don't like it, but no, I know a lot of fans do like this story. I just don't.
Yeah, rap
on the panel. Sometimes, like there's some John. There's some Bill Hartnell stories that I don't like. There's some Troughton stories I don't like. You know, every Doctor there's a story that I don't like.
good baseline.
Except for when it comes to Jodie Whittaker, I hate every single one of them stories. Not one is good. That's the difference.
I was gonna say is because you were saying with the new Who stuff, some stuff has improved. Has any classic improved for you going back? Have you not had that
Like
similar effect?
rewatching it? Yeah, I have to say, I don't know what it was, but shortly after the Timeless Children, I kind of got a bit depressed. I tried to watch Classic Who and I couldn't. But then a few months later, I tried again. Now, maybe it was because of the Timeless Children, but every classic story that I was watching, I actually started off with Bill Hartnell on that site that I've given you there and looked all the way through, even watched the reconstructions. And I don't know what it was, but I felt myself enjoying it a lot more. I think it is because this era is so bad, though. Maybe it is making the classic era look even better than what it is. It is a good era. Don't get me wrong, Classic Who is the definitive Who. But what I'm saying is, even then, it was more elevated for me. So, yeah, I'm enjoying a lot more of the classic stories, a lot more than I was back in the day, yes. But there are just stories like this that I still can't get my head around. This isn't the Doctor Who story. I'm sorry, it's not. This shouldn't even be in the Doctor Who universe. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, because was then Cartmel brought him by this series, but he hadn't had a lot of time to do anything
He was
yet.
script editor. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sure I've heard other people when they've talked about it said even his first series he was still sort of learning a bit and trying to get his footing in. It wasn't till that last series of Sylvester that you properly saw what Cartmel was trying to do.
I think for me, I mean, you know, as I said before, you know, I started off with Tom Baker and Peter Davison, and you know that for me was Doctor Who. And then when this came along, when Sylvester's era came along, it didn't feel like Doctor Who at all to me, you know. And it does stand out very differently from the other series.
I will say this: Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy, out of all the Doctors, and I'll put Paul McGann in there. Obviously, he did the movie. I think out those three Doctors, I think every single one of them deserved another crack at the whip at the time. I honestly do believe that Colin Baker should have been given another chance to shine. I believe the same with Sylvester McCoy. And we all know how I feel about Paul McGann. Sure, bleed. Most of the fandom wants Paul McGann to do a mini-series. So, you know, they were treated. We've got to remember as well, their eras might be criticised and stuff. But those lads, the way they were treated as well, was absolutely disgraceful. I mean, imagine not being told that you're being replaced.
I would like to have seen
come back for a regeneration. Say, why would you come back?
Yeah.
Why would you come back? Feck off! I wouldn't. Feck off. I was the Doctor, and now you taking it away from me. Oh.
I would like to have seen Sylvester McCoy a bit longer in the TV movie, like to see him with a budget behind him, just like have a scene before he got, you know, mowed down or whatever, you know, just to see what he would have looked like, you know, in a bigger budget show, you know, that would have been great.
I was my camera's just really dodgy tonight. How did you feel then seeing him in that trailer for the DVD? Because obviously that's not a big budget thing, but it's a recent like cameras and it's modern stuff doing Sylvester again for that little mini trailer. How did you feel seeing him back in that?
Yeah, that was fun.
The only thing is, I feel a bit bad saying this. He just looked very old to me a little bit, and I know a lot of that is just his age naturally, but maybe it's because his costume's all white. It's very light, isn't it? So it just made him look a bit older to me. Because she's not aged, is she, Bonnie? She looks so good, Bonnie, for her age.
ring. I can't even roll my R's on them. I used to be able to roll my R's. Now I can't. That's really strange.
So the world's
It's a
worst
skill.
pandemic outbreak is in Brazil at the moment. I'm not surprised, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, Sudake. Seen your comment. She did look very good in the trailer.
The medical system over there is absolutely disgraceful. My brother lived over there for a couple of years with his wife, because she's Brazilian. Yeah, that's sad that Brazil is being hit that bad.
Probably is that half of that's because of the way their leader was, wasn't it?
Bonnie Langford actually made me watch EastEnders again, you know, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
She was really good in that. You know, she matured into a good actor.
Do you think so?
Yeah. And she's great in The Big Finish as well. Like, she finally got to play Mel as she wanted to play it.
I think they're all people that you see as like very kid actors. When as they get older, you just see a massive change, don't you?
Mm.
She was like, wasn't she like 8 or ridiculously young? She was one of those type of kid actors that have been doing it for God knows how long at this point.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna turn my camera off for a little
Are
bit
you
to
ready
see
for the
that.
transformation scene?
Yeah. I'm watching on mute, so I don't have to get the full experience.
Ooh.
Why go so close? I'm surprised they got away with that.
Oh, the doctor's face. He doesn't look.
His face.
It's
Looks
priceless.
like he's
It's like,
eating
what the
about
F am I doing here? Well, he's in a new movie that seems to be getting a lot of praise. We read some earlier reviews and said the first half of the movie was great, but then it gets bogged down. But then been reading a lot of other reviews that have been saying that this movie is fantastic. He's in the new movie, Sylvester McCoy.
Well, good on him.
Right.
Well, another great cliffhanger there.
Yeah.
Is that so?
Well, I think the final episode does good.
Right, so this is the episode that Lee says that elevates this
It
story.
comes together. And this was
So if everybody is ready in the chat, please press 1 and we'll get to this straight away because I know Lee has to head off as soon as we finish. So if you could press 1, so he'll be only 5 or 10 minutes late. Who are you streaming with?
Mr. Brown.
Who's Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown. He's been on Dan's channel a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, we've got a few ones there. Alva, do the honors, mate.
Okay.
Yep.
Everybody ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play.
Whatever that is in Spanish.
I'm bilingual.
Mr. Brown, he said. Not Mr. Ben, Mr. Brown.
No, that's a children's book, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was also a cartoon for a while.
Yeah, it probably was actually. 'Cause
So
isn't that the
Dr.
one where he
Seuss.
changes? Yeah, where he changes costume. Yeah, I think it was a cartoon.
Doctor Who.
Jang.
Part 4.
The Fake Moon.
She's got a nice outfit, though.
Yeah, so it was a cartoon. Yeah, I think I remember watching it. One of those vivid memories I had as a kid.
No kids shows do that to you. You can like certain stuff I can remember really good, and my memory for me being younger, if it's like my own life stuff, is terrible. But I can remember kids shows.
Seriously, man, this is top of the range right here.
Sylvester's face is hilarious.
Nines all around.
I'm surprised they're not in a food coma. How much food do you think that family have eaten at this point?
Lots of popcorn.
Lots of popcorn. They had like magnums on one.
Fix the conductor.
Yeah, I love this robot. That's kind of what the robots from that Kablam thing reminded me.
I was about to say, it just gave me vibes of that.
She needs her nails done.
See, now she probably looks like a Goosebumps creature.
Yeah.
Whee!
Hey.
Yeah, this is Sylvester. This is Sylvester's daughter doing that sort of physical movement, isn't it?
Just kill him.
I was gonna say, just eat him, please. He's love. Just eat him.
This is really intense shit.
Behind you.
It's like, it's behind you.
Vision.
Tickets, please.
Okay, Sophie, what are you doing with your body, love?
Oh, look, Chibnall robbed the robots out of fucking the Amazon episode.
Yeah, Lee said that like 5-10 minutes ago.
Yes. Keep up, man.
Can't come up with an original concept himself. Almost as dire as Orphan 55. No, Orphan 55 was a stain on this show's history.
God, that's awful. Awful.
It's up there as one of the worst.
It's the one that stopped me watching. Oh, look, we're not Olive. It does very much look like a boring Blackpool show right now.
Oh, we lost Alpha.
Now you'll come back.
I was going to say he's been working.
Yeah, it's been working very well. There he is. See, that's not a good sign now. Alpha, have we got you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. No avatar though, so I'm a bit worried.
I was I was having some buffering.
Ted. Ted is crying.
Oh, what's the matter?
He's looking for attention off his mammy while she's trying to read a book. So I had to distract him there.
Okay, I looked away for a second. What's going on right now?
He's breaking into the Ragnarok universe.
Okay. Oh, now we're on the Crystal Maze set.
And now he has to entertain them.
Ragnarok.
Right, actually, we got as it's got to do with the Classic Who, and this is Classic Who. A post just went up on Doctor Who Classic Infinity, and it says, with great sadness that we announce the passing of David Bailey, with an acting career that spanned 6 decades. David appeared in such classics as Blake Seven and Pirates of the Caribbean. To Doctor Who fans, he will always be Dask, aka Taran Capel, from the 1970s classic Robots of Death. Role he later returned to in Caldor CECD series from Magic Bullet Productions. So someone from the classic era there has passed away. Rest in peace to David Bailey, if I'm saying that right, who's passed away. So yeah, that's a bummer.
Rest in peace. That's us talking to Chibnall. If you don't entertain us, you'll die.
Yeah.
Well, it's basically the Roman Emperor thing, isn't it? They've nicked the idea of entertain us, and if you don't, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't entertain us, you're going to die. And even when you entertain us, you can still die. Like, that's just stupid.
Oh, that looks like something from Blue Peter. Got the feeling when they were writing this, they just said, right, Sylvester, what party tricks can you do?
Yeah, exactly.
It's from his
Yeah,
old
it's like,
stage show.
yeah, it does, doesn't it? It looks utterly like they've just gone, Sylvester, we know you can do sort of magic, right? Can
He's
you
gonna
do
break out
that
the
for even
spoons.
work? Yeah.
Seriously, man, if I see another thing about Meghan Markle, I would.
Yeah, like she can cancel the Queen, for God's sake. Like, get over yourselves.
It's not that, right? We know that the royal family have skeletons in their closet, right? The thing is, the reason why she decided to leave the royal family was because she wanted to become private and she wanted to like keep out of the media spotlight. And ever since she's left the royal family, all she's done is got in front of a camera, slagged off the royal family, slagged off the British media, and slagged off whatever. Yes, there are some people out there that are going after her, and it is actually quite sickening, the stuff that they're saying. But overall, this is all her doing, right? She was a social climber. She married a prince, right? At the end of the day, if you marry into a family like that, there are rules, there are protocols in place. She shouldn't have married Harry if she didn't want this and she wanted to be a private citizen. Well, go off, be a private citizen, and you won't be a duchess anymore. Because that's all you wanted, really, was to be a duchess, to have that stature, because you're a social climber. Now you're crying out and you're saying, oh, the media's pulling me. And now you got some stupid fucking celebrity, that Chrissy one, that lost her baby, now comparing that situation to what's happening Meghan now. Oh, the media won't be happy until she miscarries a baby, right? She's a fucking idiot. The reason why she's miscarrying the baby is because she's going around doing all the things that she said she wasn't going to do. If she wants to stay a private citizen, keep your mouth fucking shut. Simple as that. The media wouldn't be coming after you. All right? So go off into your little hole in LA or wherever you are. Stay there with Harry and both can rot in hell. I can't believe I'm saying that and picking up for the royal family. But there you go. right? You've been poking the royal family with a stick for the last couple of weeks. Yes, rightly you're being criticised. Rightly you're being criticised. You were brought into the firm, and now because you didn't like the way the firm was, you decided to head you away from that. And now because of that, now you're out and you're melting your mouth off, right? So whatever happens, happens. It's your own fault. Your own fault. Stay out of the bleeding media spotlight and people wouldn't be picking on you. It's as simple as that. Right? She's a social climber. Piers Morgan was right, but even the way he's going after her is a bit bully tactics now. But he was right about one thing. All she is a social climber. Soon as she got with Prince Harry, she didn't want to know Piers Morgan because she got to that next level. Right? All she ever wanted to be, she's even said in interviews, she wanted to be a princess. I want to be a princess. Because that's the highest stature for her, right? Being a world megastar actress, right? Because she was a mediocre actress anyway. She knew she was never going to get to that level. So our next plan was to marry a prince, and that's what she did. And because she doesn't like the way it turned out, because there was rules in place, she's throwing her toys out of the pram, and now she's having a go at the royal family. And rightly so, they're defending themselves. Yes, they've got shady shit that they've done. They should be called out on. But I'm not going to sit back and let this social climber think that she can walk all over people that took her in the first fucking place. This is why the royal family should never get involved with Americans, right? As soon as they get involved with Americans, that's it. It fucks up the monarchy, right? And you got one, and she's going to be worse than Diana, by the way. 3 times worse than Diana. She's playing the victim here. The media genuinely went after Diana, sat outside her fucking house, right? Hounded that woman to death. This is completely different. The fact that she has the nerve to actually compare what happened Princess Diana to her is disgusting. It's disgusting. None of this has happened to her, right? And anything that's being negative towards her, she's brought it on herself by opening her mouth. She's part of the royal family. She married into that, right? She knew what she was marrying into. She didn't like it, well then fuck off. Simple as that. Sick of her, sick of bleeding Harry. The two of them are both bleeding dopes. They threw away everything that they had because they wanted to live private lives. But go and live private lives and stop fucking with us all with your interviews. Nobody wants to hear your interview how you're playing the victim, right? And then we got the Oprah interview coming up as well. That'll be made a big deal out of. Nobody cares. Right? Go into your little hole and fucking disappear. You're worse than the fucking Kardashians, for fuck's sake.
Super John's in the chat.
Meanwhile, back in Doctor Who.
Oh, Super John's in the chat?
Yeah, he's just said sorry, internet issues. So I don't know if you want to try and message him now.
The Google moderator team.
Oh, the Google moderator team's at the removing Cheryl's.
I put 2 things defending Megan.
Wow. Cheryl.
I'm going to repost them right now.
Google actually stopped Cheryl from putting. Right, Super John's in the chat, but I don't see him.
No.
I saw it. I did see it saying sorry, everybody, internet issues. So I can say maybe if you can try and Twitter him or do something.
Oh, there he is. Couldn't get on tonight due to internet issues. Super John, why we got you here? Because you've actually saved me now from picking the episode. You're obviously picking the Hartnell story. Mm-hmm. So have you. Would you like to come on? I can send you the link. Yeah, look, I'll send you the link. Even though we're nearly finished, come on for the last few minutes. You can tell us what story then you've picked. And obviously you've seen the story before, so you can give a quick rating as well. Yeah, I know what you're saying. We already spoke about this, but I don't care what Andrew's done, right? It's what she's doing right now. We know that Andrew is a vile piece of shit. Yeah? We know he's a vile piece of shit. Right? All I'm just saying is that this woman is playing a victim, right? And she is playing the victim, right? She's not getting half of the crap that Diana got, and you think the way she's going on, she's getting worse than what Diana got, right? And the papers are picking on her. They're picking on her because she's come out with some vegan shit. Her son say his first word was crocodile or something.
That was scary.
Right?
Gary's also wrong because he said crocodile's 3 syllables and it's 4 syllables. So first of all, no one his child's age is saying 4.
Hey, Super John.
Nobody's saying 4 syllables.
Yeah, cool.
It's not even nobles. He's full of crap.
He is. Yeah. Hey, Super John.
Hey, how you doing, Noel?
Hello.
Not too bad. Sorry about
Oh,
that. Just I've had my little rant there because she is annoying the hell out of me. It's always about her.
I had a few hours internet connection issues, so.
Well, I kind of knew that was the problem because I know we've already arranged to do the movie thing, so I knew that it had to be something. But I was hoping it was nothing serious because I actually did say I hope it's nothing because you normally would send me a message. So I was a bit worried. I thought something might have happened to you, but I'm glad you're here.
And it's apparently it's not just me that gets internet connections. It's the whole town gets internet connection issues.
Alpha's been having these issues as well. Now, not as bad as last week, but he popped out there a few minutes ago.
Oh.
So it does seem to be an issue with a lot of people. I'm even having issues. And Charlotte has actually had a few camera issues there as well, where it's froze a couple of times.
Yeah, it's been a bit
I
like
think it is StreamYard and YouTube. I just think because, they don't have the staff in. I mean, let's be honest, they've been running fairly okay. We've had issues here and there, but it's been relatively all right. But lately it's been...
I don't know. Worse. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Alpha, you're still here. But listen, okay. I'll put the link in the chat, though. Why don't you go out of the studio and go into the new link in the chat? Because sometimes when I do that, it works. Look, I'll put the link in again for you now, right? And then rejoin, because your avatar is not there. And when your avatar is not there, it means you will jump out. So there you go. I'm putting the link is in the chat again. So if you want to rejoin, I'll add you straight.
Here we go.
I'm walking away like the cool people do from explosions.
Look at the effects in this now. Look at this. And the doctor just help. Yeah, I'll just walk out as casually as while there's a bomb going off. Yeah.
Lost Alpha again.
Well, he's coming out, isn't he? And going to try the link again. Wasn't that what Noel just said?
Yeah, he'll be back. I'll put the link in. There he is. See, now he's got his avatar back. See? You back, Alpha?
I think so.
Yes, you are. We can hear you. See? So that's the way it works.
So what bit in the greatest show in the galaxy are you on?
We're on the very last episode now, and we've got 2 minutes of this disaster to go. 2 minutes. Yeah. But you've watched it so many times, I suppose, that you'll still be
I've watched it. I've watched it quite a lot of times.
Yeah, so you'll be able to give a rating anyway. And then you'll be able to tell everybody what you've picked for your Hartnell story for next Saturday. We'll see how it goes.
Finished.
I've got another minute to go or something. Finished. There you go. Yeah. The captain. There you go. Well, this is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting. Right. Let's get into it. We'll start off with Lee because I know it'll be downhill after him. Let's start with Lee. Lee, obviously you are a fan of this story.
I don't know if it's because I'm surrounded by haters, but yeah, it didn't. I didn't enjoy it as much as I did the last time I watched it. But I think the last episode was great. I love that bit where he just walks out and it slowed by him, and he said that he felt the heat.
Hold on, are you trying to say it was effective because you're trying to say all of us on the panel are haters and you couldn't enjoy it as much?
Maybe.
Or maybe it's just you've just realised how bad the story is.
Maybe. But I still enjoy it.
Go on anyway.
It's hard to believe.
I'm gonna give it a 6.5.
Right. Well, Sadako has given it a 7. Right. And Stuart has given
he hates this era.
Yeah, and Stuart has given it a 6.5. So you've given it a 7.
No, I gave it a 6.5.
Right, 6.5. Okay. So we got two 6.5s, and so far Sadeko has Disaster Area has also joined them. So they have the two highest scores. Let's see what the panel think.
0 from Matthew Pounder.
So yeah, I'll get to that now. So Charlotte, next, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm probably going to surprise you guys. I didn't hate this. There's other classic, both Colin and Sylvester, that I've hated more. I don't know. I think like I said, I think the zaniness and the works because it's Sylvester. I think if this was any other Doctor, I probably would hate it. And
Right.
so I'm trying to gauge. I think I'd give it about a 6.
Okay.
Because I do quite like Ace also, because she's very active in this. She's always doing something. She's not sort of left to one side.
Yeah, she's a very proactive companion.
Yeah, but yeah, it does. The whole tricks with that whole section with the Sylvester's doing party tricks. It just sort of you do just have that moment of what am I watching? If this is Doctor Who, okay. So yeah, give it a 6.
Okay, fair enough. Alpha Omega.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. This is fantastic. Just kidding. No, I'll give it a 6. Also a 6 out of 10. This is one of the best, but it's not totally horrible. So I'll come in with a 6 on this one.
Okay. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised by everybody on the panel. Maybe it's just me. I just don't like this story. Look, yeah, maybe it is just me. Real super Doctor. Obviously,
I really don't like this story. I mean, it's so camp and it's so cheesy, and the idea of a psychic circus and all that, and pulling in aliens from other planets. I mean, it's absolutely garbage from start to finish. I mean, it's one of Sylvester McCoy's worst.
Tell us what you really mean.
Yeah.
What I really mean by it's absolute garbage. I mean, it's just, I suppose it's just a light-hearted episode serial. I mean, it's just no Doctor Who for me. It's just no, it's just not good. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
Weak, terrible.
So what would you give it?
I would give it a 2 out of 10.
A 2 out of 10. Okay. Well, I'm going to be a little bit more generous and give it a 3. But I will have to. I do agree with Super. I don't think this is a Doctor Who story. I don't think this is a story in Doctor Who. I really don't. It doesn't feel like a Doctor Who story. It doesn't. I just don't like it. You've heard me tonight. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I never will like it. It'll be one of those that even if it was in the bargain basement, I still wouldn't buy it. I actually wouldn't buy this one. I had a few chances to actually go out and buy this as part of my DVD collection, and I won't buy it. I just won't have it as part of my collection. I hate them. Hate them. I hate most of McCoy's era because I was a little bit older and I could see what they were doing with Doctor Who. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. So even the fact that it's getting a 3, because normally if I was being really super critical, it'd get a minus score. But I'm trying to be a little bit more generous. I think Ace is the only highlight in this story, to be quite honest, which she was a very proactive companion anyway. But again, she doesn't, I mean, it's not mind-blowing entertainment, let's just say, and yeah, the story itself, I don't like. Clowns circus, no, keep that out of Doctor Who. I don't want it, unless it's creepy clowns stabbing people or proper Doctor Who within a proper Doctor Who story with that. Then no, I'm not interested. But for me, yeah, I'll give it a 3 because everybody's being generous, but in reality, it's a minus score. But I'll just be nice, because I won't have to watch crap again now for a few weeks. So I'm actually happy about that. So yeah, that'll be, yeah. Do you know what? I'm going to make sure that Lee never gets to pick a Sylvester McCoy or a Colin Baker story again. We're going to get him to pick the good doctors from now on. To save us from these fucking rubbish stories. Well, we had the two doctors.
You can trust me with
We
Tom
had
and John.
Time Lash last week. Now we've had this rubbish. Thanks be to God we're on William Hartnell next week. So with that said, Real Super Doctor, have you actually chosen your story for next week?
Well, I was actually thinking of the Web Planet, but I kind of decided that I wanted Unearthly Child again.
Did we
An
not do
Unearthly
that
Child.
already?
Well,
I
we
think
did
that-
the.
Yeah,
Did
we
we?
did. We did that for the anniversary. Do you remember?
Yeah, but that was the kind of first episode. We never did the full.
We did. We actually
Did we?
did as well. Yeah, we've
Oh.
actually done this before. We've done this, and I think we did the trade, and then we did an early child. We did Edge of Destruction. We done Dalek.
How
done
about the
those-
Dalek Invasion of Earth?
We've
Was that
done
too long?
We've done those movies, but we haven't. Have we done the William Hartnell story?
The
Dalek?
William Hartnell
Yeah, we
Dalek
have.
Invasion of
We
Earth.
have.
No, you did the movie, didn't you?
I
Did
think
we
we did
not
that
do?
very early on, actually. I think that was one of the
Yeah,
earliest.
we did that
Right.
yeah, but that's on the old ones. We haven't
You
done
need
it.
to keep a list of all the ones we've done.
Right.
No.
Gunfighters.
We did that one as well.
Did we? I don't remember that one.
We did do the Gunfighters. Yes, the one with the song going through.
Yeah.
We did do it. I know
Well,
what.
I'm not
What
going to
did you
choose
say?
the Web Planet because I mean that'd be another crappy Doctor Who episode we're going to sit through and watch. Yeah.
See, William Hartnell's going to be hard now because we're getting to the point of where
And
we
you
did
have
the
to
10th
have
planet
one
as well.
still exist.
We did the 10th planet as well.
Unless we sit through it, telly snaps.
We could do that because I have a site where
The
you can-
Crusade.
Did we do that?
Oh, have we?
I don't remember seeing the Crusades.
I don't know now. Hold on. I'll know by looking at it if we did.
Oh, it's yeah.
We did the Aztecs.
Yeah, we did Aztec.
Yeah, we
So,
did the Aztecs. I
I
know
think
that for a
the
fact.
Crusades was one that I was thinking about after that.
War Machines.
And we've
Yeah,
seen
we've
that
done the
one.
War Machines, I think.
Yeah.
The Lee's just said The Chase. Is that a Wood Hartnell episode?
We did that
Yeah,
one.
we
as
did the
well.
Chase. Yeah.
We did Chase.
The Time Meddler, Space Museum.
Space Museum we didn't do. Time Meddler I think we did do very early on.
Yeah.
Crusades, I don't think we've done that one yet.
I don't think we've done the Crusade. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. But listen, if people have forgotten that we've done some of these stories, it wouldn't.
Well, I mean, if they were a long time ago,
any
you know, we can always
harm
do
to
them
go
again.
over them again. But obviously, with the other doctors, we will
Have
know.
you done the Censorites?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, that's a very slow one.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Let's have a look.
Planet of Giants.
Yeah, we haven't done that one.
We haven't done that one. I know for a fact we haven't done that one. See,
Right.
the reason why I don't remember is because obviously the old streams we had different panels on at the beginning. What happened was is the idiots were taking screenshots, were taking they were making little videos out of the things that we were doing, and they were actually making a laugh of us. So I've actually what I've actually done is I've actually privated all of the old watch-alongs. I've kept all of these public, but all the old ones I've actually kept private. So listen, if we end up doing stories that we've already done, well, more than likely they're privated anyway. So we can start doing, stories that we've done before. But
Well,
if
there's
you
the
have-
Romans. The Romans, I
What?
don't think we've done. The Romans, we haven't done, I don't think.
No, we haven't. We haven't done the
Space
Roman.
Museum, Marco Polo.
I think we did do the Space Museum with Balstrick.
Keys of Marinus.
The Reign of Terror. We did the Keys of Marinus, I think, didn't we? I'm sure we did.
Sure. I'm not
That's
sure.
with all the different places. It's like I've done that one. Galaxy 4, Mission to the Unknown, The Myth Makers, The Massacre, The Ark. We did Celestial Toy Maker. That's not complete. Gunfighters, Savages.
What if we do a
Smugglers.
surviving Hartnell episode? You know, one or two that are surviving, and then put a review on that.
We could do that, but then we're not being able to do the whole story. There's still plenty of full stories out there. It doesn't matter if we picked one before. Listen, you just pick this story that you want to do. What is the story of Hartnell that you really want to do?
We've
already
the
done
Dalek invasion of
So
Earth.
we're not doing the 10th planet again because we only did that a few weeks back. So I know we definitely did that because the actor that was in that played Billy Shipton and recently died, and we did it on his anniversary. We did it on the next day as a celebration. So we've done the 10th planet already. I know that for a fact.
The Dalek invasion of Earth.
Okay.
Right. We'll do that. I think we have done that one before, but we'll do it again if that's what it is. So there you go. Next week's story is Dalek Invasion of Earth. Okay, William Hartnell. So, Charlotte, if you need to get that, it's actually on that site. If you scroll back up to the very start, it gives you the Hartnell era, right? And it'll be there. So, yeah, keep your hands on that site because that's a good site.
I'll save it tomorrow and get it in a box. So
because as you say, no ads pop up on your screen, no pop-ups. You know, it's none of this. It doesn't ruin your computer. So that's a good thing. So there you go. That's the story for next week. And I'll have to try get a trailer now together. I'll try. I've been trying to do trailers myself, as you have seen. I do the best I can. But we'll try get a trailer off of that. But there you go. So we got Partners in Crime tomorrow as well. And then next week, then Hartnell. And then we got Lee's choice then, isn't it? It's Lee then next week when he gets to tell us what his story is. And then we got Charlotte. And then we've got Alpha. And then we've got...
Have we done the invasion? I can't remember.
Have we done Invasion?
The invasion of Cybermen?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we've done many Cybermen stories, actually. We've done mostly all the Dalek stories. I know that. No, we haven't done many Cybermen stories. We've done Tomb of the Cybermen. I know that.
I don't remember doing the invasion, so...
No, I don't think we have for Troughton.
So I think I'll choose that one.
Right, well, keep it... Well, just in case you change your mind, just...
Yep, I'll think
keep
about
your
it.
options open for now. So, yeah. Right, so I've gotten everybody's rating, haven't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it. Lee has to head off because he's got a stream to do. So before you go, Lee, go and plug your channel.
Yeah, you can you can find my work, including my hit single of Heel versus Babyface, which on his channel, which he's uploaded it, is now currently at nearly 18,000 views. So it's done well. Wow. But you can find it on my channel as well, which is Audred Audiovisual, AUDRED, and Audiovisual, one word. And you can find me on Twitter at Being Problem. There you go.
Fantastic.
Oh, it's on Friday Night Tights as well. It went really well.
Yeah. Did they play the video on Friday night?
They did. Like 3:30 in the morning. I was dead. God.
So they eventually play. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Yeah. Oh, by the way, just to let you know, myself and Cheryl will be reviewing WandaVision. The second last. Yeah. I was about to say that. Cheryl likes to interrupt when I'm in stream mode. I'll continue what I said. We will do the second last episode review because we were supposed to review it last week. Come and join us because we're going to give... all I'll just say is this. I've already seen the outrage from some fans out there, and all I just have to say is, shut up, you little bitches. What do you want? Right? If you have a problem with WandaVision because it was blah 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 blah, well then you don't know what it's a female-led franchise, you idiots. Right? It's a woman, female-led. What do you want it to be? What do you want it to be? Oh, we all getting annoyed because the bad person in it happened to be a white man. Most of the wars that we've had in the world have been created by white men. It doesn't mean it's woke. I'm sick of this. People are using woke and using all these other terms wrong. Right? WandaVision was a female-led franchise to begin with. What were people expecting? Right? This is why I have a problem here. Right? You got people that were praising it originally, and now they're smashing on it because they hate Disney.
I tuned out of it from episode 3. Quite honestly, I just got quite bored. I mean,
Listen, that's fair enough.
It's an interesting concept,
Yeah,
but
listen,
I mean,
that's fair enough. You got bored, you walked away, but you haven't been sitting there bitching and moaning about it still, even though you stopped watching. Right? There are people out there that apparently have stopped watching and are still bitching and moaning about it.
I mean, I'm watching Superman and Lois, so I'm enjoying that. That's
Yeah,
really
well,
good.
I'll be
And
reviewing
Resident
that
Alien.
when I
Yeah,
get
Resident
time.
Alien is fantastic.
Yeah.
And if you like good TV, like really highly super recommend
I'm
watching.
going to check that out as well. Listen,
Yeah, but I highly recommend that. But also to watch a show called Barry.
Yeah,
About this serial like hitman. He's like a hitman, and he wants to become an actor. It's brilliant. It's so it's very
Daniel
dark humor.
Yeah, Daniel's asked you a question there, just to get it out of the way there.
Yeah.
He wants to know you still coming. Of course he's coming on your channel.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he come on your channel? If he doesn't come on your channel, I'll break his legs.
I'll break my own legs. Don't you worry. I'll
if
be
he's
there.
made you a promise and said he's going on your channel, he'll be there. Trust me, he doesn't let you down, even if he. But I will say this to you, Daniel: prepare for him to be late, because our Lee likes to make an entrance, as you know. He likes to be fashionably late.
Well, I'm already fashionably late.
Grand entrance, and it looks like we've lost Charlotte there, and I wanted Charlotte to plug away. But if she doesn't come back, I'll obviously plug Daniel's channel. So don't forget to check out Daniel's channel. He does some interviews there on the channel. He does beware, finish audios. Subscribe to his channel, because he's near a milestone. I think he's a couple of subs away from 160. He's already got to 160. Let's try get him to 200 now. So let's try get him to 200 subs. So subscribe to his channel, because he'll have plenty coming up, as you know. Tuesday, he's obviously doing something with Lee, and I'm pretty sure he'll be doing other streams during the week as well.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. I'm still recovering from 2 days and nearly 2 nights without sleep, so I've just been like, oh god, my head's all over the shop. But
and Baba says he's been said, I've been guesting on channels a lot lately. Yeah, that's a good thing, guesting on other people's channels. I don't really do it as much. I did an interview recently. I don't do it as much because obviously the time difference sometimes does be a bit weird when I get invited on. It could be in the middle of the morning for me. So it does be very difficult, but I try get on as many channels. I know Daniel has invited me on. He's hoping to get me on sometime this year as well. So I'll be on Daniel's channel at some stage, but don't forget to subscribe to his channel, because it is a good channel, and he's putting out some great content. And his little conversation last night was absolutely fantastic. So check out Daniel and Charlotte at the channel there. They did a stream with Blue Bonnet there only recently. They will have Lee on the stream. So that's Daniel's channel plugged. Real Super Doctor, plug your channel.
I've just got to say,
I've got a channel under Real Super Doctor on YouTube.
Sorry. Hello, I've got to go. I've got to go because I've got to join another stream
No
already.
problem. Well, you can
So
go
see you later, guys.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, I'll back off. All right. See you guys. See you later. Bye bye.
See you later.
And I've got a Twitter
Interrupting us
account.
while we were talking. Go ahead, Super Doctor. Don't mind them there.
I've got a YouTube account under Real Super Doctor and a Twitter account under Real Super Doctor.
Yeah, and check him out, because he does put up some stuff on his channel as well. Alpha Omega, anybody you want to plug, you can plug anybody. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube and Twitter. I'm the Alpha Omega and Contender Sport Daniel Lee and Noel, and here and on the Irish Geek.
That's it. Yeah, don't forget. Thanks, Alpha, for that. Don't forget to subscribe on the Irish Geek. I have to be honest, Alpha Omega does be there every night. Even Daniel turns up, watches me play the FIFA streams. And I've actually gotten a couple of other people lately that have sent me messages saying they're enjoying the FIFA streams and I should keep it up. So there are some people that do like them. But as I said, myself and Cheryl will be more active on the Irish Geek. Cheryl more active after March. March is not a great month for Cheryl. But in April, Cheryl will be full steam ahead. She'll be doing a couple of streams herself on the Irish Geek. Also, she's hoping to do something with Lee. That'll be sorted out later on. And then I'll be doing stuff on the Irish Geek. I'll be doing reviews of Superman and Lois. So if there's anybody that has watched Superman and Lois and would like to be on the panel, let me know, because I'm looking for panelists for that show to do reviews. So I'm definitely watching it and I'm definitely going to review it. So if you want to review it with me, drop me your name in a private DM, either on Messenger or on Twitter. Or if you can't private DM me on those, then leave a comment in the comment section after this stream goes up later on. I'll put your name down and then we'll see how many we have. And then I'll pick names from that and then I'll announce the panel. So if you want to be part of the Superman and Lois, let me know because I want to get those reviews, start getting those reviews out. Also on the Irish Geek, as I said, myself and Cheryl will be there tomorrow. But I want to be doing other stuff on this channel as well. I'll be doing a lot more article videos, not the way we used to do them before, but the way I did them today. I'll just briefly run through them and give my opinions and thoughts on them. A lot of people have asked me, would I not go back and do more of those videos? So is our wishes granted? I'll be doing a lot more of those videos. So if you haven't checked out the two that I put out today, please do check them out. One is on Ollie Alexander. Obviously, he's being asked if he's going to be the next Doctor, and he's basically come out and said, well, even if I was given the role, I wouldn't say anything because, I'd be under yoke. So that was that one. And then there was the one about the current merchandise Series 12 box set basically going for half price. It's down to 24 quid. Nobody's buying it even cheap. Nobody's buying it. So I did those videos and I'll be doing a lot more. And as I said, I will have the Andrew Cartmel video. I will be discussing that interview with Eddie Ascaro. So if you haven't seen it with Talk the Doctor TV, he interviewed Andrew Cartmel. By the way, he has put up on his Twitter account as well. And I want to make you aware of this. For him, it's not about the subs or anything like that. He's made it very clear. He's just bringing these people on to interview them. But he has other people lined up that were part of Classic Who that are going to be interviewed on a Friday. And he's going to be throwing them up on the channel. And I've also been told the future interviews, I can't say anything, but if he gets a couple of these people, you guys are going to be absolutely over the moon. So check out his channel, subscribe to his channel, because he is going to have some amazing interviews coming up. And they're well worth, if you thought the Andrew Cartmel, which I think is a great start, listen, watch that interview. It's brilliant. You'll learn a little bit about Chris Chibnall and the way he thinks and also the way he acts. And this man is not a nice man from what I'm hearing. So check out that interview. It's worth checking out. I actually linked it last night in my stream last night, along with Daniel's channel, I think Radio Times Paul, and Lee's channel as well. So yeah, that's it really. I think I've promoted all I needed to promote. Don't forget to subscribe to the Irish Geek, because as I said, we will be more active on that channel now. Definitely. Oh, and yeah, Cheryl's just whispered in my ear Don't forget to subscribe to Teddy Terrier Tales as well, because if you don't, I'll get a smack of a frying pan. Let's get Cheryl's. Let's get Teddy's channel. You have 50 subs now. Teddy has 50 subs. Me dog has 50 subs. So if you love me and you want more videos of me dog, because just keep asking anyway, subscribe to his channel because we'll be throwing up more videos as well. Is there anything else?
You know what? I think Ted would be willing to host a live TED Talks.
Okay, there you go. So Cheryl is saying that she'll do a live stream on the channel with Ted. It'll be Teddy.
You can ask Teddy anything you want.
You can ask Ted, aren't you? That's stupid.
Well done, Teddy.
It'll just be the dog staring at the camera. That'll be a great stream.
I will interpret.
All right, Cheryl will. Cheryl's going to be his interpreter.
I speak doggo.
I can't believe we're actually asking you to sub to a channel for a dog. But there you go. It's 2021. Listen.
Teddy's channel is pure happiness.
Listen, I have to admit, right? Some people have wrote to me personally and said, we love the Teddy videos. They put a smile on their face. And to be honest with you, years ago I would have laughed at shit like that and said, these people did a dog video. But not anymore. I get it.
I like when he cocks his head like he's listening.
Yeah. Oh, you should have seen him last night. What were we watching? Oh, yeah, we were watching Gogglebox, right? And there was a segment in it where someone had a squeaky crocodile, right? And she squeaked it. He sat up on the sofa, snapped his neck, and then was sitting there watching other dogs on the TV for a couple of minutes. He never does that. And you know what? Never thought of taking my camera out. Every time that he sees me pick up my phone, take a video of him, he's like, no, I'm going to ruin this now. You're not taking a decent video on me.
Live stream. Do you want to do a TED Talks? He suggests.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So, Teddy wants his own live stream. Everybody wants, yeah. So, don't forget, Lee's put it in the chat there, Daniel's channel. Obviously, Charlotte wasn't here to plug because our tablet went dead, but we plugged on their behalf. So check them out. As I said, Daniel's putting out some great content, and he does deserve more subscribers than he has, to be quite honest. Let's get him to the 200 mark. Come on. I mean, there's loads of you that follow me. I say there's still some of you that haven't subscribed to his channel. Please do. Please do. He's putting out some great content, and he's worth supporting. He really is. He's putting out content that I believe people like. And, his interviews and his streams of last night are any indication. Daniel is getting better and better and better. So, support him, please. Support him. And everybody that's on the panel. Real Super Dr. Lee, Alpha Omega, myself, obviously, and Teddy's channel. Because, if I don't mention that, I'll get a smack of a frying pan, as I said. I don't want that to happen. Yeah, one day you will hit me with a frying pan, and then I'll come on here with a big black eye, and I'll tell them all what you did. Yeah. I'll still, because I will still be alive. Because if you think you can beat me to death with a frying pan, you got another thing coming to you. Right? Do you hear this, lads? Do you hear this?
God.
She thinks she can actually take me down. Yeah. Well, that's why I married her. That's why I married her. She's the only one that can get away with stuff like that. Yeah. But listen, this has been Classic Who. I've actually enjoyed it tonight, believe it or not. I started off in a bit of a bad humour. I was gonna give it all up because for a while and have a bit of a break on the Classic, but tonight was a bit of a laugh. I keep forgetting that that we do have a laugh on this channel. I just didn't enjoy last week or the week before for some weird reason. I think all the drama was happening at the time. But yeah, I'm all right now. So we'll continue Classic. Don't mind me. We'll continue Classic Hill next week. So
yeah, we can have some fun.
We'll have fun. We'll definitely have fun. And I'm looking forward to reviewing the other shows as well. Oh, by the way, I will be reviewing because I think it's already dropped on Amazon Prime. Coming to America too. Myself and Sharon. Now, I've already heard some things about the movie, and apparently it hasn't gone down well. a lot of people are criticizing it, saying it's absolutely rubbish. Of course, I don't listen to people because if I did, I wouldn't be watching WandaVision and I wouldn't have watched The Mandalorian if I listened to other people out there. So I will judge it for myself. I will watch it and I'll judge it for myself. I will say this though. I did say that this movie coming out is a long time after the first one. And I honestly don't think, and I said it at the time, I don't think this is going to fare well. Why?
Because Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall did an interview,
Right.
and I don't remember if it was Eddie Murphy or Arsenio Hall said it, but that Paramount told them they could not do a movie because it wouldn't be successful with an all-black cast, so they had to add a white person, and that's how Louis Anderson got the role as the coworker. That
Right.
got some people up in arms, and then after that comment,
Right.
then people started slagging it off before it was just released today.
Okay. Well, you see, if that is the reason why people are moaning, right?
Says the social justice.
No,
warrior.
but I will say this. If that is the reason why people are moaning, that's the only reason why people are moaning about this movie. I'm sorry, that's not a reason to moan. Yes, okay, you are sick and tired of these companies sticking their nose in. But what?
If Louis Anderson wasn't in the movie, if it would have been any other actor, it still would have been hella hilarious.
Well, we'll see. We don't know if it's going to be funny. It mightn't
He
be
needs a
funny.
cameo in this one too.
It mightn't be funny though, because this is the thing though. I don't think Eddie Murphy, in fairness, has done anything funny since.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how you can top the original Coming to America.
Yeah, you can't.
Get your soul glow.
You can't beat the original. I don't think we didn't need this movie.
Some movies don't need sequels.
No, I mean he's doing another Beverly Hills Cop. I don't mind that
Nope.
because. What do you mean no?
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Dun 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 dun
Nope,
dun
I'm saying no.
dun 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 dun. What?
I loved the Nutty Professor. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, Nutty Professor, I think, was the last time he was funny.
Yeah.
Then he did a sequel to that was crap. And then didn't he do Dave? And he also did what was the other one with the
One
talking?
that he gave her the Hercules.
That was.
He did Pluto Nash.
With Janet Jackson in it.
With John, yeah, that was the Clumps.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's bleeding rubbish.
Oh, it cracks me up.
Rubbish.
Cracks
He
me up.
hasn't
The
done-
Nutty Professor was a remake of a Jerry Lewis, and you know what I don't remember anyone doing? Having outraged that a black man was doing a white man's role.
Well, listen, I already seen someone actually wrote up a comment. Oh, I've just watched Coming to America. It's not diverse enough.
Okay, did they see the first Coming to America?
I don't see. This is what I'm saying. If that's the only reason,
It would be like calling out the movie Friday and saying it wasn't diverse.
no,
Because it wouldn't make fucking sense.
I
Or
know.
Boys in the
Yeah.
Hood.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what this movie is like anyway, right? I'm going to give it a go. It mightn't be as good as the first one. I don't think a sequel this long apart anyway. They never seem to turn out, in my opinion.
I watched The Witches last night, and I thought of the remake, and I thought I'd absolutely hate it, but I absolutely loved it.
After the weekend.
So the remake is good. Hold on, no.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, so Super John has watched the remake of The Witches. He thought he was going to hate it, but it's actually turned out to be a great
I
movie.
didn't see the first one, so I don't know.
All right. Well, I have
Is that the one with
Angela, yeah, Anne Hathaway.
Angelica Houston.
But that's
Yeah.
the one where
And then she had to apologize because of the hands or something. Yeah, because they're that thick.
because it's an actual disability and they felt that the way it was done was
Right.
disrespectful.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know all about that because I didn't read the book and I don't know.
Well, the movie is a movie. Like, you know, they wouldn't have been thinking of that. But you know, that's the thing.
Well, I felt the movie was great. It was good pacing in it and
Yeah.
good acting in it. The only thing that I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but
No,
I was
don't.
really kind of a bit annoyed at the end, but
So I can watch Love Island.
it just didn't match up to the original with Angelica Houston.
Yeah, the Angelica Houston one is deadly. I love that one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's a great movie. So I wasn't sure when I seen the picture that they put up with Anne Hathaway's face and the makeup that she had on, or wherever they did with her face, that looked terrifying. And I thought,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that
She was
does
actually
look
good on Hathaway,
right.
and I was quite surprised by her performance
Yeah,
and how she kind of pulled that off. She pulled it off as like a kind of psychopathic witch,
yeah,
and I quite liked that. And I also liked the performances of the grandmother as well, and the performances of the wee boys, the mouse, and that.
yeah.
I thought, yeah, but it's not as good as the original one, but it is fun to watch it.
Shit, I can't do. What are you whispering to me for? No, I don't want to watch Ted eating popcorn out your mouth.
That's not what he's doing.
Jesus Christ, man.
You can't got him biting off your finger. Teddy boy.
Oh my God. So I've gotten some Doctor Who news, but I've already been told that if I put it on YouTube, it's gonna be struck because obviously this is it must be it must be something that's definitely happening. So what I have been told is that I could put it up on Twitter, right? So what I'm gonna do is the only way that I could do with it is I'm gonna put it in a video form on Twitter only, and maybe throw it up on my Facebook groups. I'll get away with it on my Facebook groups. But if you want to know this latest news, you won't see it on the YouTube channel. Yeah, what I'm reading here.
Hold on, I'm just for all the skeptics that say Noel doesn't have a source. I'm literally reading his text right now, which is why Ted's barking. So hold on. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If that happens, yeah. Right. Listen, I have to leave it at that because this news is absolutely funny. But also at the same time, as Cheryl has confirmed, it's come from me sources. Now, obviously, she's my spouse, and people say, well, she's defending her spouse. But trust me, everybody knows Cheryl long enough to know that if she thought I was lying or bullshitting people, she'd call me out. She'd have no. She actually even said that if I did that like that, she'd destroy me channel.
I did. And not only that, let's just keep in mind, I sat there and defended Meghan Markle on Noel's stream after he was ranting about it, and Google decided somehow my comments were offensive.
Yeah.
But I will state this categorically for anyone listening. If Noel does something where he is making up shit or he is intentionally stirring the pot just to get views or clicks or something, I will single-handedly destroy this channel because that's not what we're about.
There you go. So I will have some Doctor Who news for you, but I'll have to take me time with it, word it properly, word for word. I'll get Cheryl to help me out, and then I'll get
speculation and rumor.
Yeah, obviously it is speculation and rumor, but the difference is I'm told that if I definitely put this information up like I did with the spy file stuff, which I shouldn't have done, my channel will be hit. So this.
The other thing about speculation and rumor, I'm just going to say this for you, is that people keep giving you shit for saying that, but here's why. If Noel doesn't say speculation and rumor, he is immediately bombarded by text, comments, you name it, saying you're spreading vicious lies, you're just there for clickbaits, you're a horrible person, I hope you burn in hell, I hope your wife dies, I hope your wife gets raped, I hope your dog dies, I hope you get cancer, blah, 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 blah. So that's why it's always him constantly repeating speculation, rumor.
I understand that.
Nothing, absolutely nothing, anyone on any fucking channel says can be anything other than speculation and rumor. It is not fact until you see it or it is officially released by the official party.
Exactly.
I don't know why that's hard for people to understand.
Because there's some...
And I am the person behind him constantly saying speculation, rumor,
Yeah.
because of the bullshit that gets called out.
Yeah.
Again, Cheryl's cranky.
Yeah, but you see, the thing about it is that other YouTubers out there can go around and say that their news is basically fact and they don't get any comeuppance, because this is the bottom line. People don't want me to be the one that puts out the stuff and to be right about any of the stuff that I put out. They'd rather that their own people as such are the ones that do it. This is why there's been attacks on the channel. This is why you had Mr. TARDIS go to Diva magazine with all these cronies and have me videos taken down. That's why they're false flagging all me videos with copyright claims and all of this. And by the way, it's all me rumor and speculation. Because you started with him. Now you play with him and see. You play with him now because you got him all rolled up. So this is the madness of this house. But the thing, what was I saying? See, I've lost everything. Yeah. So the thing about it is that they don't want me to be the one because I don't like this era and I rub them up the wrong way and they hate me being right. And you get people out there that say that me sources are full of shit or me sources have 0% track record. Well, I'm sorry, that is a blatant lie. Okay, me sources aren't full of shit, and we have had a success hit rate, right? It's not 0% like some out there claim. And by the way, there was some YouTubers out there, if you remember very clearly, that were saying that Jodie Whittaker was going to be the longest serving doctor. Remember, another YouTuber out there was also saying that Series 13 had begun filming when it didn't officially begin filming, right? These people are not being criticised, but I get criticised for saying, well, Jodie Whittaker isn't filming yet, right? I was told, I was asked, and I was told that I should apologise for putting out fake stuff. But when this person was finally caught out and finally seen for what they were, putting out bullshit rumours, right? What happens? They go out to one and say, well, sometimes me source keeps things from me. You've literally had this source for years, according to you. So you should have this sort of relationship, friendship, whatever it is. No source in their right mind will keep that information from you while you're making a fool of yourself on YouTube, telling people to apologize to you because you're saying it's fact that she's staying. You are proven wrong. Shut your mouth. And Mr. TARDIS as well, you need to shut your mouth as well, slandering me also. For 0% hit rate, my arse. Embargo photos, Sontarans, Daleks, Cybermen. I'll keep going with all these announcements, right? Everything that I got right was right. The only thing that I got wrong, and this is what you keep pulling me up on, was the fact that Jodie Whittaker didn't leave when I said she was leaving. She was going to leave, right? But she was convinced to stay, and we explained that on the channel, right? And then again, when I got the news that she was leaving, this time I was called a liar. What happened? We said it months and months and months ago. And then what happens? The mirror breaks the story. Then all of a sudden, you've got these twatty YouTubers come out and say, my sources kept the information from me.
I'm going to say a couple other things.
Come on, you sit there. I'm going
with you. One thing, again, this is take Teddy. Teddy, go with Teddy. There you go. Okay, one of the other things that just, this is, Cheryl's lost her shit in March. This is what this is. That one person in particular is calling Noel out for saying he's making shit up, nothing happened. Specifically, the rumor and speculation I'm talking about is he got from a different source that said some event was happening. And I think the confusion is that when you open up the video, the thumbnail part that shows up says, this is going to be announced at this specific time or something like that. Noel says he doesn't have any specific time. It's coming from a different source. And then he even made a point to put in the comment that I'm not saying this time or date.
then people felt the need to put in the comments and then make a video of, oh, what's happening now? The time's gone. Well, dipshit, if you would watch the video, you would realize he never said a specific time. He said this was given by someone else. Plus, it came from Gallifrey Base. So, one, that's unbelievably stupid. The second thing that's just pissing me off lately is Noel does all this rumor and speculation. And then what people call him out for it. And then the next thing I find out, because, you know, Noel tells me everything, I will state categorically, I'm not on Twitter. I don't follow anyone's channel. I follow puppy cat videos and like happy, stupid shit. I don't follow anyone's channel. It's not that I don't love certain people. I just don't, because I can search them. I only subscribe to like a couple of channels. That being said, those people then come out and say, hey, we've got some news, and then literally regurgitate everything Noel has said and not give him any credit, and then still punk him out for it.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to call out a lot of bullshit here. And I'm going to say it again, because I think I've said it multiple videos. Alpha Omega, Super Doc, I know you guys have heard this, and anyone else in the chat, I know you've heard me say this. When Noel screws something up, I call him out on it. When he's out of order, I call him out on it. And I have big conversations with him before he does news or whatever to say, here might be a way to present it. This might be something you can say. But I'm not in control of Noel, and Noel gets the way he gets. That being said, he's not ever said lately, because he has said in the past, he apologized, he learned his lessons. He knows he can't say 100%, there is no doubt this is going to happen. There are other YouTubers doing that and then turning around and saying Noel's a piece of crap or whatever. Is Noel unbelievably opinionated? Yes. Can he be ridiculous? Yes. Can he go on rants for hours and hours? Yes. It comes from the passion he's talking about. It comes from his love of the show. It comes from what he wants. And he is catering to a group of people who agree with him when he's doing that. He is not actively seeking out people that don't agree with him to come to subscribe to his channel and believe what he says is gospel. Just like I don't go seek out videos of people that I am opposed to their viewpoints, because I'm not going to agree with them. So why? Why bother? So if you're not going to agree with Noel and you think he's full of shit, fine, whatever. But why waste your time and energy coming and trolling? And on top of that, you know, when you're stealing somebody else's stuff and taking credit for yourself, that's plagiarism. It's a shitty thing to do. And then it's extra shitty when you call someone out for it and you're really the one doing it. So since I'm extra cranky, I just want to go on record that can my husband be an absolute dick and say things that are being out of order? Yes, he can. Can I talk to him and he realizes, oops, didn't handle that very well? Yes. Will he apologize for it? Sometimes it's not a great apology, but it's his way of apologizing.
I'll never apologize.
You will when you're wrong.
No.
Yes, you will.
No.
And the thing is
I'm only messing.
this started off as a great community for people that just wanted to vent about. Initially, it started with just talking about Doctor Who. And I see viewers are dropping off probably because I'm talking.
Yeah, you're waffling on now.
Shut up. But when he's talking about something that he's saying was a big deal to him and people really were invested in it and loved it, and other people felt the same way, this should have been a safe place for him to do that. Just as other YouTubers have a place where they can talk about how unbelievably amazing that Jodie Whittaker is. These past 2 seasons with her are the bestest ever in the universe. They're allowed to do that too. That doesn't mean we should go over there and troll them.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
And now he's telling me to shush. So.
No, I'm not telling you to shush.
I'm just like, yeah, you've said
Wait,
it.
wait, I'm waffling on like you?
Yeah.
Repeating myself?
Right,
and I'm
well,
on?
we didn't
Well,
lose
Like,
too many.
when you post your information or your rumors, you make it very clear in the video.
I know.
Like half a dozen times you say that it's just rumors and
Yeah.
speculation. And if they go after you've done that and still say that you've said that this is fact, then they're just disingenuous. They're
Yeah.
And they're
lying.
for doing it.
Yeah.
Like, well, if you notice, he keeps saying, "Oh, it'll be rumor and speculation." Well, he has to.
Yeah, I can't win. It doesn't matter what I do. But it is hypocritical that there'll be some YouTubers on their side, and even some YouTubers that don't like this area that report on rumor and speculation. They literally put it out as fact. And they don't get pulled up about it. I say several times, as you said, even at the start of the video, it's rumor and speculation.
And I'd like some of these people that are so anti-Nolan, what he has to say, to come over to the Irish Geek when he and I are talking about things and hear that there are discussions where Nolan and I don't agree. And I will steadfastly hold my ground on my beliefs. So, just because he feels that way doesn't mean he's a terrible person. He's entitled to his opinion. I am a huge social justice warrior, which is why I believe in the freedom of speech. So if no one wants to sit here and say this is absolute crap, he's entitled to do so. Just as the other people are allowed to say this is the bestest ever, they're allowed to do so.
Right.
The problem is all these people that are bitching about cancel culture want to sit there and cancel each other. Both sides are as bad as each other when they're extreme.
Yep. Right, and with that,
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
this all started because I said I had some Doctor Who news for you, which I can only put on Facebook and Twitter, but I will put it up later on.
And that you're
or
indebted to
tomorrow.
your loving wife
But,
for defending you.
All I'll just say is this. Is that lately I've noticed that people out there have been taking slight digs at me and have been doing this, that, and the other, and dragging me name into stuff that's nothing to do with me and making all sorts of wild accusations. Well, I just say to those people, it's time to shut the fuck up because I'm done messing with you all. At the end of the day, right, if you can't get through your thick skulls and you don't know the difference between rumor and speculation and fact, there's nothing I can do for you anymore. If talking about me is what gives your life meaning, then you're entitled to do that. I think that's kind of sad. But if you want to focus on hating on me and doing your little videos and putting up your little tweets, go ahead. Everybody will see you for what you truly are, which is a fake. And basically you have low self-esteem if you have to come after a fellow YouTuber. The difference is with me is I always say that my stuff, and as Cheryl said in the past when I first did it, I wasn't saying it was rumor and speculation because I was only new at the game. But I very quickly learned that you couldn't. And by the way, one of those YouTubers that actually criticizes me now was the one that came to me and said, well, you can't say it's rumor or you can't say that it's fact. You have to say it's rumor and speculation. But yet that person, because they have a source for a certain amount of years, they're the only ones that you're allowed to listen to, folks. They're the only ones that give you the proper news, according to them, right? Wanted me to apologize to them. I'll never apologize to anybody for putting out the stuff that I put out. As Cheryl says, if she believed for 1 minute that I was putting this out just to rile up the fandom, trust me, she'd be the first one to call me out. I never do this to rile up the fandom. I don't do it for clicks, because if that's the case, I'd be doing what other streamers are doing out there and my channel would be much bigger than what it is. Trust me, if I wanted clicks and I wanted proper drama, I could create enough that would make this channel explode. Trust me, there's plenty of things that I really want to get off my chest that would help this channel explode. And trust me, it would help the channel explode. But I'm not about that, right? I just want to do what I do. And if people subscribe along the way, that's fantastic. And I don't put out the news other than, or the rumors and speculation, to get a reaction out of anybody. I put it out because that's what I've received, okay? And that's what I'm told is being said. But I always add it that it's rumor and speculation. The people don't have to listen to what I have to say. But I've even noticed lately when I put out some of those rumors, well, what are you even talking about this for? It's all rumors. Well, that's what we've always done in this fandom. Listen, you guys do not control the flow of information that goes out in the fandom. You do not control other YouTubers out there, and you certainly won't control me. And that's the problem, which is, isn't it? You can't control me, and that's the thing. That's what you hate. And a few of you other people that have done rumor and speculation over the years, do you know what our problem is? I've rubbed you up the wrong way, because you have been doing this for years, right? I've only been doing it for 2 years, and in 2 years I have an 87% hit rate on the information I put out. 87% hit rate. The only two things that I didn't get was the Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall leaving. The rest I got spot on. So they can all say that I have a 0%. I put out embargo photographs before the BBC. I gave away the end of the plot of Spyfall Part 1. I've even showed you that YouTube and BBC took down that video. I even shown why it was taken down, embargoed information, trade secrets, right? I've shown all of this. These people can say I have a 0% hit rate all they want. If I do, why would Mr. TARDIS try so hard to have me videos and me links removed from Diva magazine? I'll tell you why. Because the guy knows that I do have information, and he does know deep down that some of the stuff that I put out there is actually spot on. But because they hate me so much, they don't want me to be the person that does it. So flag away. I've got plenty of rumor videos coming up anyway, because there will be stuff that I will be allowed to talk about on the TARDIS Zone. So flag away all you want. I don't care. You aren't going to stop me or anybody else out there that helps me out when it comes to all of this, getting all of this information. And Marty, again, you know, thank you for the stuff on Gallifrey Base and the stuff that we got on Twitter. Yes, these people laughed, but I made it very clear where those pieces of information came out. They're just tick. See, that one particular YouTuber is loving this situation because they were caught out themselves and their sources full of shit. They're using this now as if to come out and attack my sources and say I don't have sources anymore. Oh, and actually slag me accent because they're, and I don't care if they're part Irish or whatever, or they have Irish blood in them, right? The fella is taking the piss out of me accent. He's taking the piss out of the fact that I'm Irish and the way I talk, right? That's racist behavior, right? End of, right? And so this little plonker, yeah, has decided to speak up again, right? Just get back in your box, mate, right? Back in your box. Your grip from 7 years ago or whatever has been giving you fucking shit information, right? Because tell you now one thing, when I was being ridiculed by the J-bots, right, that's when they gave me the embargoed photographs to shut them all fucking up because they were going after me, right? Where was your source when you are telling people to apologize because Jodie Whittaker is staying to series 14 and 15. She's going to be the longest serving doctor. She signed a contract extension. She's out filming Doctor Who. Oh, she wasn't filming Doctor Who. It was pretend actors and actresses. Yeah. Right? This is what you get from this plonker, and he thinks he can come after me now. He thinks he can come after me now. Your source is shit. Your sources have always been shit, and that's the bottom line. My sources have proven time and time again. And by the way, another person out there on Twitter also said about you guys in the chat, right? You guys that follow me. Apparently you follow me blindly, right? And deep down you all realize that I'm talking bullshit, right? I'll say to that person, well, there's only one flaw in that. You see, unlike you little twat, these people watch me every day. They listen to all the videos that I put out, all the streams, all the information that we talk about, right? I clarify things on my channel as well, right? When things don't pan out, I come back with more information. This is what I've always done, right? You take clips out of context and throw them up on the internet. Yeah? That's not That's not, you don't watch me every day. So to accuse my followers of following me blindly, right? If they knew for 1 second, because they follow me every day, if they knew for one, if they thought I was lying, trust me, I wouldn't have the audience that I have. Again, this is a false narrative, false rhetoric by another Twitter twat out there that's trying to make a name for himself because he's trying to impress Mr. Tard as an ace creeper and all of those other YouTubers. Stop being such a bleeding lick arse, yeah? And actually concentrate on doing your content on your channel instead of pandering to a bunch of idiots, all right? Okay, I'm sick of this. The people that follow me, right, know what I've said, right? Know what information has come true. I know what information hasn't, right? Nobody's following me blindly here, right? They follow me every day. They listen to all my streams. They know what I've said. If they thought for a second I was lying, I wouldn't even have a channel anymore because they'd all run away, wouldn't they? If they thought I was talking bullshit. So stop with your fake rhetoric. Stop licking up to those assholes and concentrate on putting out content in your own channel. And stop talking about me, by the way. All of you stop talking about me. I know why you talk about me, because when you talk about me, our likes go up, our views go up, and our Twitter tweets go up. Right? It's the only reason why you talk about me. Yeah? So, but stop it. Okay? Because do you know what? These are a sad bunch of individuals. You know what our problem is as well? Right? You know you are all failures in your lives. Right? And I've achieved more in 3 years in this community than you have in the time that you have been in it. And that's what pisses you off. And yeah, some people might say I have a bit of an ego there. But yeah, I do in that aspect. I know I've made an impact on this fandom. And by the way, I don't think I'm bigger than I am, because someone made that comment as well. I don't think I'm bigger than I am. I know where I fit on YouTube. I'm a very small little dot, part of a whole big community. I think it's the other person that you should be telling, because they carry on. Even look at that channel, you can see the ego coming out of that channel, right? They get like 20 views a video, but when talk about me, then they get over 100 views. That tells you everything that you need to know about that person, right? And that's why they're talking about me now, because it's fashionable, right? So again, pipe down, go and talk to your source, because if that was my source, after making an idiot and a fool out of myself, telling everybody that Jodie Whittaker was staying, and apparently your source kept that from you, which I don't believe for 1 second, by the way, because even my source wouldn't keep information from me. They give me all of it. They tell me what to release and what to hold back. That's how it's done, right? So I don't believe for 1 second that your source let you run your mouth off on Twitter and run your mouth off on Facebook, asking me and others to apologize because we were putting out false information, even though we said it was rumor and speculation, and you were saying your stuff was fact. Yeah, you turned out to be the liar. So don't be using this because you see other people coming after me. You think I'm somehow weak. You all think I'm somehow weak because the magazine attacked me channel as well. I'm not. Stronger than ever. I'm going nowhere, you morons. So, get with the program, because until I drop dead, I'm staying on this platform. I'm going to continue to do what I do, and I'm going to continue to put the news out there as I get it. And if you don't like it, I'd say buckle up, kids, because as I said, I'm not going anywhere. So you just want to get with the program very, very quickly, because, as I said, we're going nowhere. None of us are going anywhere. You won't bully me offline. You won't try and control the flow of information in this fandom. If I've got news to put out there, I'll put out there. And I don't care if you big mouths on Twitter have a problem with that. You can suck it up and deal with it from now on, because I don't give a crap. And by the way, do yourselves a favor. You obviously don't like the shit that I'm putting out. Then don't comment on it. Don't even come to my channel. By the way, the videos that I have put out, thanks for all the views you gave me, by the way, you morons. Again, you are helping the channel, because the more you are negative about me, the more people come and watch those videos. So, watch our game. You are trying to get people to stop believing me, but yeah, you keep all coming flooding to my channel, watching me and watching me videos. So what gives? If you want me to disappear, I can't actually believe I'm giving them advice. If you want me to disappear, well, then you shouldn't actually be focusing on me, because the more you keep focusing on me, the more people are going to be interested who Noel is from the Tarda Zone, and are going to check it out. We'll do WandaVision tomorrow when I'm ready.
They're asking what time.
What time? I don't know.
And I said it's just going to be after the New Who review, but I don't know what time exactly.
Yeah, it'll be after New Who. It'll be after New Who. So we do New Who at 7. So that'll be what, 45? Well, we talk for a few minutes. So let's just say it'll be half 8. Half 8, 9 o'clock. Yeah, half 8, 9 o'clock. I'll put the stream up, right? Because what I'll do is, if I put the 2 streams up, I know I have to finish the New Who stream at a certain time, and then I'll switch over, right? So I'll throw it up. But yeah, right. I'm done having me rant anyway. But I just wanted to get there, because I have seen. Listen, this is why I've been in bad humor. I've even noticed people that used to be friends having slight digs at me as well, right? You don't know the whole situation, right? You don't know what's been going on behind the scenes, but yet you are commenting on stuff on Twitter because you see a few little things on Twitter, right? All I'll say to you is that you don't know the whole situation. So, you know, a lot of you have said that you have kept your mouth closed and you didn't want to say that. Well, I suggest that you keep them closed and not comment on something that you don't know. I am not going to be compared to other people in this fandom. At the end of the day, the time that I go after people is when they come after me, my wife, or come after people that are friends of mine on the Tarda Zone, right? That's the only time I've ever went after people when I've been falsely accused of something. When someone goes after those people, that's a different situation. So don't be comparing the 2 situations, right? Because I've shown plenty of evidence of the stuff that has been sent to me, my wife, and other people out there. If you can't see that and see that I'm really the one that's getting all of this grief. And by the way, I don't play the victim on this channel. I let everybody know what's happening, but I am no victim, right? These people are not going to get that satisfaction, all right? But I'm not going to have...
Just keep doing what you do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to have people out there, though, that used to be me friends, or people that I help get start up, go and have a dig at me because they don't like what I've said or I've done. At the end of the day, you know, you decided to walk away from this channel. Well, then I appreciate that you keep your mouth to yourself and stay silent. It's as simple as that. I don't talk about yous, so don't be talking about me, is the bottom line. All right? You don't know the whole situation, and I'm sick of other people sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong, and even doing videos about me and about what I'm supposed to be doing. You don't know the whole situation, so do not be making comments on it. It's as simple as that. Or if you're not willing to actually hear all of the things that are happening, or look at the evidence of the stuff that I've literally put up on Twitter for everybody to see, well then don't talk to me. Don't be making videos about me, and keep your nose out of my business, and keep your nose out how I run my channel as well. It's as simple as that. I've seen that being said quite a lot. Well, people should keep their noses out how people run their channel. Well, fair enough. That's good advice. So take your own advice. Stick your nose out of my channel. Simple as that. I'll do what I do on this channel. I'll have me guests on, and we'll have a laugh, and we'll do whatever we do. And if there's any consequences to that, I don't really care. You sad little people now need to go off, which is our little lives, and do something else and annoy someone else. Yeah, there's plenty of people in this fandom that are actually doing things that you should be exposing. So go and expose them and go after them. Don't be going after someone because they have a different opinion about a TV show that you happen to like, and because of that you think I'm this evil dictator or whatever it is, right? None of those things. People that know me personally know what I'm like, all right? And I'm just sick and tired of seeing people that I used to know come out of the woodwork and open their mouth. You don't know the whole situation, so please keep your mouth to yourself. Simple as that. And I'm done now. But as I said, we will be doing what we do. So tomorrow we have New Who with Real Super Doctor. We'll have with me as well for the movie watch along.
Yeah.
Alpha is going to be in work, so Real Super Doctor is going to be coming in for that one. We're doing Uncle Buck. I'll put the trailer up.
Hey,
Yeah, we're doing Uncle Buck, so come and join us. I did say I'd pick something more light-hearted this week, so Uncle Buck it is with John Candy. If you haven't seen it, it is a good movie. I know some people probably would have preferred me to pick Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, but that will be a movie closer to Christmas because to me that is a Christmas movie. So I will be doing that movie at some stage as well. So we will do Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, definitely. But I wanted to do Uncle Buck. So that's the movie for Thursday on the Irish Geek. And I will have the real Super Doctor with me for that one. And more than likely, I'm not 100% sure because Lee obviously has to find these things as well. I don't know if he has Netflix. But if Lee can get his hands on it, then we'll have Lee joining us as well. And then as soon as Alpha Omega is able to come back for the panels, we'll have him back on. But he'll be working now. Yeah. So, yeah. So, but we'll have him back. Don't worry, he'll be back on. And he'll be on the classic streams as well, along with a Super Doctor as well. And yeah, we will be live on Patrick's Day. Cheryl wants to actually do something Patrick's Day.
I don't know. That's too close.
Yeah. I don't know. No, I'll probably do something. Cheryl will probably be in bed. Let's be honest about it. That's probably the situation we'll be in.
Around that week.
Yeah, Cheryl probably disappear that week. That's the week Cheryl disappears. Yeah, March is not a good month for Cheryl. That's all we'll just say. And she'll be eventually hosting the Grease 2 thing on the Irish Geek. So any fans of Grease 2, because I know there are some of you in the chat, you bleeding idiots. Bleeding crap movie. Crap. You have no taste. He's as bad as Lee. No taste. Bleeding Grease 2. Get away. There's only one Grease movie. Only one Grease movie. It's not right, folks. It's not right, Alpha. There's only one Grease movie. That's Grease.
Original.
Go, Grease Line, go. Grease Line, go. Better songs and all in the bleeding thing. Get away. Better acting. Bleeding fucking Michelle Pfeiffer. Get away. Even the songs in are stupid. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, some people unfortunately do like Grease too. But come here. Eventually they'll remake those movies anyway. Because, you know, apparently Grease 1 is very rapey now. According to
I've heard that.
Yeah, apparently it's very rapey now. You know, so, you know, they're trying to cancel Grease. So I'm pretty sure they'll do an updated version of it. You know, they'll probably they'll probably race swap the whole cast as well, just to prove how diverse they are. But I can see Grease being done eventually. But listen, yeah, I'm going to leave now because we shouldn't be really talking about this stuff on this channel. We should be talking about it on the Irish Geek. But now just wanted to say, our lads, before you leave, I know you have been very quick because I went on a bit of a rant there, but thank you for the support as you always do, lads. But is there anything else you would like to say before we leave?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Uncle Buck.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a really good film. There's a lot of stuff in that. It's a family film. It's about family getting together. It's like family divided over issues and then getting together in the end. And you know, it's a very heartwarming film.
Yeah, it is. I love it. And John Candy again. He's just a national.
Yeah. I can't believe he was 43 when he died.
I know. But he kind of always feared he was going to die. It's very interesting because I've actually delved into the John Candy story. His father died of a heart attack or something when he was a kid or something like that. And he always had that hanging over him that he thought he would go that way. And obviously he did. His dad died of a heart attack. He died of a heart attack. It was sad, but yeah, he was only 43 years of age when he died. I mean, that is young and a great actor. I mean, you could put John Candy literally in any comedy, and he'd be the star of that comedy. Seriously, he had that talent, and I mean,
he was good. he was good in Stripes too, even as a supporting actor.
Yeah. See, they all came from Saturday Night Live, didn't they? They're all of those that were in Stripes. John Candy. Who else was in?
Well,
Dan
and-
Aykroyd. Yeah, Bill Murray. They were all.
Harold Ramis.
But also the Canadian
Yeah, they were all
SCTV.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what I mean. They all grew up that era, so we all know Eddie Murphy and all of them. Like they're all from that era, so we do know that their talent. They had talent, and John Candy for me, I love John Candy. I was devastated when he died. Actually,
Yeah.
I remember when I found out, I was absolutely devastated. I love his movies. I actually had a bit of a cry, if I remember. And the same with Robin Williams. Actually, when he died, I had a bit of a cry when he died as well. I mean, that was just out of the blue, wasn't it? But yeah, John Candy and Robin Williams, two of the best. Seriously, nobody will ever touch Robin Williams though. But John Candy and Robin Williams, I mean, two great comedians and well missed. Can't wait for this movie. So yeah, Uncle Buck is our movie. And actually, while we do that, we might do a Robin Williams one the week after. Actually, now that we're at the mentioning Robin Williams, I might actually see what's on Netflix and see what Robin Williams movies are on Netflix, and we can do a Robin Williams one because I love him as well. Actually, I think the original Jumanji is on Netflix. Do you like it? Is any fans of Jumanji in the chat?
Yeah, I like Jumanji.
I love the movie, the original one. Now I have to say,
Yeah, I like the original one myself.
The updated one is actually not bad. I have to say the ones that they've put out recently with Karen Gillan, not bad.
Yeah,
not
Yeah,
bad at all.
I've seen clips of it, but I haven't seen it. Well, I might go and have a wee look, see if I can watch it and see what it's like.
It's you should check it out. Really, it's very good. It is. Popeye, someone mentioned. Nah, look. I love Robin Williams. I have watched the Popeye movie, but
I thought the Popeye movie was really creepy. I just didn't like it at all.
Yeah,
But
just
Mrs. Doubtfire.
yeah, Mrs.
That was
Doubtfire is
good.
brilliant. Then yeah, Hook.
That was
is
another
another
family
one.
film I quite like. I like the family films. I like it when families get together.
Yeah.
I mean, when there's a problem and you see the problem, and then towards the end they start to come together. I love that. I really love that.
The original Aladdin, I agree. The original
Yeah.
Aladdin is brilliant as well. Hook was mentioned there. Good Will Hunting. As we said, Popeye. Good Morning Vietnam. Yeah. I mean, we got again. It all depends, folks, if these are on Netflix, but
or some streaming service that
or some streaming service that Cheryl has, and then I try to pick movies that I know. Like I know in some countries you will be able to get it different ways, but if you're in the EU, which we are, it's not so easy. So I've got to pick the movies off Netflix or whatever streaming app.
Can you remember the film Flubber?
Yeah,
Robin Williams. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, Shelley said Jack is so good.
Yeah, Jack is very good as well. That's the one where he's old looking, but he's a kid, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the one where he has the condition. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that was very good. I also love Patch Adams. For me, that's one of his best movies as well.
And Toys.
Yeah, Toys wasn't too bad. 1 hour photo. He's actually
That was excellent.
that was excellent because he was out of his comfort zone and actually
He's
did
a
some,
weirdo.
That was serious.
serious movies.
You know what? What was Moscow and Hudson?
Yeah, we've got Trains, Planes, and Automobiles again, or Trading Places. Yeah, I love Trading Places. Love that movie, actually. That is a great movie.
Classic.
Yeah, love Trading Places. Listen, these are movies that are all love. We will get around to them, but I like to mix it up a bit.
Stripes.
I think we were quite lucky in the 80s. We got really decent movies.
We did.
Because my sister's in the military.
Yeah.
And when she does stripes, like, I'm not kidding the number of times she has actually yelled at one of her military things, "Blown up, sir!"
Yeah.
It's always not very
Well, as I said, we will be delving into most of those movies that we mentioned. But I also like to do a couple of horrors and a couple of serious movies as well. But I do agree with Real Super Doctor. We were very lucky in the 80s and even the 90s when it came to family movies. I think we were spoiled rotten. Nowadays, the family movies are just, I just find them mundane. I don't find them as entertaining as they were back in the day. I mean, they even have problems with Bleeding Uncle Buck now,
Yeah.
I've actually picked movies as well that I know that people have a problem with, because I want to highlight these movies because they weren't a problem. They're not a problem. You're the ones that have a problem, right? These movies were made in their time, right? If you just can't get that through, you are thick skulls. Well, then there's nothing I can do about that. But the movie shouldn't have. And I'm sick of all this disclaimer rubbish as well, right? If that's what they have to do to shut these people up, fine. But we know that the disclaimers are not going to be enough, right? They're already calling for Donald Trump to be taken out of Home Alone, right? Which some companies have obliged. That's ridiculous, right? Okay, I know it's one little scene, doesn't make a huge difference to the whole movie itself, but you shouldn't take it out just because you hate someone, right? Sorry, but you can take your hate and your bigotry somewhere else and leave the fucking movie the way it is. Simple as that. If I can't have a movie the way it's supposed to be, yeah. If I find out any of these streaming apps have cut any of these movies, I will not watch the movie. It's as simple as that. I want the movie the way it was written, the way it was actually originally presented on screen. And by the way, I actually will be doing a video on the Irish Geek, so look out for it, right? I will be doing this, but I put up a post on the Irish Geek and I will be doing a video on it. So, you know the movie My Fair Lady?
Yeah.
Everybody knows the movie My Fair Lady. Know the musical My Fair Lady? Yeah?
The original one.
Yeah, the original My Fair Lady. So
Rex,
that
Rex,
original
Rex
movie-
Harrison.
Rex Harrison.
Yeah,
Well, I love the original Doctor Dolittle with Rex Harrison.
Yeah, right. So that original movie, right? Well, apparently the SJWs have a problem with that movie now, and I actually have an article where they list 20 movies that are problematic, right? And I'm going to be doing a video on that. And My Fair Lady is one of those movies that was meant that's problematic. Now, for anybody that's watched My Fair Lady, I'm just trying to rack around me head what they actually have a problem with. So, anybody in the chat got any ideas what they think that the problems might be with this? Because when I do this video, you're going to laugh.
Is it feminism or something like that?
A man mentoring a woman.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, time will only tell. Right, you'll have to check out the Irish Geek. When a Man Loves a Woman, that's a great movie as well.
I do love that movie.
Yeah, I do.
And I remember there was a record.
Good as well.
By the way, on the Irish Geek, if there are movies Noel hates and I love, I'm in.
She'll be reviewing them, yeah. And I will be doing, I will be reviewing Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yes, I will. I will be doing that, Chris, so don't worry about that. Definitely doing that. I'll be definitely doing some of the new movies that are coming out in the TV shows, as I said. What else? But yeah, listen, this cancel culture, this whole thing about episodes being offensive. Again, I'll say to you people that are offended by everything, if it offends you so much, don't watch the fucking thing. Don't complain about it. Move on and watch something that actually entertains you. Won't entertain us because you're bored and twats anyway, and the entertainment that they give you is so mundane and so dumbed down that it doesn't take much brain power to actually watch these things. but some of us do like that kind of stuff. So let us enjoy our stuff. Let us enjoy it. They won't even leave our classic stuff. Do you remember when it was like they just remade movies of our classic stuff and ruined them that way? Now they actually want to go back to the classic stuff itself and change it by re-editing certain movies or cutting out certain scenes because they're offensive. Like Back to the Future, right? This is how fucked up these people are. Back to the Future 2. Do you know the scene where he has the dirty magazine? Biff has the dirty magazine, right? But it's in the case of the it's got the almanac cover on it. So you don't know that it's a dirty magazine. But you know by Biff's face, because the way he's laughing, he's obviously looking at something that he shouldn't be looking at, right? And we all find out that it's a 1950s dirty magazine called Ooh La La, right? Netflix basically cut that scene out because some idiots out there were offended. What happened? The internet exploded. People were writing to Netflix. Netflix changed their decision. If you're going to start doing that to movies, well, then don't put them on your platform. We will buy the hard copy and we will protect the hard copy and we'll watch the hard copy, right? If we're signing up to these streaming services, then this is what you should be doing. You should be putting up the movie the way it was released. End of. End of. If you start editing that, then you're breaking your contract with the consumer, because when the consumer signs up to your streaming services, they expect the movies and the TV shows to be put up the way they were put up originally, right? That's what we're paying you for. We're not paying you to edit stuff, okay? We're paying you to watch these shows in full the way they were. Now, if you can't do that, well, then you shouldn't have that show on your platform. It's as simple as that. Or you shouldn't be a streaming service, because you shouldn't be doing that. And I would actually encourage people, buy the physical media. Buy the physical media, because it's the only way you're going to beat these fuckers, right? Because they're all doing it, all these streaming services, because there's some little knobhead out there that's always offended by something. I mean, even comedy nowadays, comedians are afraid to tell the jokes that they used to be able to tell, or cross that line with jokes, because they'd be cancelled like that. They'd be cancelled like that. And we should never, ever be here in society. We shouldn't be like that. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is better than the remake. I do like the remake though with Johnny Depp, but I do agree with you. The original movie will always be the best movie. You can remake some. Listen, I don't mind Hollywood remaking some movies, right? Sometimes it works when, I mean, Scarface was a remake. The one with what's his face in it, fucking
Al Pacino,
right? That was a remake of an old movie, right? So remakes can work. The difference is when they're remaking them now, they're race swapping or they're gender swapping roles, and that's why people are giving out. People are not opposed to remakes that are done well, because let's be honest, there's been some remakes there that have done well. They mightn't be better than the originals, but they give it a good go. That's all we ever ask if you're doing a remake. But this seems to be the thing now with them, is when they remake things. Like, for example, Annie, right? Now, I heard the new version of Annie, even though they changed it all around, they race swapped everybody and stuff. I heard the movie is supposed to be good. Have to be honest, I do like the new version of A Hard Knock Life on that version of the movie. I think it's deadly, right? But again, was it necessary? Did they need to remake that movie because Annie is such an iconic movie? Well, yeah, I know there was an original one before, the one that everybody loves.
No.
That's the point.
There was that one. There was another one.
There was another one?
Yeah.
No, that was Annie 2.
Nope.
They actually remade that movie again.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't matter. Nobody gives a shit about it, but that's the point. It was that shit.
Was one.
Right. But what I'm saying is, anyway, just get out of a woman because you're ruining me point. All right. But as I was saying, anyway, they remake movies, right? Did we really need another remake of Annie? Okay, there's been 2 remakes according to the wife. Did we need 2 remakes? No. How many times have they remade the Titanic? Yeah, but let's be honest. A Night to Remember was brilliant, right?
Yeah.
And then there's another Titanic movie that was actually produced in Ireland that looked at the more A Night to Remember was glammed up, but this one was more gritty. This one was like more into each individual character and the ship sinking, their story, their personal stories. I forget what the name of that film was, but that was Titanic something something something.
I think it was a serial called Blood and Steel, because I seen that in 2012.
No, it wasn't that. This was an old 1970s version, I think, or 1960s.
SOS Titanic.
It could have been that one. Could have been that one.
Yeah, that's
right?
a good film.
They remade Titanic over and over and over, right? That story you can, because it's based on real life, and still to this day, listen, James Cameron's movie is not accurate anymore. Now we know what really happened to Titanic. So they have another opportunity there, if they really wanted to remake that movie again with another director, because now we know what really happened on it. It's finally being solved. It wasn't the iceberg that actually sunk the Titanic. It was a fire that was raging in the boiler room 7 days before it set sail. There was new photographs that were released that actually show, you can actually see that the steel on the ship has been warped by this fire. You can actually see the fucking patch. And guess where it is? Exactly where the iceberg fucking hit.
Yeah.
So it was a fire that took down Titanic. So White Star Line were basically sailed that ship while there was a fire on board. There was a fire on board that ship when it left fucking Southampton, right? And it was raging 7 days beforehand, before they even set sail. They spent 7 days trying to take the coal out of it to put the fire out, but it was that intense that they had to leave it burn and hope for the best. So they sailed that ship knowing that that ship was already crippled. So if it hit the iceberg, it was always going to sink, right? Because of that fire. Now, if that fire hadn't have been there, right, I'm pretty sure that ship would have survived. But it was because of the fire was. So there's new evidence now at the coming out. It's been finally solved. The fire was the cause of the sinking of the Titanic, because it weakened the steel. There was always this talk that Titanic steel wasn't the best. They did all these different tests on it, and it turned out that the steel holds up even today. It was that, right? Because Irish people, when we build shit, we build it fucking properly, folks, right? We don't half-ass things, right? That steel was top of the line for back then. So that ship should never have sunk when it hit the iceberg. The only reason why it did was because of a fire. So now they could remake that movie now and do it now. They could do it properly now, historically accurate, because we know what happened. They could start off with the fire, people getting on the ship, and go from it from that point of view. And it would be brilliant, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just ready for somebody to step forward and start doing some original stuff instead of reboots and TV and movies. I'm sick of all the reimagining.
No, I agree. Well, I mean, we do have Superman and Lois. That's being new. We had the Mandalorian. That's new. We've had WandaVision. That's
but
new.
I mean, overall, it seems like everybody's just doing reboots.
I do agree with you. It does seem to be. It does seem to be easier for them. I mean, JJ now apparently is rebooting Superman. Now, I know that's caused a little bit of controversy, but I'm going to probably surprise a few people here. I don't like the fact that JJ is involved in the project, but this Black Superman that everybody's been going on about and bitching about, you do know that this Superman was introduced in the comics back in, if I remember reading correctly, it was either 2007 or 2009, right? He's a multiverse Superman. Here's my point, right? Why can't we have the Henry Cavill Superman and this Superman? What's the problem with having two Supermen? The people that are giving out about this, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it out straight, are coming across as racist. Simple as that. Yous are complaining because it's a black Superman. So if that's your complaint because it's a black Superman, well then yous are racist, right? Because it's in the comics. They're doing something completely different. It's a multiverse Superman, right? It's not our Superman, Christopher Reeves, Henry Cavill. It's a different Superman. But this is why I think fans are kind of giving out as well, though, because there has been talk that Henry has been basically told he's not playing Superman anymore, right? Now, I disagree with that. I think that Henry should get a second movie for the simple fact is, I don't think any of the scripts that he's gotten. Listen, I'm a fan of Man of Steel, but even I can say that movie has its flaws. I do not think that Henry has had enough time to shine in the role, and I don't think he's been given great scripts either. So why not have the two of them? Why not have this new multiverse Superman, which has been explained, by the way, so I don't know why people are complaining. It's not your Superman. You know what I mean? It's not the Superman we're all used to. It's a multiverse Superman, right? But I see people giving, Black Superman, and Michael B. Jordan's going to play Superman. No, wrong team. Get away, right? We can have both. But that's where I'm coming from, right? People are saying, no, let's have Black Superman. Let's forget about Henry Superman. No. Why not have both? Why not? Why can't we have both? Because one's a multiverse one anyway. And why not? We've got Superman and Lois. Listen, they could use their heads here. You've got Superman and Lois going right now. You could get Henry Cavill's Superman going again, and then you could have this multiverse Superman, and then somewhere down the line, then the universes converge and they do a whole big bleeding thing where there's 3 Supermen fighting against super villains or something. You know, I just don't get why people are giving out about it. It's not this. It's a multiverse Superman. And I've seen loads of streams on this where people are thinking it's Clark Kent Superman that they're race swapping. No. I've read up about it. Right? I've seen when he was introduced into the comics. It clearly states he's a multiverse Superman. Oh, I wish this stop.
Are you familiar with the writer of the new Superman?
Who's the writer of the new Superman?
Look up the writer for the new Superman movie and do some research. I'm not going to say anything more.
Well, who is it? Who's the name? Name the person.
Oh God, it's a name I can't even pronounce.
And look at his history.
Right, is this the man that's writing the new Superman?
Yes.
Right, but
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
What's his name?
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Right, and what's so special about?
He's black.
He don't like the white people.
Well, how would you know that? How would you actually know that?
Because of his history.
Right, but it's right. Okay, fair enough. You might like the writer, but is that any reason to hate on a new Superman without you even seeing?
I'm not hating on it. I have to see what happens with the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know you will. Like a lot of us will. We'll see and wait and see what happens. Listen, I will say this though, right? I'm gonna put this out here right now. J.J. Abrams is not going to do this justice. J.J. Abrams thinks he's giving you a lot of substance, but what he does is he gives you these little member berries and stuff like that, and there's not much of a plot. So the only problem that I have with this movie going forward is the fact that J.J. Abrams is involved. Someone says he celebrated 9/11. Listen, I don't know anything about this person. I'll have to check myself. But if someone like that did celebrate 9/11 happening, well, then I don't know how they're still working in Hollywood.
Yeah, he's a racist.
What, Sharon? He's not racist. You're saying he's not racist? Right. See, Cheryl disagrees with you there.
But that's okay.
Right. Well, as I said, I haven't seen any of the stuff he said, so I can't really comment on this person. The reason why I have a problem with it is because it's JJ involved, but why can't we have both Supermen? I mean, it's not, I don't think that would be a bad thing. I want Henry to get a second movie, yes, definitely. But as for this other Superman, as I said, the only problem I have is with JJ. And I will say the casting, if true, Michael B. Jordan, I'm sorry though, I will say this, I loved him in Creed, and I loved him in all the other stuff that I've seen him in, but I just don't see him as this Superman. I think he's too young. I think they need to be going for an older guy to play this Superman. I think Michael B. Jordan is not old enough. That's just my personal opinion. I know he has always been the front runner for this Superman, but I just don't see it. I just don't see. Yes, okay, he's got muscles because he did a boxing movie, Creed 1 and 2, and he looks good. He has a good physique and all of that, but he just has too young of a face. I don't know what it is. For me, he's not the right actor for this Superman. If you're going to get someone, it has to be someone a little bit older. In my opinion, I just don't think he's old enough. Don't know what people think on that one, but that's just where I am on that. But listen, as I said, I don't know anything about the writer of this person that's writing this Superman movie, but just because he has certain personal beliefs doesn't mean that it's going to be.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. He says some bullshit about he says some stuff about 9/11 because he's saying first responders included racist New York police cops. I lived there. I can tell you that is true. I do not see how that is any different from defending white supremacists or any of the other shit that's going on. He's entitled to his opinion. I think the only people that think that are racist are
yeah, but I think the point is, should he be even opening his mouth? See, this is where I think we're getting lost. He shouldn't even be opening.
Josh Whedon still doing movies?
Well, he shouldn't be.
Well, but he is.
Well, he's being
So
cancelled
we're
now.
only going to cancel the black people for saying stuff we find offensive and not the white people? Fuck off. Miss me with that noise.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I know, I'm just saying my opinion and now I'm going to shut up.
Right? I mean, Joss Whedon, they are trying to cancel the man.
And
Literally.
I say that because Alpha Omega, you and I are good. We disagree on a lot of things, and I am not disrespecting you in any way. We have a different opinion. And hello, anyone listening, that's how you discuss it. You can both say, I strongly feel this way, and you can still be respectful to another person and not be hateful. And then you can say, you know what? We're going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But I still adore you. I think saying I just disagree with that, and that's okay.
Jordan is too young, and yet JJ says Cavill is too old. No, Henry is the right age to play Superman. But Jordan is too young, in my opinion. Again, I don't know what this man has said or hasn't said, or person, whoever they are. I don't particularly give a crap. For me, it's always going to be, well, what's their writing like? Is there going to be any politic within their writing? And that's what I'm interested in. And if it does have politic, then obviously we're not going to watch, but I'm not going to judge something just because someone has said controversial things. Let's be honest. There's a lot of white people out there that have said controversial things over the bloody years. Right? Have we stopped watching their movies or stuff like that? No. Mel Gibson, for example, right? Look at all the shit he came out with a few years ago. Has people here stopped watching Mel Gibson movies? Guarantee you not. I bet you there's still people watch The Lethal Weapon quadruple, I still watch the Lethal Weapon quadruple. I don't know about you guys. I love those movies over the Christmas. I watch Lethal Weapon. I love Braveheart. I actually even love The Passion of the Christ, even though he was accused of being anti-Semitic in that movie. I disagree totally. I thought it was a great movie. I mean, I never seen if look, obviously we don't know what Jesus went through. I do believe that Jesus has existed, by the way. But if that's half of the shit that he went through for us, right? A fair fucking play to him is what I say. Because I would have gave up after 5 minutes and said, all right, listen, I can take back everything I said just to live a normal fucking life. But that movie was great. But nobody's going to stop watching Mel Gibson. He's come out with some crazy shit. And other people have come out with crazy shit over the years. I think what's happened here is everything is being elevated because obviously the current situation that we're in, society now, everybody thinks that everything is woke or it's not woke enough and all of this. We just need to all take a step back for a second. We don't know what this fella is going to be. Yes, he might have said all those things. As I said, I'm not disagreeing with just because I don't know. He might have said all those things, but you don't know that when he produces a Superman script, that it'd probably be one of the best scripts that we've seen, right? And in fairness, can you all honestly say here that you won't watch the movie if it starts getting great reviews and people come out and praise this because it genuinely has good writing and this fella has said things that you mightn't necessarily agree with? Are you telling me that you won't watch the movie? Because I think people will still watch the movie. I think once people keep their political crap separate to what they do with their work, this is what we were all about. This is what we did. But remember, this is why we came on to YouTube in the first place. We came on because we didn't want political stuff in our TV shows or our movies. Now, he might have those political beliefs, but if he doesn't put any of that within the script of Superman, the Superman that he's writing, well then, should everybody not be happy and support the movie because obviously he's kept his politic out of the movie? No? Yeah? Anybody agree with me, disagree with me?
No.
No.
Well, see what he puts out there. You have to wait till it's actually put out there to see what is in or not in the movie. So
yeah, Dr. Seuss also made political cartoon. Yeah, well, I don't get why they're canceling Dr. Seuss. Though.
No, there's a difference. They're not canceling Dr. Seuss. They're stopped publishing books that have racial stereotypes. And out of the 6 books, only 2 of them have ever been mainstream. If I Ran the Zoo and What I Saw on Mulberry Street, and they were very stereotypical, racist, offensive things. That being said, that was common for the time.
But
Dr. Seuss came out and said, in addition to his racial political stuff, you know what? At the time I did it, it was the time of society.
Right.
I wouldn't do it now.
Right.
That's why no one's canceling
Right.
Dr.
Well,
Seuss.
they are canceling Dr.
Well, they're
Seuss.
not.
Well, they are.
They are. They removed it
Yeah.
from Amazon.
Canceled Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head is just now a potato head with like a bunch of potato pieces and different little things so you can make it up. I had Mr. and
Right,
Mrs.
but
Potato
why
Head
doesn't
and I mixed them up all the time.
but here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna put this to you.
Go ahead.
Why the fuck does it matter if he's called Mr. Potato Head? Why is it so? No, hold on. Why is it so offensive now to call him Mr. Potato Head? Why did he have to drop the Mr. and just call him Potato Head? I'll tell you why. Because there are people out there that hate men.
Let me put it this way.
No.
What's the problem about it being called Potato Head when you get 2 adult-sized potatoes and a couple small potatoes and all the little things? And
Yeah,
you can
so you got Mammy
Mr.
Potato
and
Head,
then you can make
you've got
your
Daddy Potato Head,
I'm not finished talking.
and you've got Kitty
I'm
Potato
still
Head.
speaking,
I
Mr.
don't-
Vice
I
President.
don't care. I don't care.
I'm just saying.
You've lost your argument already.
I haven't.
You
Because
actually
you let
have.
me finish.
You're not
See,
going
this
to
is
get to
what men
finish.
do. They talk over
No.
women. You don't let them finish.
No, because
and
you're
I will
talking
not
crap.
be silenced.
You're talking crap.
The whole reason
Come on.
is you've got potato heads. So now you have 2 adult potatoes
Yeah,
and at least 1 mini potato.
yeah.
And all of them
And what's wrong?
both female parts. They don't come with penises and they don't come with vaginas. So you can make the potato heads in anything you want. Whatever you want. No one's saying you can't call them Mr. Potato Head or Mrs. Potato
Right.
Head. They're including all the pieces.
Right.
On top of that,
But the fact that it
on
comes,
top of that, for parents,
but
you have Mr., Mrs., and some kiddo potato heads in one box
I
for
love
one
Cheryl.
fucking winning.
right. But you see, the thing about it is the fact that a company that has produced these toys has had to come out all of these years later and make that change is fucking stupid. Right?
Why is it so offensive to you that they can't be called Mr. Potato Head?
What?
What is wrong? What if they would have just called Potato Head from the get-go?
What?
Get him, Ted.
Then it wouldn't be an issue. Then it wouldn't be an issue.
Listen, I'm not finished. If it would have just been called Potato Head,
Yeah, it wouldn't have been an issue.
I'm not finished speaking. If it would have just been called Potato Head from the beginning,
Yeah.
and then they would have changed it
Yeah.
to Mr. or Mrs.
Yeah.
Potato Head, people would have been outraged. And I'm sorry, I'd be more outraged about Mississippi not having any clean drinking water or Detroit still being fucked up.
Exactly,
than I am about
and that's the
potato.
point that's the point I'm trying to make. You people fucking are getting outraged over stupid little things, Dr. Zeus and fucking Potato Head
I'm sorry,
and all of this
people-
other rubbish, right? When you should be concentrating on the fact that there's still homeless people in 2021, that there's still people starving in the world. There are things to be getting outraged and fucking trying to change, not stuff like this.
But
That's the
wait,
point.
what is so offensive about gender neutral? What they're basically telling people is, here's a potato. Make it whatever the fuck
Right.
you want. When I had Mr. Potato Head, my Mr. Potato Head walked around with a top hat, a monocle, and a purse and heels.
Right.
It was because it was just fucking fun.
Got
Well, at least you know.
Zero potato head.
Just
Just Potato Head.
It's not Mr. Potato Head.
You're
Just
Mr.
like
Potato
just
Head.
like the Mr. Books.
Ted, why is your hippo in your water dish?
What? You put his head
What?
up. Oh.
Your hippo's in it's Fonte. Fonte the elephant is in your water dish. Go get it.
See what I have to put up with?
No.
Yeah.
See, you have a strong woman who's not afraid to back down and challenge
We
you.
love Cheryl.
You're looking for it.
You're still wrong.
You're wrong, and the dog's entire stuffed elephant is
You're
wrong.
wrong.
Again, let's call it Cheryl and Noel's domestics for fun. This is why he doesn't like me in the room.
Mr. Potato Head. Well, anyway, all of this nonsense needs to stop. People getting offended by stuff like that, and actually should be, focusing on the real issues that we have out there. I mean, that's why society and the world as a whole is in the shitter the way it is, because we have people concentrating on Mr. Potato Head and Dr. Zeus and are fucking concentrating on the stuff that actually really fucking matters. Imagine going after someone because they dated someone years ago as well. This is how pathetic these people actually are. And you know what? I'm sick of it all. You can't even say man-sized tissues anymore because that's become offensive to say. Right? It's an offensive word. Woman has become an offensive word as well. It's absolutely ridiculous. And there's no such thing, and I'm going to say it out straight, and I don't care if I'm criticized, there's no such thing as gender fucking neutral, right? Yeah, there's 2 fucking genders, end of fucking story, right? The rest are all social constructs and all fucking invented. End of, right? You got a penis, you're born with a penis, you're born with a vagina. That's it.
I'm sorry, what if you're born with both? What if you're intersex?
Well, then intersex is completely different, but that's what they use.
No, you just said there were 2
Intersex,
sexes. You just said
intersex,
2.
intersex.
So clearly there's 3. isn't
No, there's
there?
not. There's still only 2.
No, there still is.
There's not,
they're
because
not-
even when they're born with the 2, right, they mostly have the fucking
No.
yes.
It's still not
It's
2
not.
genders.
One's dominant.
It's not. It's only 2, and that's
You
the
know
end of
what?
it.
You hate I can hold an argument with you.
No, wrong actually. There are only 2. Right?
Because
Scientific.
you have spoken, man.
No, because it's a scientific fact.
Is it?
Scientific fact. You cannot
don't
change
understand.
science and biology. No matter how hard you try change it, you cannot change biology.
So if you're born with a penis and a vagina,
Then the situation calls for whatever they choose themselves, then they could choose themselves. But that's just different.
Transgender.
No, that's what the transgender people try to use the intersex people, but it's completely different.
How is it? How is it?
Oh,
Just because you're loud doesn't make you right.
Teddy, what do you think?
Teddy doesn't think Anton
He says, Daddy,
because Teddy is male.
Teddy says, I will eat your face off, Daddy. Don't hit him in the head. He doesn't like it. You play too rough.
Right. So end of. So
No,
I have spoken. I have, and that's it. End of. As I said though, right? If someone decides to change their gender and asks me to identify them as that gender, I will do the courteous thing, and I will respect that people's wishes. But I will not be forced to believe that there are more genders than what there actually are. End of story, and that's where I stand on it. It doesn't make me transphobic or anything like that. No, I'm just making that statement on this channel, right? That, as I said, if you come to me and you tell me that you want to identify as a woman or a man now, I will do the common courtesy thing, and I will gladly and respectfully do whatever you ask, right? But I will not be forced to accept. According to some people out there are over 72 genders. There isn't. End of story. There aren't. This is why we're in the mess that we're in society. We should be focusing on the stuff that really matters. Homelessness.
I will say this to back you up on this level. I'm talking about intersex people. People that are trans have grown up feeling they were in the wrong body, that they were born as a biological female or a biological male, and they don't feel like that. So they have made the decision that they need to transition to the other, which is why we have now the definitions of cis male, cis female, trans male, transgender. I feel like if you are identifying as a male, you say you're a male. If you're identifying as a female, you say you're a female. If you're identifying as, I don't know, you're well, you know what? It's not my place to tell you. It's everyone else's choice. The same thing as some things are not a choice. If you are gay, you didn't choose to be gay. It is something that you have always felt. I can't say how transgender people feel because I was born a biological female. I have always felt a biological female. So I can't speak to what that is, but that doesn't mean I'm so closed off and unwilling to understand someone else might feel that way.
Right.
See, this is why you shouldn't start on your
but you see, this is the thing. This is the thing. See, everything, the decision that's being made is based on feeling of someone. It's child abuse.
It's biology.
Get the fucking boat. It's ridiculous. I don't know how this became a whole discussion on that. Because of Mr. Potato Head, I think it was Chris. We can't have Mr. Potato Head because it's offensive now. Same with Mr. Men, it's offensive. They'll go after Mr. Bean next. Because
I hope not.
So because Noel can't stay on topics as to what do you mean? We were talking about other stuff and then you bring it up. Right? We have a few people.
Gotta love her.
Yeah. Well, that's
Noel definitely did not marry a quiet, woman who will do whatever she wants. And you know what? Despite this passion and stuff we have, we do respect each other. And that's one of the reasons we love each other, because we can have these kinds of things where we get it out. And I am.
Nah, do you know what the reality of the situation?
I'm ethnically Irish, English.
No.
And Irish, English, Italian, and Dutch.
Yeah.
So I've got 3 fucking fiery people inside of me, married to some Irish man. It's going to be loud and it's going to be crazy. But as I told one of my parents in a meeting when they were shouting, this is conversation in my house. This isn't a fight. This is just both of us trying to be heard. And we can agree to disagree and stuff, and we can move on and it's fine. I love this community. I may not agree with everyone in the comments. I may not agree with everyone in the panel. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate and respect almost everyone that comes here. And I'm saying almost because we have some shit trolls that come in. But everyone is entitled to their opinion and everyone should be allowed to voice it. Are you fake snoring? I will literally dump that soda on.
Are you finished now?
I don't know. Are you? You said on this last note 40 minutes ago.
Well, listen. As you can see, Cheryl is wrong on everything, and I'm right. But that's what we love about this community. You know, Cheryl can be wrong, and people will still love her, and I'll be right, and people will still hate me. It's just the way it is nowadays, isn't it? The people that are on the right side of history, i.e., me, are hated. The people that are on the wrong side of history, i.e. Cheryl, are loved and revered and stuff. But that's just the way it is. And Cheryl knows I'm going to take the piss. By the way, this is how this will end tonight. We will end the stream, and then me and Cheryl will probably take the head off each other. So if you don't see us tomorrow, yeah, frying pan, get away. She won't only be using a frying pan tonight. But all joking aside, this whole situation is getting ridiculous now. People have to rein it back in, and I think people should be out there, especially some of these people on the left, should be focusing on the real issues that people have, instead of worrying about a TV show or a couple of plastic creations that might be offensive. I mean, Kleenex, for God's sake, you can't say man-sized. As I said, you cannot say man-sized tissues anymore. It's literally, yeah.
It's even the Gillette razors.
Personal size, or what?
Yeah, it's just literally become a dirty word. I'm surprised. That's why they've tried to change the word woman and women, because it literally has men and women, man in it, and that's why
Put
they
an X in there.
Yeah.
Do you know the weirdest thing is? You know how a man holds a door open for a woman? You
Yeah,
know how you
Yeah,
get into a shop and you see an old woman or a young woman and you hold the door open for them. I mean, it's men now that hold the door open for you.
Yeah.
That's how crazy it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, and I will say,
Oh, that's become offensive as well, though, to some women, that if you open the door for them, I can open it. This is the attitude now. We don't need to open the door for us or to pull open our chair for us. We could do that ourselves. We're strong, independent women. We don't need men to do that for us. It's just men being nice.
Yeah, it's gentlemanlike. It's kindness.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
The man
Well, that's what I was taught when I was growing up.
Ridiculous argument, because as a rule, the majority of men are larger than the majority of women. Man-sized tissue makes sense. I'm not offended by that. I'm not at all. I'm not also. I am not offended if a man opens a door for me or offers to pay for my meal. Now, when women go out on dates, I think women should be prepared to cough up their half. If the man wants to do that, great. But I also was telling this to know, because lockdown has ruined my mind and I need something to take me out of March. I have become addicted to Love Island because it's literally the worst of society I can see. But I'm looking at it from an anthropological standpoint. And the thing I've noticed is it is very much, it's what you see as a thing. the men are very much cavemen kind of men, and the women are very much cavemen. Like the women know how to play the men to get them to do what they want. The men are the hunters and the gatherers, and they're like, you're my woman, all this. And the women want to act offended by that, but they're like, oh, but he's my man, blah, 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 blah. It's a huge thing. There are gender roles and stuff. It's just we need to be accepting. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying, shut up, Noel. Calling someone, male or female is offensive. There's now a thing where people are coming after the Bernstein Bears because one of the books is like, I'm a mom, and as you're my daughter, you could become a mom or you could become this. And on the other page, I'm a dad, and as a dad, you become this. And people are trying to have that canceled because they say it's transphobic. It's not. The majority of the people on, shut up, Noel. The majority of the people on this generally fall into two categories. They identify as male or female. All I'm saying is that we can't completely discount people that don't. I am in no way, shape, or form saying we need to redefine all of society to create something where everything's gender neutral and stuff. I have worked in education for years. If you see two kids that have never had guns in their house ever, and you give it to a boy, the first thing they're going to do with a stick is they're going to make it a gun. The girls will make it a magic wand. 8 out of 10 times that's going to happen. That's how we're hardwired. But it's those extra couple of kids that don't fall into there that might be different. And I'm just saying we need to be respectful and accepting of them. That's my argument. You are a dick. Actually, probably a dick.
Yeah, but he's our dick.
He has.
Are you finished now?
I don't know. But the thing is if you stick to your topic and only talk about Doctor Who watch-alongs that you're watching, this shit wouldn't happen.
Finished?
Yeah, now I'm finished.
Good. Right. Anyway. Back
because
to...
I've got Love Island to watch.
Yeah, so now she's gonna watch Love Island now and wreck me head like she's been doing with Love Island and Meghan Markle.
Which, by the way, Love Island cannot be any more inappropriate on any level.
Yeah.
But I love it because they're fucking disasters and it makes me feel better about my life choices.
Good, yeah. One of them was marrying me, I suppose. Right, let's leave it at that anyway. Love Island's type of bad show, Bad Wolf Parton of Wales and Vengeance of Our Supporters. I agree, Daniel. But you see, these are the kind of conversations me and Cheryl have all the time because obviously I do have different views, and as you can see, she's very she has to get her point across. She's a bit like me, really, but a female version. Don't tell her, she's probably a little bit better, but shh. You don't want to give her that big
No, I'm not finished. I have one more thing to say.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I want to say a special thank you to those of you who are brave enough, and I'm going to say brave enough, to say, Cheryl, I think you're talking shit. I don't agree with you, or post any comment that is negative to what I'm saying, because I don't ever want anyone to feel in Noel's chat that just because I'm his wife and I say something that may be controversial you don't agree with, that you don't have the right to say, I disagree with you.
Well, I disagree with you.
I know.
I'm married to you.
No, I know, but I'm not talking about you, dumbass. I'm talking about everyone else. I want it to be said in the chat. Anyone who feels
Dumbass.
You just called me a dumbass.
Yeah, but stop talking. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, I don't want anyone in Noel's stream, because this is his channel, even though we share stuff. I don't want anyone to feel like they can't say, Cheryl, you know what? Totally don't agree with you. You are allowed to do that. And I guarantee you, Noel will not come after you to attack you, and I will not come after you.
No, because I agree with you. Whatever you say.
Even if he agrees with me, he's still going to say people are allowed to do it. And that's the great thing about this channel is You can come on, and as long as you're respectful to someone and say, this is my opinion, I don't agree with yours, or I think this is wrong, because that's okay. So I'm not mad if somebody else calls me out for saying, I don't agree with that, or this is different. And I want everyone to know there's no hard feelings, and Noel's not mad about it, because I think sometimes some people don't. And I think there's been rumors among people that don't exactly like Noel to say Noel won't let people on his channel contradict his wife or speak out against what she says. And that is not true. Absolutely.
No, I'm only winding you up here. You know that I do value your opinions.
I know, but it's okay. Even if you value, you don't have to agree with it. I don't have to agree with yours, but that's okay. I just want to make it clear to everyone in the chat that they don't have to feel that.
They know. They actually know, and they wouldn't. They'd all love you anyway. So
well, I don't know about that.
They know you have different opinions. I made that clear, and you made that clear.
Hashtag Noel's liberal wife doesn't completely suck. I don't know.
The hashtag the Justice for Noel is the hashtag that everybody is throwing up there. I agree. Cheryl, as long as you don't say Dr. Pepper is horrible, we're good, says Chris.
Okay, I'm sorry. Dr. Pepper is a gift from the gods.
But seriously, listen, I mightn't agree like she doesn't with me, right? And I've been winding her up on this channel here just for these past few minutes, right? For anybody out there, because I know there'll be people on the other side say, oh, well, Noel's wife was trying to get his point across and he was dismissing her. We've had these conversations in full before, off air, right? So I know where Cheryl stands on certain topics and issues. She knows where I stand, and we're still married. So obviously there must be some love there, because we do have, listen, we do agree on some stuff together, but there is a lot of stuff that we don't, especially with a lot of stuff that's happening now in society that we don't.
But I will also say I think some of it is because I'm American.
Yeah, I know.
And you're Irish, and we both were raised in a very
different
environment.
Yeah, in Ireland we weren't kind of shielded. There wasn't any of that nonsense that was going on in America really happening here.
I grew up in a very, very diverse neighborhood that was much lower income. So I think my perspective is different than others.
Daniel has more Dr. Pepper. He has Dr. Pepper. He's drinking Dr. Pepper.
By the way, if people would like to send us Dr. Pepper.
By the way, Cheryl actually is drinking wine. She bought 3 bottles.
I just finished my first bottle.
She just finished her first bottle, and this is not going to end well, like it didn't on Valentine's Day.
Sometimes it was your fault.
It doesn't matter. I don't think you should drink any more than that. Man, come on.
Matthew.
Cheryl was right, LOL. Justice for
Is that
Noel.
Dr. Pepper she's drinking?
No.
Yes.
Oh my God! Yeah, I could understand why you're a wee bit
She loves
higher.
Dr. Pepper. She's drinking wine right now.
It makes you high, Dr. Pepper.
What?
It makes you high. That
Does
stuff.
it?
Huh?
I drink a bit of it, but it's never done anything for me now. But yeah, I like Dr. Pepper, but not as big a fan as Cheryl is. I'm more of a Coca-Cola guy, but even then,
I kind of like Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Yeah, I prefer Pepsi myself.
No, it's Dr. Pepper, or I can't really be asked.
Yeah.
I used to like Iron Brew, but they changed the recipe. Iron Brew.
No, Iron Brew back in the day was lovely, Super John. I agree. We used to get it over here. I love Iron Brew, but they have changed. It's not the same.
I remember when I was young, it was the fish man, and he came round in the van, and he sold quite a lot of stuff, and it was like the bottles of Curry's, Red Cola, Koala Cola, and it was Struthers, and you used to have the big orange crates full of the bottles, and you used to get 5 pence back if you handed back a bottle, or 10 pence back when you handed a bottle back. In 8 days, I mean, that Iron Brew, it was really good.
Yeah, it's not good now. Here, Alpha Omega has said he's had 10 beers. So there you go.
10 beers.
He's had 10 beers. Yeah. Yeah, 10 beers, he said in the private chat before he left. He's having issues with his internet.
Yeah, everyone can tell how much Cheryl's had to drink by the volume increase.
Yeah, since before the stream, 10 beers before the stream.
Yeah,
Jesus.
did you ever notice when I'm drinking, I start off quiet. By the end of a bottle, I'm really loud.
Well,
Almost as loud as you.
Well, I wouldn't mind. You know, you probably did need to have a drink.
I did.
Not you. I'm talking about Alpha.
He
Because
did
we
too.
were watching The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. No wonder you gave it a high rating. You were drunk, mate. You were drunk. So we'll get you back sober and you can give us your proper rating. No, but again, I just want to point out, me and Cheryl do, and by no means am I belittling her opinions. We've already spoke about this. I just love winding her up when she does come on the channel. She obviously, as I said, she does have our opinions, and we do agree on a lot of stuff, but there is a lot of stuff that we don't agree on. And that's just it. You know, she does fight her corner just like I fight my corner. I wouldn't have it any other way anyway. I'd hate a woman that, to be quite honest, that would bow down to everything I say. You know, at the end of the day, you want your woman to kind of have, say, I'll be criticised for calling her me woman now, because that's caveman behaviour apparently. But you want your woman to kind of fight her corner. You don't want a passive person. I actually did when I first married her, but here's the thing though, she kept it kind of bleeding sick, because when I first met Cheryl, butter wouldn't melt in our mouth. When we got married, butter wouldn't melt in our mouth. And then all of a sudden, then into marriage life, then she started opening her mouth, and I was like, since when did you start becoming more like, you know, more talkative? Because Cheryl was, I think this country has done you the world of good. Because when she came over here, she found it very harsh and stuff, and she's had to.
I think I cried solidly for the first 6 weeks I was here because I thought everyone was mean and rude. And a matter of fact, I lost my shit at the airport when you picked me up after I'd been held 3 fucking hours in quarantine because you were very Irish. Tell them what you said.
What did I say?
When I eventually came down from quarantine after you've been waiting, what did you say?
Oh, why was I waiting so long or
Yeah,
something?
but you didn't say it like that.
No, I said it.
You were like, what the fuck took so long? Why didn't you call me, bro? And I'm like, what is held hostage in
Yeah, she literally cried in my arm. Like, okay, I was only fucking asking what took you so long.
But then it got worse because then we got an attack to take us home, right? And I told you I only had so much money on me. I had cashed in. I had made the first map. By the way, do not ever change your currency at the airport.
No, they rip you off.
But I was desperate, so I cashed in. I got a couple of euros because I thought for the cab home, right? And as we're going, the cabbie was taking us clearly, as Noel will admit now, on a way that was nowhere good. But because he was talking to me and Noel wasn't paying attention, he's just driving around.
Yeah, he took us around a long way, basically.
And it should take, from the Dublin airport to our home, it should cost about, in
25
high
quid.
traffic, it should cost 25 quid.
25
If there's
quid.
no traffic, it'll cost about 20.
This prick was charging us 45 quid he was. And I even said to him, you're not getting 45 quid. And then he wasn't going to let us out.
No, he made us pull over to the gas station.
Oh, yeah. We had to pull over to a gas station to get more money.
And then the only reason he stopped, because when we got close to the house, and he said, well, I'm gonna call the guardie because you're not paying my fee. No, goes, you fucking call the guardie. You fucking call right now. One fucking year we're gonna talk about this. Your man's like, just give me what you got, and drove off.
Yeah, then he drove off, and he said he was going to come back, and he never came back. We even gave him the phone number. I literally said to him, I said, call the guards, go ahead. I said, it should only cost €25. You know what you have to do.
And it doesn't, and most people don't realize, I have extreme anxiety, and I am not an extrovert. I know I sound that way right now because there's line, but I'm really not. And so I am an extremely nervous traveler, and before this trip to Ireland. I hadn't flown in 12 years. So imagine me coming to Ireland for the first time on a passport I had just gotten because I hadn't traveled in so long. The first thing your guy asks me is, well, what are you going to do while you're here in Ireland? I'm like, well,
Shag an Irishman.
I go, my boyfriend and I are probably going to hang out and maybe go see some stuff. He's like, what stuff? And I go, I don't know. Irish stuff. I've not been here.
She nearly fucked it up.
I had to sit in a holding cell for 3 hours.
She nearly fucked it up, lads, right?
3 hours.
She couldn't even mention Atten. Like, she couldn't even say, oh, well, we're going to Dublin Castle or Trinity College or, you know, some sort of Temple Bar, right? They literally said to her, so what are you going to do with your boyfriend while you're over here? Irish stuff. Could you imagine if you were an Irish and you're listening to this person? Irish stuff.
Now, keep in mind, I had traveled. So I had been traveling and I had to stop in Iceland. So I had traveled from Missouri to Ireland, through Iceland, Ireland. I had been traveling for almost 20 hours. I was exhausted. I was hopped up on some anti-anxiety meds, probably a few cocktails, and I didn't know where to go. I looked sketchy as fuck. They're asking me questions. Then I get thrown in a fucking holding cell at border control, immigration, right? They've got some other woman in there that they're questioning. She refuses to speak to them in anything other than French.
Oh,
right?
yeah. The French are cunts.
And then, this is my favorite part. The guards walk out because the number Noel gave me didn't work. So I couldn't even reach Noel. The phone number he gave me didn't work. Couldn't reach Noel. So your woman in the holding cell looks at me and she's like, oh, can you believe they are doing this to us? And I'm like, don't talk to me. I'm not with you. I need to leave. It was tragic.
Yeah.
And then you yelled at me.
I did, because you kept me waiting for over 2.5 hours, and I was like, where the hell is she? Has she been kicked out of the country?
And had your phone been working, you would have known I was being held in immigration. I know what I should have done. I should have went full American. Mara!
Yeah, you would have been kicked
They
out.
would have put me on the next plane right back.
Yeah, they would. There's an American lunatic. Let's get them out before they say they're Irish. Yeah, but yeah, this country has changed her. I think all Americans, when they come over here, they actually have this perception of Ireland because of the movies that they make.
We think you're all leprechauns.
And we're all nice. Well, our Irish people are genuinely nice,
yes.
but they tolerate no bullshit. So it's like things that would annoy Americans wouldn't necessarily annoy Irish people, or Irish people are just out straight. If something annoyed, they'll be out straight with you and they'll say, you're fucking annoying. You know what I mean?
Actually, when Irish people are sick of your shit, they become super fucking polite to you.
Yeah.
If you're American.
Yeah. And that means you should.
And that means you need to fuck off because they hate you.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, well, actually, though, in saying that, though, Cheryl's very popular with everybody around here. So
I told you I'm lovely.
So it's one of these Americans. So she's one of these Americans that don't get on people's nerves, because one thing is they're going to hate about this. But Irish people actually don't like Americans. I have to tell you so. And the reason why we don't like is because when you come over to this country, right, you already have preconceptions.
What?
And and second of all, this is my favorite, right? This is what actually gets me under my skin, right? You'll have some American come over and they'll be like, yeah, my great grandfather is Irish, and lived in Cork, and I'm Irish. No, you're not. You were born in America. Your daddy did the business in America with your mommy. Your mommy got pregnant in Ireland, in America. You were born in America, therefore you're American. You had Irish ancestry, but that does not make you Irish.
Irish people are super fucking strict about it, because even if your mom and dad are Irish, but you lived and were raised in America, you're not Irish.
No, you're American.
You're only Irish if you were raised in Ireland and you have direct Irish descendants that are mom and dad, grandma and grandpa.
That's it.
They'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'm only allowed to say that my great grandmother was born in the Irish Free State.
Yeah. See, because here's the thing, right? When Americans say that, no disrespect to you, right? You think it's, look, it is great. Listen, we do think it's great that you all want to be us, right? But the problem is that you have to the history behind being an Irish person. There's a lot of history behind being an Irish person. So when an American comes along and says that their great grandfather was Irish and that they're Irish, well, I'm sorry,
says that?
you're belittling what it means to be Irish because we went through hardships. You know, I'm sorry, don't say you're Irish. You're not Irish. If you were born in America, you're American.
The potato
That's
famine.
It's a potato. It's potatoes. It's potatoes. But seriously, that's the one thing that we do hate. I don't know what it is. It's just, you know, and that's why we hate American movies when he's put on an Irish accent and it's so bad. And that's why we do get annoyed because there's a lot of history. 800 years we were under British rule. Our people were basically, you know, enslaved, starved to death. You know, families fought against each other in the Civil War. So there's a lot. So when Americans are saying, oh, they're Irish, no, sorry. There's a lot more to being Irish than having a great. Yeah, you're born and raised in this country, then you can call yourself Irish. So when American presidents claim to have, see, we laugh at that as well over here, especially when they come over here with a future American president, and they say, well, I mean, Barack Obama. They literally found a third cousin of his that happened to be white that lived down the countryside in Ireland. Ridiculous. We were actually all laughing our heads off when he came out and said he was part Irish. Barack Obama, part Irish. Go and kiss my ass. If you're Irish, then I'm fucking Chinese.
Where do I come in that my great grandmother's born where you grew up?
I don't know. You're still not Irish.
I'm an Irish American.
Well, your grandmother, what'd you say, your great grandmother?
My great grandmother was born in the Irish Free State.
Yeah, so that's two generations.
She married my English grandfather, remember? Because they traveled on the, what was the Majestic? Yeah,
they traveled on the Majestic.
They met on the Majestic.
Yeah.
Because they both immigrated after the
That's right, because we did a little history, a little bit background on Carol's grandmother's journey. And they did, which is the weird thing. They literally, our grandparents, great-grandparents literally lived across through a park from my mum and dad. So where Cheryl ended up being, I actually showed Cheryl where her grandparents, well, I haven't brought her into the area, but I've showed her the area where her grandparents, now she's actually told me the name of the area, so I know exactly where her great-grandparents lived, great-grandmother lived, so I can show her. So she's the closest thing you will get to Irish, and she can kind of get away with it now.
And I put this in the chat, but that was one of the other things we bonded about. Not only the fact that the Doctor Who, which is how I found you, but we both were super intensely interested in the Titanic and everything to do with it.
Yeah.
And then when I told you my great grandmother met my grandfather on the Majestic.
Yeah, I was.
And everything. Yeah. And then we had that thing that kind of solidified.
Yeah, that did, because I couldn't believe it, and then I'll start checking out the Majestic and stuff.
You found out she was in Crumlin.
Yeah. Then when I found out where she literally was, I says, "Oh my God, that's literally across the road from where my ma and dad live." Actually, my dad's father, my grandfather, lived around the corner from your.
You know what we should honestly do with someone? We should ask your folks. We should give them my great grandmother's name and ask if they, because I bet you they could.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if we found your grandmother's name here, we could go with the census and find out when she left exactly.
My dad's got that.
But I don't want to claim it, so I don't offend people of those locations. Now, listen. I mean, look. I've got some English ancestry in me somewhere. some of the family originated from England. I think originally her family made it came from Wales, by the way, because Glyn. Sorry, that's Ted. Glyn is a Welsh name. It's also an Irish name. Well, I haven't done my whole family history, but I do know that there is English blood in me. But I was born in Ireland, so I'm Irish. I don't claim to be Irish English or got a bit. I'm Irish Welsh, with a bit of English in me. I'm Irish. I think, and listen, it is cute that Americans want to be Irish, but sorry, you ain't. If you aren't born here, that why would you want to be Irish anyway? It's not a great thing. Trust me. Go back and look at our history. It's not a great history either. Why would you want to be Irish? Being Irish right now is not. Even now I'm seeing a lot of anti-Irish sentiment, even in fandoms now. There seems to be this hatred towards Irish people all of a sudden again, which I've never experienced in my lifetime, but I'm seeing a lot of it now. So I don't know, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Irish, the Spanish, and yeah, see, that's the thing as well, Daniel. The Irish do have Spanish ancestry. There are literally some towns in Spain, if you were to look at the people, by looking at them, if you didn't know you were in Spain, you think you were in Ireland. So that is absolutely 100% true. You're right. They reckon that our origins actually started off in Spain. So, yeah, a lot of Irish, but see, I've got sallow skin.
Who put O hash mega?
Right.
O apostrophe mega.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I've got sallow skin, so I go very brown in the summer. I'm a proud American. Says I'm American. I'm proud to claim it. Says Alpha.
Somebody made Omega Saint Alpha Omega Saint Irish is Omega.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, that's what the thing I can't understand though is from the American side. Is why Americans so much want to be Irish. Be proud of being American. It's not the greatest thing to have that Irish American tag. It's not great. It's not. It's not. Irish people had a hard. There's a lot of history behind it. Listen, that's just a personal thing for me. There might be Irish people out there that don't care if you call yourselves Irish Americans, but I don't believe you should if you weren't born here. And then if you move to America, then with your parents, say your parents happen to be American, right? But your parents were in Ireland for a few years, and they had you while you're here, right? You're Irish American then, yes. You're Irish American because you were born in Ireland and then you got American ancestry because your mother and father. That's how it works. And I think that's the way it should be. But I hate people. I even get it on the internet every day. Like people say, "Oh, I'm Irish." And I'm like, "Oh, what part of Ireland were you born in?" I wasn't born in Ireland. I was born in Ohio. Well, then you're not Irish. You're American. Some people get offended by that, but there you go. Remember, Dublin was a huge slave market. People from all over the world were sold there. Exactly. Dublin, I mean, we had that Viking that we found a few years back in the 80s, the 70s it was, and then they built over it. But yeah, the Vikings invaded Ireland as well, and obviously all of that shit happened. So, I mean, look. And all I have it to make dinner. I've got a long night arranging ahead. I know this stream has gone way over, Chris. Thanks for hanging on, but you can head off, pal. Go on, do what you have to do. I really appreciate all your support. Listen, thanks for sticking around for nearly 5 hours, actually. I mean, look, we're having a good chat, so no point of going if we're having a great. But I don't know how you feel about the whole Irish American thing, but that's my feeling on it. Do you guys have any personal feeling on it yourselves?
Yeah, I think they're trying to make themselves out they're something they're not.
Yeah. Would you like them saying it Scottish American?
No.
Many people say that actually. It's always Irish American and not Scottish American or Welsh American or stuff like that. It's always Irish American, And I hate these American actors that have and Irish ancestry and say, yeah, I'm an Irish American actor. No, you're not. You're born in America. Stop it. Right? Just stop. Your mommy and daddy had sex in the bed in America. Right? Your daddy did his business in your mommy and she got pregnant in America. That makes you American. I leave the channel in Daniel's capable hands. Well, we still have a few mods in the chat as well. But yeah, listen, you take care of yourself and we'll see you soon. I'm going to end now in a minute anyway because I do plan on doing a couple of gaming streams tonight as well because, you know, that's how I like to. Well, that's how I like to relax now. Yeah, we're actually coming. We're halfway
We'll
through.
have to have a Titanic debate sometime because
We
I think
will.
that'll be a good.
Let's do it on the Irish Geek. Why not? Yes,
Yeah.
Super John. If
Yeah.
you're around, man, I could do more streams with you and Alpha whenever you are around. Like, you know, I wouldn't mind having you two guys on with me, and we could do something on the Irish Geek. Yeah, we could talk Titanic. We could talk more Irish stuff, more, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm on for it. Views our game. We can do something on the Irish Geek. Definitely. Because I think this. Yeah, you as well. That's what I said about you, yeah. Because I've had a great conversation, which is to know. Well, I know I've done most of the talk. Cheryl has. Sorry about Cheryl. She, you know, the bottles of wine, but excuse, but yeah, but she gets very passionate about something. She's going to speak our mind, lads. So I just let her know.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, I used to fight her on it in the early days, but I kind of quickly learned that it's best to just let her. Say what she has to say. If I don't agree, I don't agree, but just don't, you know, let her not finish her point because she does get very, you heard her, she can get very,
animated.
Animated just as much as I can. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's everything, but we will. Yeah, Super John's right. We'll be myself, Alpha, Super John will do something on the Irish Geek. Definitely. We'll arrange.
Because you used to do all these things and UFOs and all that, and conspiracies and all that.
Yeah, and remember, I started to do them on the Tarda Zone, and then we stopped. So I'd like to do it on the. You're right. I think we should do more of that stuff on the Irish Geek as well. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. Because those conspiracy theories I do like doing stuff on Titanic as well. We could talk a bit more about that because that is a subject that I am interested in. But you know, we can look at all photos as well.
Yeah. Noel, I was going to ask you, what do you think of the switch, Olympic and Titanic? The switch theory, is that false or there's
right?
No base
The reason
to
why
that?
it was given. The reason why it was given some airtime, if you like, is because of an Irishman. So an Irishman was the one that came up with this switch, with the switch theory. See, the problem I have with the switch theory is that the Olympic had crashed into that Navy ship and it was
HMS Hawk.
Yeah. And it was ripped open, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about it was Titanic was the opposite side of it. Now remember, the fire was gone.
Yeah.
In Titanic. So I think the reason why they originally thought it was a switch is because your man tried to claim that the propeller blades would prove that the ships were sunk, right?
Yeah.
Now, Harland and Wolff, a few years back, if I remember, two of their research, because Harland and Wolff, even though they don't shipbuild anymore, they still do have their museum and they still do investigate the whole Titanic thing. So this was a thing that they took really serious, was this whole switch theory. So they had to find the propellers, obviously, to prove this Irish man, to prove that he was telling the truth. And they found the propellers and the numbers on the propellers. It was 101 or 102.
No, 40. Titanic was 401 and Olympic was 400. That was the yard number.
Yeah, that's what it was, right?
Yeah.
But when they found the propellers, they matched up to the Titanic. So the ship
Yeah.
in the water is Titanic. Do you know what pisses me off though? I'll tell you what pisses me off. The Olympic ended up obviously carrying on. Remember, Britannic sank.
Yeah.
But even though Olympic was damaged, Olympic was fixed, and Olympic went back into service. A few years later, that ship was sold for scrap. Now, if they had never have destroyed that ship, we would actually have a replica of the Titanic. There were slight differences, obviously, to the two ships, but we would know exactly how big that ship was because they were both nearly identical in length. I think Titanic was slightly longer because of something that they put on the ship that made it longer. And the portholes, those certain portholes in different positions that weren't on the Olympic that were on the Titanic. Listen, Titanic is underwater. It's been proved without a shadow of a doubt. But the switch theory was interesting. But as soon as I heard an Irishman was the one that told the story and he was a bit of a drinker, I knew he was a waffler. I knew.
I think I watched in a documentary. His name was Patrick Fenton.
Yeah.
And his nickname was called Paddy the Pig.
Yeah.
For some reason, I think it was because his kind of nickname when he was in the pubs.
Yeah.
That's kind of name he went by. His nickname.
Yeah.
They called him that.
It was a Channel 5 documentary.
Yeah.
It's actually on YouTube. You can actually still watch it. It's on Channel 5. There's actually a YouTube video on that switch theory, and Channel 5 was the one that did it. I watched it. Don't get me wrong. It was an interesting, compelling video. But when they broke down the actual story and looked at the evidence, they found nothing to back up this switch theory other than what he had. But they had proven without a shadow of a doubt that it was Titanic. So think about it. All of those sister ships gone. Britannic
was supposed to be
iceberg
more superior than the Titanic. So when it sunk faster than the Titanic.
Yeah, but the reason why it did, because again, this is in waters that they can actually go down into because it's not as deep. But when they went in, they found that all the watertight doors were wide open.
Yeah.
Right? They were wide open. Portholes were wide open. So when it was hit with the torpedo, right, if those watertight doors had have actually, because what they did, the difference between Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic was this. The water line for the trap doors went up certain floors on Titanic. So after it reached the certain floors, if the water went above that, it'd flow into the other tanks. But with the Britannic, it was completely redesigned because of what happened Olympic and what happened Titanic. And they basically made the watertight compartments, they put them all the way up. So even if one or two was to be flooded, the ship would have stayed afloat. But because they had all the watertight doors open, I mean, they literally found, when they went down with the camera, you can literally see it's airy as fuck. You see the water doors all open. I was shocked. That's why that ship sank so fast. Here's another fascinating story. There was actually a nurse that was on all three ships. She was Irish. She was from Cork, right?
Yeah.
She was on the bleeding Olympic when it crashed into the Navy ship. She was on the Titanic when the Titanic sank, and then she was on the Britannic. But listen to this one. She actually got hit by a fucking boat or something while she was in the water.
It was because she was under the water, and when she came up under the water, she hit her head in the bottom of the boat.
And she survived. But here's the weird thing. The night that she died, right now, this, I don't know if this is a wife's tale that they tell kids, right? But we used to be told a lot of stories back in the day. But according to this story, on the night of the anniversary of the Titanic sinking, right? This was the night she died, by the way. She got a phone call, right? And she answered the phone, and there was nothing over the receiving end whatsoever. She put down the phone, she went to bed, and she died. She died on the anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic. That nurse, she survived the 3 ships right? Got a phone call in the night. Now it could be an old wives' tale that parents tell their kids, right? Don't know if it's entirely true that phone call and then she died, but it is very fascinating. Actually, there was a Japanese man on it as well that survived. Very interesting stories about the survivors of Titanic. Some of them, we know all the big players like Molly Brown and all of those other idiots, but there was other passengers that stories are coming to light now. And there was this Japanese man, and as you know yourselves, Japanese people are highly proud. They're proud people. They take these. When he survived, right? He was so ashamed of himself for the he basically cut himself off from the rest of everybody when he survived. He was ashamed of surviving because there was this stigma over any man that survived the Titanic. Well,
Yeah.
that's you could have went to a woman or child. You literally took the seat of a woman.
Women and children
I mean,
first.
So,
Bruce Ismay, when he had got onto a boat, he was kind of reluctant, but when there was a space there, he was just told, just get on it.
yeah,
And he had to live with that kind of abuse throughout the rest of his
he
life
did.
because
He
he
did.
felt the guilt of
He did.
him saving his own life while all these other people died, but he had no opportunity just to get on that boat and just get off.
Listen, Ismay is a weird one because
Yeah, he is.
I'll tell you why. Okay, yes, he survived. Should he have been ridiculed the way he was? Not necessarily. I think a lot of people made mistakes, including him. But the one thing that turned me off him is when I recently found out that when the survivors and the crew were on the Carpathia, he tried to get them out of the country. So when they went to America, he tried to get them all out of the country. The staff
Wow.
were all kept
Oh yeah.
in a room, locked away because they were told they were basically given a story to tell. But the Americans found out about what he was doing. He literally sent a message, right? A wireless message, informing White Star Line that they were on their way. And he signed his name backwards, right? This letter has
Yeah.
only recently come to light, by the way. He signed his name backwards. He basically was telling them when we get the crew off, put them away. We're gonna have a word with them. Blah blah blah. They were gonna try and change the official story. So even then, Ismay was trying to cover his own back. Now he did make mistakes. The captain made mistakes. That ship should never have left Southampton the day that it left Southampton. Sure, even as it was going out, it nearly crashed into a tugboat because the propellers were that powerful. This ship should never have sailed on the day that it sailed. And he knew about that fire, just like the rest of the White Star Line knew about that fire. And they still let all those passengers board that ship and sail out to sea. And then we seen what happened, right? So Ismay, yes, he died. I think he died broke as well. Well, you know what? I'd normally have sympathy for people like that, but not in this case. I think he got everything that he deserved. The one thing I will say is the captain of the Californian that was blamed, that happened to be blamed for this because apparently he was closer and could have saved a lot of passengers. That's actually turned out to be false as well. Now we've actually gotten that there was no way that he would have been able to make it. And there was actually ships closer than the Californian. But that poor captain was blamed for that, and he was vilified for that. But then when World War II broke out, what did that cunt do? He got on his ship, he did, and he rescued POWs, he did. Because,
Wow.
because of what he was blamed. So that guy, in my opinion, he did nothing wrong in the first place. But that guy literally, POWs, he rescued POWs during World War II. He did. And, he, in my opinion, he didn't have to redeem himself, but in some people's eyes, he redeemed himself there. He didn't redeem himself. He did the right thing. And if he hadn't known Titanic was in the trouble that I'm pretty sure he would have been the first one there to try bloody help. It's ridiculous that the wrong people throughout history have been blamed for this. You know, the people responsible were the people that survived. The captain went down with the ship, which, in my opinion, was the right thing for him to do. I know that's it's up to the captain themselves, but you know, I think he did the right thing because I think he would never have survived any investigation. I think he would have been absolutely destroyed. But where was the binoculars? There was no binoculars at Southampton. No binoculars for the lookouts. There were so many things wrong with that day when that ship actually sailed that I can't believe that back then, even with the safety standards that they had, that they allowed that ship to sail. But Titanic will always be known as the most people that died in a maritime disaster, but it wasn't. It was actually a German ship. It had 700 POWs on it, and it was sunk by Allied forces. There was over 7,000 people that died on that ship, but it's never spoken about because Titanic is such a famous name, and because when it happened.
And the Lusitania, I mean, when that sunk, and the bodies that they recovered, they took photographs of the bodies, and I've seen pictures of the bodies of the victims of Lusitania, and it's horrific.
So have I. And the Lusitania, actually, because it's off the coast of Cork. So here's the thing, though. Here's the weird thing. So Titanic, before it sank, right? So obviously it went to Southampton. When it pulled out to Southampton, it came down to Cork, right? And it stopped just right outside. This is how it used to happen. It stopped outside Cork Harbour, right? And basically a boat would bring them across the Titanic. That was the last time Titanic was seen. There's actually people have found old photographs. There was actually people there that took photographs, the last known photographs of the Titanic before it sank. And it was a beautiful ship.
Yeah.
Right? And still to this day, it's a beautiful ship. Now, the most glamorous ship was obviously the Normandy. If you don't know, see, I love all my classic ships, right? I have this Super John, you'll appreciate this. I actually have this box set, and it's called Ocean Liners, right?
Yeah.
And it's about all of these old ships, the Lusitania, the Mauritania, right? But it talks about them being passenger ships, and then when the wars broke out, being the troop ships. What ships survived? What ships didn't survive? Ships that were renamed. I mean, the Normandy is probably the most tragic one. It was in Cork Harbour, and a fire broke out on it.
Yeah.
And basically, the fella that designed the ship said, "Listen, if you let me in, I can lower the ballast of the ship. I can actually level the ship off, and we won't lose the ship." But some Navy American, because the Navy American, "Yeah, we'll do what we want to," and the ship tipped over, and they lost the Normandy. The Normandy was one of the most beautiful ships inside and out that you'll ever see. It had the clipper bow. It was absolutely beautiful. But Titanic, there's just this air of mystery around Titanic. It's just ever since I'm a kid. And you know what? Here's the thing as well, right? This is weird. I've actually had dreams that I've been on that ship in a previous life, even though I don't believe in reincarnation. I honestly believe I was on that ship. That's weird. That's how much of a connection I have with this. Titanic has fascinated me ever since I knew about it. I remember I was 6 years of age when they found that ship. And ever since then, I've just been glued. It's been a story that has fascinated me for years. To find a ship after that long in the condition that they found it in, and to actually see how big it was, unbelievable.
I remember it was my papa that got me into the Titanic. it was like one Sunday afternoon. I was at my grand's, and my papa was. He started talking about the Titanic, and I was wondering what he was going on about. And he said, "Sit in your nana's chair, and I'll put this film on for you." And it was the old the old VCRs and the old tapes.
Yeah.
He taped off A Night to Remember. And he was showing me the Titanic sailing and all that, and he says, "That's the Titanic," and he kept going on about it and on about it. And a year later, after that, it had been discovered, and he says, "You watch this tonight. The Titanic's been found." And I watched it, and I watched it closely, and I could not believe that was the ship that he was telling me about. It was all broken in two pieces. And you saw it from the pictures, all this rust all over it, and you thought, my God, it was a complete shock to see it for the first time underwater, and I tried to show it to some of my schoolmates, but they weren't interested in it. It was just me that was interested.
So I don't know if you've seen this image, Super John. So this is the image. This is the new photograph that was spotted, and this is how they finally have solved the mystery, the Titanic. Now I'm going to show you this image, and I'm not going to say anything, and I'm going to ask you to look at the ship itself and tell me if you've noticed something about this photograph. It's actually very obvious when you look at it. If I pointed it out, it'd be obvious to you, but I want to see if you can actually spot it yourselves. So there's something in this photograph that indicates there's something sinister going on. Tell me what you think it is. Right, so there's the photo there, right? So these are new photographs that they found, never seen before. They only found them, I think, a couple of years ago. So there's the Titanic logo. But do you notice something about the ship? Have a look at the bow and tell me if you've noticed something about that ship. It should stand out a mile away. I can see it from here.
I can see the black mark. You know that mark on the side of it?
There you go. That mark right there. See that mark there?
Yeah.
See this mark right here? That's the fire. The boiler room.
That's an internal heat.
Yeah. That's the internal heat.
Very powerful internal heat that's caused the mark.
Exactly. That's the internal heat. And it's warping, and that's where the iceberg literally hit. Now, I think they have it marked down here, so hold on. So there it is there. Look at that. That's it being built there. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating. It's absolutely. So there's Ismay.
Ismay, yeah.
Poor bloke. Not really, but, you know.
Share the pic with the chat.
Right, these are movie pictures. Why are you showing me that? Hold on, there is a better. Bear with me for a second, because I have gone into. I'll get better photographs. Hold on. But that little scuff mark there, right now, it's obviously in the picture, but they measured it or something, and it's over. I think they said it was over. How long was the when the iceberg hit, it was 30 meters across or something, or 30 foot across.
I think it was 100 feet.
100 feet. Sorry, yeah, 100
feet across.
Yeah, so 100 feet, right? So it's 100 feet across, right? So that was 100. And there they found a journal as well. By the way, see, they're finding all these things in people's attics. They actually found a journal of the shipbuilder as well. And here's the thing. He had enough lifeboats originally on the ship, but they were taken away because they made the ship look cluttered. So that's why they took away, which is absolutely ridiculous. Imagine that, taking away something that will save people's lives because, you know, it clutters up. But that was the way of the thinking back then.
They were nicknamed. This is weird. They were nicknamed coffin ships.
Yeah,
and that's because of the size, and because they were referred to. They could be death traps, basically. because of the lack of safety features and all that, and because they were just put out there, and they were just there for the kind of the trade. Basically, they were there for the immigrants and the poor and the steerage, and they were basically, that's what the Titanic and all these ships were for. It was for transporting them to the New World.
Yeah.
New
There's
York.
the mark. You can see it better in this photograph. Here it is here. Here it is here. And you will see it perfect here. Right? And this is exactly where the Titanic hit. This is unbelievable. You can clearly see it in this photograph. And these bastards, right? Because let's be honest, that's what they were. These bastards let innocent people get on this ship. And remember, yeah, a lot of first class people lost their lives. But remember, a lot of people in third and second class, a lot of them died. You know?
See, it was all about money before the people. It was just they wanted to get that ship out. They just wanted to get these people out, and they just wanted to come back, get the money, and and make the money off of that.
There it is there.
Yeah.
So as you can see there, you can see it there, right across there. See how far it goes down?
Yeah.
Look at that. Right? That's the fire in the boiler room. And you can already see that one of the funnels, two of the funnels are actually got smoke coming out of them. So it's literally, I remember this was a time when there was a coal strike as well. So they were literally trying to get this coal out because they didn't want to waste it. But this fire was gone for 7 days. And then it weakened the structure. So when it hit the iceberg, it would have dented it all the way across until it got to here, and it would have shattered like glass. And that's where the watertight fucking doors are.
And I believe that's where the fifth bulkhead is. The watertight bulkhead. And I believe that fire kind of warped that. And when it hit the iceberg, I mean, with the water coming in, because the bulkhead was warped, it kind of pushed over. It kind of overflew. The level of water and flooded it.
Look, if these people were alive today, they'd all be prosecuted. They'd all be prosecuted because the evidence is overwhelming now. Now we know what actually happened Titanic, and there was a lot of factors. They reckon as well, hitting the iceberg, if there wasn't a fire, it actually would have survived. Even hitting the iceberg head on, which was probably the best thing they should have done, actually, was hit the iceberg head on. Yes, it would have damaged the ship, but the ship wouldn't have hit where the metal was already buckled, and it would have probably survived. The fact that they tried to turn the ship and then it clattered the side of it was the worst thing that they could have done. They actually even say that if they had hit it straight on, yes, it would have been badly damaged, but they would have been able to rescue the ship itself and the people on board. But they made that crucial decision, which turned out to be the wrong one, to try and steer. And remember, this was a big ship with very small, with the row or whatever they call it. It was the flaps. There's a special name for them. They weren't big enough for a ship of that length. So when they were trying to turn, it was taking ages to turn, and it was just too late. It's just tragic because there was a lot of mistakes made before they even set sail. The ship was doomed from day one.
Yeah.
It was doomed from day one. As soon as it set sail from Southampton, something was always going to happen. And that's the thing that kind of pisses me off about all of these men that did survive. Ismay should have been put in prison. White Star Line should have been held account, but they weren't. None of these people were held account. The British investigation, they basically put the blame on your man from the Californian and maybe some of the decisions that were made. But the Americans knew who to blame straight away. They blamed White Star and everybody connected, right? But this new evidence wasn't even found. So Ismay still managed, even after death, managed to keep that under wraps until it was finally solved. And how it was finally solved was relatives that were on the Titanic obviously had taken photographs, and these are being found when people are dying, the houses are being cleared out, and people are finding these photographs. And I'm telling you, there's a lot more Titanic stuff out there, and we're going to learn. Listen, this is why this ship is so fascinating. We are going to continue to learn more about this ship as the years go on. The sad thing for me is, though, is that the ship is about 20 to 30 years away from completely dissolving into the ocean.
There's no way they can raise it.
They can't now, no.
Can't.
And in 85, when they found it, there was talks over the years to raise the ship.
I believe they could have raised it 30 years ago or 20 years ago.
Yeah,
but now the metal fatigue is all settled into the structure.
Yeah, but I think, Super John, the reason why was because I think there's still some living relatives of the of people that had survived, and their whole thing was, well, Titanic is it's a graveyard.
Yeah.
You know, there's people on the bottom of the ocean floor.
Yeah.
There's people still in that ship, remember?
And there's still a big debate about there still could be bodies deep within it, preserved. Because the deeper you go into the ship, the more preservation there is.
Exactly. I mean, look, it's kind of an ethical situation. I mean, do we have the right? You know, should they be given because I do agree with you. It is very cold down there, so there is a chance. I mean, even when they found the ship in 85, they were surprised at how well preserved this ship actually was, because let's be honest, I don't think anybody thought we'd find it in the state that we found it in. I thought people thought it'd be a lot worse, or there'd be none of the ship left. But it's a graveyard. For me.
And there was a recent documentary about it. Park Stevenson, he was the expert that was leading the expedition down to the Titanic, and I think we've lost Noel. Oh. See if Noel comes back in.
Hello?
We lost you for there.
No, I'm back. The chat paused. I see. I'm mostly here. I can't watch my show while he's still streaming. Okay, well, I better stop then. But yeah, Pearl Harbor again. But look, we'll talk about these on the Irish Geek. I mean, we don't have to just talk Titanic. I mean, we could do all the sister ships.
Yeah.
I think every single one of them, there's a fascinating story behind the Olympic. You know, there's a fascinating story behind the Britannic, and especially Titanic. But there are other ships out there, and Pearl Harbor is a grave. Exactly, you don't mess with things like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a bit selfish, and I'd say to myself, yes, I think we should try preserve the Titanic. It was such a legendary ship, and it should be preserved in some way. But then the other side of me is like, well, it is a mass graveyard, and we shouldn't disturb those people that are at the bottom of the ocean. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And we should leave them rest in peace and not disturb them. But, you know, there was this New Zealand billionaire that was going to build a replica of it. I don't know if that's still happening, but I think that's the only way we can go now, is with a replica. I wouldn't mind seeing a replica of the Titanic.
Well, China's doing a replica.
For that New Zealand billionaire. But I don't trust. No. See, I know what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
Right. It's set. No. This is not going to go well. It should be built in Ireland anyway, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We're going to build Titanic again. Build it where it was built. Harlan and Wolff.
And it'd be a chance to go and see it, and rather than go away to China, because I mean, you can't go to China. You need thousands of pounds to go to China.
Yeah, I know. And then he's charging 40 grand a ticket or something. Get the fuck. No way. Well, listen, we could sit here all night and actually talk about. Because seriously, I love this topic. Now you are getting to see the real geeky side of me. I love all of this. Seriously. I love I haven't even got into the whole Egypt thing, which is, I'm fascinated with Egypt and its culture, and the Egyptians back in the day. How did they build the pyramids is another thing as well. Loads of conspiracy theories about that as well. Obviously, the obvious one is aliens and all of this, but that's bullshit. But it's all fascinating. So yeah, I want to do more streams like this with Super John and Alpha. If you're game for it, we will do them on the Irish Geek. People probably say, well, we tuned into the TARDIS to watch Doctor Who. 5 hours in, we're talking about Titanic and well, that's just what happens here. We haven't done a long stream in ages, so yeah, I don't mind. But listen, I'm going to end now because Cheryl does want to watch our show because apparently she can't watch it while I'm streaming, which is true because she actually proved it to me, which is a bit weird because you think our internet that's supposed to be high speed can actually cope, but because the management company that runs these apartment blocks are cheapskates, they won't fix the wiring that needs to be fixed first to get the proper fucking broadband. So we're only getting, even though it's 100 meg or something, or 200 and 160 high speed or whatever it is, I fucking forget, 340 or whatever. It's supposed to be high speed. We're getting internet from the 1900s. Let's just say it's fucking slow as fuck. Yeah. Right, we're going to leave you there. Thank you for joining us for Classic Who Zone. It was the first hour and a half. After that, then it was just talking random stuff. But I want to thank you all for joining me for this long stream. I have to say, 40 interviews have still stuck around 5.5 hours later.
Kudos.
I want to say thank you. But listen, you have obviously enjoyed the conversations that we've had. So thank you. Really do appreciate you joining us. And if you like these conversations, let us know in the comment section below. And if you'd like us to do more of these on the Irish Geek, with myself, Alpha, Omega, and Real Super Doctor, let me know and we'll do them. I already plan on doing one anyway. We're definitely going to do another one. But if you want more, let us know in the comment section tonight. Right, I better go now because if I don't, I will definitely get a bang of a bleeding frying pan here. I'll have to let the woman watch our stuff. So that's been Classic Who. So I'll play this little trailer for you. Hold on, just turn down the volume because anytime I play this, Ted cries.
Like you said.
And you've been watching Classic Who. Thank you for joining us for Classic Who. Don't forget Partners in Crime tomorrow. I'll leave you with the channel trailer. It's a good night from me. It's a good night from Alpha Omega. It's a good night from the Real Super Doctor. Thank you all the moderators. And thanks to Alpha and Bale 11. I think it was Bale 11 for the super chats. Really do appreciate them as well. Thank you. It means a lot. As usual, we like to say that. So I want to give you guys a special shout out. But thank you for joining us. We are back with Partners in Crime. Come and join us for a bit of New Who. And then next week, then we've got William Hartnell. What was the story we ended up picking?
Dalek Invasion of Earth.
Dalek Invasion of Earth. That's what we're doing. Dalek Invasion of Earth. So join us for that because it will be. I think we have done this before, but it doesn't matter. It's been ages. I think it was in the early days, and I really did enjoy this story.
It's a good one. Yeah.
It is a good one.
Yeah, it's quite good.
It is. So join us for it. And thanks, Real Super Doctor. See,
no worries.
Being here now, and it doesn't matter because you ended up staying on for 4 hours. So there you go. And listen, it's grand. I know you had, because you literally texted me the other night about the movie watch. So I was like, nah, there has to be something wrong if he hasn't turned up because it's not like him. And I thought I might have done something wrong. So yeah, I'm glad everything's all right, and it was just internet problems. Right, here's the channel trailer. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we will see you tomorrow.
Night, Chad. Take care.